256. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the sky. Zheng Dafeng's breakthrough was so grand that it directly revealed the true form of the Fu family's cloud sea. However, in the end the person slowly disappeared with the cloud sea. He could not help but ask worriedly, "Isn't it too grand?" Shen smiled, "Only if it's grand enough can it frighten the scoundrels and jackals." If Zheng Dafeng was able to break through the bottleneck with just one sentence, the Yin deity would be happy to see it happen. If Zheng Dafeng were to die here, the Divine Lord would be able to do business with others fairly. However, the Yin deities that came from the small temple would not receive such treatment. Once they spoiled the Lord God's plan and incurred his wrath, it would not be strange for him to kill them from thousands of miles away. Qin Pingon, who was always cautious, thought about this sentence seriously and felt that it made sense. However, this logic did not apply to him for the time being. It was fine. Just like the words carved on the small bamboo slips, he had to save them first. Skills would not be a burden in Jianghu. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Will the whole city know about it? If Zheng Dafeng wants to do something in the future, won't there be the eyes of the Fu family and the 5 families everywhere?" Shen glanced at the direction of the East Sea and shook his head. Fu Li has already taken action. Using this opportunity, Zheng Dafeng will probably do a few business deals. When he returns from the Cloud Sea, he will definitely not be as grand as when he went up. Qin Pingon nodded and kept all the green bamboo slips into his Fengtsuan object. These bamboo slips were the ordinary green bamboo that was left behind when he made small bamboo boxes for Lin Shui and Li Huai. Most of them were the remnants of the bamboo house that Wei Pai gave him after he returned to Luopa Mountain. They were all the brave bamboos from Chiduan Mountain that were moved out from the Green Immortal Mountain. After doing business at Qingfu Square at the ferry of Shu Shui country, Qin Pingon knew that the Green Immortal Mountain's divine cloud bamboo was priceless. He became more and more treasured it, so much so that he had to think about it a few times before deciding whether to carve it on the bamboo slips or not. Shen suddenly asked, "Can you give me a small bamboo slip with the words gods and immortals are different, yin and yang are separated, the soul stabilizes the spirit molds the golden body?" Qin Pingon shook his head and refused without hesitation, "No. Do you think you are Bao Ping Li Huai and the others? I can give you whatever you want." Qin Pingon immediately he thought of it. Whether it was old Yang's idea or not, it seemed that he should be grateful. Thinking this through, "Qin, I'll give it to you. It's just a bamboo slip. Just a bamboo slip. Just." Shen did not understand why Qin Pingon changed his mind. Previously he was in a hurry, so he spoke too straightforwardly. In fact, Shen did not want to take advantage of him. He smiled and explained, "I didn't finish my words just now. Actually, I want to buy that bamboo slip from you. How about 10 pieces of Guyu money?" Qin Pingon had just taken out the bamboo slip from his Fengtsuan item. When he heard the words Guyu money, he felt his scalp tingle. He asked doubtfully, "Even if this bamboo slip is made from the Green Immortal Mountain's valiant bamboo, it's only this big. How can it be worth such a frightening price?" Shen smiled faintly. "If you sold it to anyone else, it would at most cost a few pieces of Guyu money. But to me, this bamboo slip in this sentence is worth this price." "What? You think the price is too high? You don't want to sell it? You want to sell it at a cheaper price? Then it's only 1 piece of Guyu money?" Qin Pingon stood up and handed over the bamboo slip. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, keep it well." Shen took the bamboo slip with one hand and stacked 10 pieces of Guyu money in the other. Qin Pingon took the handful of Guyu money that was full of spiritual energy. He looked at it hard and then quickly kept it in his Fengtsuan item. Shen joked, "You're not sure if it's real or fake. The cost of Guyu money and Guyu money is endless on the mountain." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I've never seen the real Guyu money. It's just that I trust Mr. Zhao." Qin Pingon stopped drinking and put away the sword-nurturing gourd that contained the 15 flying swords at his waist. Guyu money was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the secular dynasty. 1 piece of Guyu money was equivalent to 100 pieces of Guyu money. 1 piece of Guyu money was equivalent to 10 pieces of Guyu money. This was the so-called 1,110 of the currency transactions on the mountain. As for the gold essence copper coins that were specially made for Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, they were even more precious than Guyu money. 10 pieces of Guyu money. At this moment he finally felt like he had a lot of money. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Mr. Zhao, why don't I let you take a look at the bamboo slips and see if there's anything else you want to buy? Yinshin shook his head and smiled. My wallet is empty. I can't afford it. The 10 pieces of Guyu money was actually all his savings from following Jing Dafeng to the south to Old Dragon City. The reason why he offered such a high price was to congratulate Jing Dafeng on his breakthrough. The more important thing was that his soul was shaken and he saw the prophecy. Heaven had its own will. Everyone in the world could choose not to believe it, but he could not. It was not that he was willing to take out 10 pieces of Guyu money in one go. He had no choice but to do so. The profound meaning behind it was mysterious. Perhaps only the Yin-Yang Qi refinement warriors could understand it. In the end, Qin Pingon said again, It's all right. Mr. Zhao, which bamboo slip do you like? I'll give it to you. Yinshin turned to look at this young man. He smiled and did not say anything else. He looked up at the sea of clouds again, feeling that it was a little interesting. Old Dragon City was really too big. Very few people would pay attention to the movements of a kite or a bird in the sky. Jing Dafeng ascended to the sky with the wind and then broke through the realm and caused a strange phenomenon in the sea of clouds. The commoners under the man's feet would not notice anything. However, almost all the Qi refinement warriors and grandmasters in the middle 5 realms could not help but look up to watch this scene. Especially the Fu family, who caused the biggest commotion. Fu Ji, who was waiting for the young girl GQ below the dragon ascension stage, even went to the Sea of Clouds personally to see this person who could break through the formation of the Sea of Clouds. Due to the cover of the Sea of Clouds, outsiders could not see the appearance of the man above the Sea of Clouds. Most of the cultivators in high positions in Old Dragon City were more interested in the commotion. They guessed the true identity of this powerful person. Was it the Fu family's patriarch who had a half-immortal weapon? Or was it the patriarch of the Jiang family of Yunlin who was about to marry the first wife of the family in Old Dragon City? Old Dragon City was prosperous in business and was the best in the Aquarius continent. As an important transit hub that connected the 3 continents, there were all kinds of people here. There were many rich people and gamblers. Private competitions between friends and even bets from a few big gambling stalls sprung up all of a sudden. There were all kinds of strange bets. Some were betting on the identity of this person, some were betting on whether this person would be beaten to a pulp by the Fu family, some were betting on this person's gender and even surname. In the mansion of the Fan family in the inner city, the current family head, a few patriarchs and guests of the family were all over 100 years old. At this moment they were standing side by side in the corridor of a tall building. Everyone's face was full of joy. They started to calculate using the person above the Sea of Clouds as the starting point. Together with the previous information, they could deduce that it was Jing Dafeng from the dust medicine shop who had reached the 9th realm without any warning. He had become a peak grandmaster at the peak of the martial way. For the Fan family this was naturally great news. And Jing Dafeng would be staying in Old Dragon City for the next few decades if there were no accidents. The Fan family had just gained a peak martial artist from the sky. The difference between 8 and 9 was like the difference between clouds and mud. Pure martial artists had 3 realms: body refinement, middle energy refinement, and peak spirit refinement. The further one went, especially after the 7th realm, the bigger the gap between the 2 realms would be. Therefore there was a martial way saying, when a higher realm fights a lower realm, killing is just a matter of one punch. But some people felt that the word kill should be changed to injure, which would be more accurate. It was similar to the ranks of the national chess players. They were all 9 ranks, but there were 9 strong ones and 9 weak ones. It was not impossible for a 7th or 8th ranked chess player to occasionally defeat a 9th ranked chess player, but it was a special case and not common knowledge in the chess world. Speaking of which, the ranks of the chess players of the Aquarius continent, especially the 8th and 9th ranks, were often evaluated by the chessmen of the imperial court. Furthermore, the chessmen's chess skills differed greatly, and could not be compared to the Central Plains divine continent. Thus, the Confucian Academy would personally send a chess master to evaluate them. A golden core elder of the Fan family stroked his beard and smiled. "Little Fan, you have such a great fortune to have such a disciple." Laughter rang out. Suddenly, the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City sank, and almost everyone was caught off guard. They were in the sea of clouds and looked around blankly. Even their friends and relatives who were close by felt a suffocating pressure. Whether it was Qi cultivators or pure martial artists, their Qi circulation more or less slowed down. But in the blink of an eye, the world regained its clarity and the clouds dissipated. Many of the golden core cultivators who were hibernating or worshipping Old Dragon City had heavy hearts. Xing Dafeng had left with the wind as a 8th realm far travel cultivator, but returned to the alley on foot as a 9th realm peak cultivator. The women in the medicine shop were laughing and playing from beginning to end, and did not feel anything out of the ordinary. They were frogs at the bottom of a well and also a kind of stability for ordinary people. They saw the shopkeeper walk in from outside the shop, but did not think much of it. The man carried 2 jars of fine wine bought from a nearby street. He lifted the curtains and walked into the yard with his head lowered. He threw a jar of wine to the youth sitting on the bench and picked up his old tobacco pipe. He sat on the steps in front of the main house again in silence. He did not smoke nor did he drink the wine. His first words were not to Qin Pingon, the appointed disciple of the old man, but to Yin Xin. "Old Zhao, can we speak openly now? What instructions does the old man have?" "Qin Pingon will take the Osmanthus Island ferry and leave in a few days. Can you give me a definite answer about the matter of the Path Protector?" Yin Xin shook his head and said, "The Divine Lord only told me that if you succeed in breaking through the realm, you should enjoy life. If you fail, you should be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Xing Dafeng rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "My dear mother, I'm still confused." Xing Dafeng placed the old tobacco pipe in his arms and opened the jar of wine. He lowered his head and took a sip from the jar. Like a dragon drinking water, the wine condensed into a line and ran into Xing Dafeng's mouth. Xing Dafeng wiped his mouth and looked up at the sea of clouds. "Old Zhao, do you think the old man guessed what I saw when I broke through the realm? Did he expect that I almost knocked on the heart gate in one go and knocked on the divine gate? Did he expect that when I saw the scene near the divine gate I almost—" Xing Dafeng sighed and then lowered his head to take another sip of wine. Suddenly he smiled. Perhaps the old man's words had 2 meanings from the beginning. "You will never be able to reach the 9th realm." "Ah, the old man is really naughty." Yin Xin's mouth twitched. He felt that Xing Dafeng really didn't know what was good for him. Xing Dafeng felt as if his neck was being strangled. He looked around and felt very guilty. He hurriedly got up and walked to the center of the courtyard. He faced the north and said to himself, "Old man, please don't be offended. Disciple Xing Dafeng has successfully broken through the realm, but I can't tell you this happy news in person. I feel very guilty. Old man, you are wise and powerful and you are magnanimous. Please don't be angry." Xing Dafeng really held the joss sticks in his hand and bowed 3 times in the direction of the faraway dolly. Qin Pingon was very puzzled. How could old Yang teach such a different disciple from Li Er and Xing Dafeng? However, when he thought of Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui and the others, who also had very different personalities and were worlds apart, Qin Pingon did not find it strange. However, before Xing Dafeng offered the joss sticks, he made a strange movement. Qin Pingon saw it clearly. Xing Dafeng raised an arm and stretched it over his head, as if there were 3 joss sticks hidden there, and he took them back. After Xing Dafeng did this strange thing, he lazily sat back on the bench as if he had really made up his mind to enjoy life. He stared at Qin Pingon and Qin Pingon looked back at him. One looked like a scoundrel who owed a huge debt but did not want to pay it back. The other looked like he was saying, "If you dare not pay me back, I will kill you or annoy you to death." Yin Xin looked at the 2 of them and suddenly felt that he did not understand the ways of the world. A voice broke the silence. Someone lifted the curtain but did not immediately enter the courtyard. He raised the bamboo curtain high with one hand and held a pot of the best osmanthus wine in Old Dragon City in the other. Just that exquisite pot of wine alone could be sold for a snowflake. The handsome youth with red lips and white teeth saw that there was an outsider in the courtyard and hesitated for a moment. He stood where he was and asked softly, "Mr. Xing, may I come in?" After the youth walked into the dusty medicine shop, Yin Xin's figure had already disappeared. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. It was someone of the same age. He could see that he was a pure martial artist and should still be in the 3rd realm for the time being. He observed the youth's breathing as he spoke and the slight trembling of his muscles, bones, skin and flesh, as well as the blood, qi and spirit that flowed out of him. This Old Dragon City youth's martial arts foundation was not bad, but there were many flaws. Many of the hunting paths of pure Jinqi in the Qi Palace were not wide enough and were not smooth enough. Qin Pingon was suddenly surprised. He found that he was looking down on other people's martial arts realms. It was not until this moment that Qin Pingon realized that he had really entered the fourth realm of martial arts. Xing Dafeng did not care about Qin Pingon's mind wandering. He waved at the youth and smiled. I know you can't hide it from your grandfather. But it's not that I want to criticize you, but this congratulatory gift is just a pot of osmanthus wine brewed by the Fan family? Aren't you being a little too careless? I've always been vague about big things, but I'm very particular about small things. After you leave the wine behind, hurry back to the Fan family and tell your grandfather that you can't be too stingy. The youth was speechless and said helplessly, Mr. Xing, I heard about this from my grandfather and snuck out to give you the wine. It's not the intention of my elders. Why don't you wait until I inherit the Osmanthus Island and prepare a big gift? I stole this pot of wine from my family. Don't tell my grandfather later. I'll go ask my family for a congratulatory gift. The youth put down the wine and ran away. Xing Dafeng did not stop the energetic kid from the Fan family. He glanced at the lethargic and lazy Qin Pingon. He thought to himself, they are both young men. Look at this kid, he treats people sincerely, is generous, is easy to talk to, has a lot of good points. Look at you, Qin Pingon. You remember a debt of 5 copper coins for so long. You're also not white, old-fashioned and pedantic and have a lot of bad habits. From the youth's words, Qin Pingon understood a lot of inside information. The youth came from the Fan family of Old Dragon City, which had followed the Fu family to bet on Dali. Now that he was under Xing Dafeng's tutelage, he would own the Osmanthus Island ferry in the future. In addition, the Yin god had revealed that Xing Dafeng wanted to do business with the city lord Fujiang. Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the schemes of these important people, his choice of the Fan family's ferry to inverted Hanging Mountain should not be a big problem. In the future, whether Old Dragon City would be a fight between immortals or demons, that was something they needed to consider. Qin Pingon only needed to wait patiently in the medicine shop for a few days. Then he would go to Osmanthus Island, reach inverted Hanging Mountain, go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, find Miss Ning and give her the sword on his back. Xing Dafeng reached out and grabbed him. He smiled and said, Kid Fan, come back. Are you really going to shamelessly ask for a congratulatory gift for me? In fact, Xing Dafeng did not care at all what the youth said when he got home. He really felt that it was a bit boring to spend time with Qin Pingon in the same courtyard. He might as well grab some pistachios to relieve his boredom so that he would not have to stare at Qin Pingon. Most importantly, he was a 9th realm martial artist and it was not good for him to behave atrociously. The youth, who was about to run out of the alley, was suddenly pulled by the back of his collar. He staggered back in fright, thinking that he had encountered an assassin. Then he heard Mr. Zheng's voice that seemed to resound in his heart. The youth laughed and waved his hand to indicate that the Jindan realm worshipper did not need to be nervous. The youth turned and quickly ran back to the dusty shop. He called a few girls he was slightly familiar with a few times, and then lifted the curtain to return to the courtyard. Behind him was a burst of cheerful chatter. The youth liked this kind of atmosphere from the bottom of his heart. The fairies and heroines at the gate of the Fan family were of course more beautiful and more celestial. But the youth knew early on that the smiles they revealed when they saw him were different from those of the sisters here. One was for the future master of the Fan family, and the other was for the youth who had jumped out of some unknown corner. The youth did not dislike the former but liked the latter. Qin Pingon brought over a stool for the youth. The youth hurriedly took it and said with a smile, "Thank you." Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head, "You're welcome." Then the youth picked up the stool and looked at Xing Dafeng. "Sir, where should I sit?" Xing Dafeng waved his hand and said jokingly, "Go sit by the bamboo curtain at the gate. Help keep watch." The young man happily ran to the door and sat down. He was still sitting upright with his back straight and his eyes focused on his nose. His hands were placed on his knees. Although the young man tried his best to make himself look dignified and solemn, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. His eyes were clear like a flowing stream. When he was happy he would make a sound. When he was unhappy he would also make a sound. It was not the kind of deep water that said nothing. Qin Pingon suddenly felt a little envious of this youth. There was something on the youth at the gate that he had always wanted but could not get. Old elementary scholar Wen Xing was drunk and carried him on his back. He patted him on the shoulder and told him that young people should be able to carry tall grass, flying orioles and willow trees on their shoulders. Don't think about family feuds, national hatred or morals. The The youth at the gate was just like that. Qin Pingon could not do that. Zheng Dafeng seemed to sense Qin Pingon's strange mood. Although he did not know exactly what he was thinking, he thought for a while and threw the osmanthus wine back to the Fan family youth with a smile. The youth smiled brightly. Sir Zheng, I only dare to drink one mouthful. Qin Pingon raised the blade strengthening gourd high and smiled, saying, let's drink together. The youth was stunned and nodded vigorously. Then I'll drink more in one mouthful. Alright, my name is Fan Air. It's not a nickname, it's Fan Air. As I have an older sister, Fan Junmao, so I'm called Fan Air. Well, actually, even without my sister, my parents still made me sad when they gave me such a name. What about you? Can you say it? The youth drank a big mouthful of wine. His face was red and he coughed. It seemed that because of this name he was indeed sad. Qin Pingon drank the wine and smiled. My name is Qin Pingon. Pinyin as in pinyin. 257. Qin Pingon raised his head to look at the sky. Zheng Dafeng's breakthrough was so big that it made the cloud of the Fu family reveal itself. However, Zheng Dafeng and the cloud slowly disappeared. He couldn't help but ask worriedly, isn't it a bit too big? The Yin god smiled, it's big enough to scare the rats and wolves. Zheng Dafeng was able to break through the bottleneck with just one sentence. The Yin god was, of course, happy to see that happen. If Zheng Dafeng were to die here, the divine monarch would naturally be fair and just when doing business with others. However, the Yin god and the Yin god that came from that small temple, did not have such treatment. Once the divine king's plan was ruined, he would be enraged. It wouldn't be strange if he could kill them from thousands of miles away. Qin Pingon, who was always cautious, thought about this sentence and felt that it made sense. However, this reasoning didn't apply to him right now. It didn't matter. Just like the words carved on the bamboo slips, it was better to save them first. Qin Pingon asked curiously, won't the whole city know about it? If Zheng Dafeng wants to do something, the Fu family and the 5 families will be watching him? The Yin god glanced at the East Sea and shook his head. Fu Qi has taken action. Zheng Dafeng will take this opportunity to do some business. When he comes back from the Cloud Sea, he won't be as big as when he went up. Qin Pingon nodded and put all the green bamboo slips into his object space. These bamboo slips were left over from the small bamboo boxes he made for Lin Shui and Li Huai. Most of them were leftover bamboo from the Chestun Mountain that Wei Pai gave him after he returned to Luopa Mountain. These bamboo slips were the courage bamboo from the Chestun Mountain that was moved from the Qingshan Mountain. After doing business at the Green Beetle Workshop at the ferry of the Shui Kingdom, Qin Pingon knew the value of the Shinshao bamboo from the Qingshan Mountain. Qin Pingon treasured it so much that he had to think about it several times before he decided whether to carve it on the bamboo slips or not. Yinshin suddenly asked, can you give me a small bamboo slip, the one that says, immortals and deities are different, yin and yang are separated, the soul is used to stabilize the mind, the soul is used to shape the golden body. Qin Pingon shook his head without hesitation. No. Do you think that you are Aquarius Li Huai and the rest, that I can give you whatever you want? But then Qin Pingon remembered the first time in the alley, when Yinshin had exposed Zheng Dafeng's intentions. Whether or not it was old Yang's idea, it seemed that he should be grateful. After thinking this through, Qin Pingon immediately became generous. Alright, I'll give it to you as a gift. It's just a piece of bamboo. Although the Yinshin did not understand why Qin Pingon changed his mind, he was too direct because he was in a hurry. Actually, Yinshin did not want to take advantage of him. He smiled and explained, I didn't finish my sentence just now. Actually, I want to buy that piece of bamboo slip from you. How about 10 pieces of Guyu money? Qin Pingon had just taken out the bamboo slip from the object core. When he heard the words Guyu money, his scalp went numb. He asked doubtfully, even if the bamboo slip is made from Qing Immortal Mountain's Fenyong bamboo, it's only so big. It's not worth such a frightening price. Yinshin smiled indifferently. If I sold it to anyone else, it would at most be a few pieces of Guyu money. But to me, this bamboo slip and this sentence are worth this price. Why, you don't want to sell it because the price is too high. You want to sell it at a lower price? Than 1 piece of Guyu money? Qin Pingon stood up and handed over the bamboo slip. He smiled and said, Old Mr. Zhao, keep it well. Yinshin took the bamboo slip with one hand. In his other hand there were 10 pieces of Guyu money. Qin Pingon took the Guyu money that was brimming with spiritual energy. He stared at it for a while and quickly kept it in the object core. Yinshin teased, "Not sure if it's real? The cost of Guyu money is endless on the mountain." Qin Pingon smiled. "I've never seen the real Guyu money. It's just that I trust old Mr. Zhao." Qin Pingon stopped drinking. He put the sword cultivating gourd with the flying sword 15 on his waist. The Guyu money was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the secular world. 1 piece of Guyu money was equivalent to 100 pieces of Guyu money. 1 piece of Guyu money was equivalent to 10 pieces of Guyu money. This was the so-called 1,110 of the currency transactions on the mountain. As for the gold-refined copper coins that were specially made for the Lizhu Grotto heaven, they were even more precious than the Guyu money. 10 pieces of Guyu money. At this moment he finally felt like he was loaded with money. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Old Mr. Zhao, why don't I let you take a look at all the bamboo slips and see if there's anything else you want to buy?" Yinshin shook his head and smiled. "My wallet is empty. I can't afford it." The 10 pieces of Guyu money were actually all the savings he had when he followed Jing Dafeng south to the old Dragon City. The reason why he offered such a high price was to congratulate Jing Dafeng on his breakthrough. The more important reason was that his spirit was shaken and he saw the prophecy at first glance. There was heaven's will in the unseen world. Everyone in the world could choose not to believe it, but he could not. It was not that he was willing to take out 10 pieces of Guyu money in one go. He had no choice but to do so. The meaning behind it was profound and mysterious. Perhaps only Qi cultivators from the school of Yinyang could understand it. In the end, Qin Pingon said, "It's okay. Old Mr. Zhao, whichever bamboo slip you like, I'll give it to you." Yinshin turned his head and looked at the young man. He smiled and did not say anything else. He looked up at the sea of clouds again and felt that it was a little interesting. The old Dragon City was really too big. Very few people would pay attention to the movements of a kite or a bird in the sky. Jing Dafeng's ascension to the sky with the wind and his breakthrough caused the strange phenomenon of the sea of clouds. The common people under the man's feet did not notice anything. However, almost all the Qi cultivators and martial arts masters in the middle 5 states could not help but look up at this scene. Especially the Fu family, who caused the most commotion. Fu Qi, who was waiting for the young girl GQ at the bottom of the dragon climbing platform, even went to the Sea of Clouds personally to see the person who could break the cloud sea formation. Because of the Sea of Clouds, outsiders could not see the appearance of the man above the Sea of Clouds. Most of the cultivators with high positions in the old Dragon City were just there to watch the show. They were guessing the real identity of the top powerhouse. Was it the Fu family's old ancestor who had a half-celestial weapon? Or was it the old ancestor of the Jiang family of Yunlin who was about to marry the first wife of the family in the old Dragon City? The old Dragon City was prosperous and was the best in the Aquarius continent. As an important transit hub that connected the 3 continents, it was a mixed bag of good and bad people. There were many rich people and also many gamblers. In private, there were competitions between friends and even bets from several big gambling houses. There were all kinds of bets. Some bet on this person's identity. Some bet on whether this person would be crippled by the Fu family. Some bet on this person's gender and even his surname. In the Fan family's mansion in the inner city, the current head of the family, a few old ancestors and guests were all over 100 years old. At this moment they were all standing side by side in the corridor of a tall building. Everyone was full of joy. They started with the figure above the Sea of Clouds ascending to the sky and began to calculate. Together with the previous information, they could deduce that it was Jing Dafeng from the Dusty Medicine Shop. He had entered the 9th realm without any warning and became a peak realm great grandmaster. For the Fan family this was great news. Moreover, Jing Dafeng would stay in the old Dragon City for the next few decades if nothing unexpected happened. The Fan family had an additional peak realm martial artist who had descended from the sky. The difference between the 8th and 9th realms was like the difference between clouds and mud. For a pure martial artist there were 3 realms each: the body refining realm, the chi refining realm, and the spirit refining realm. The further one went, especially after the 7th realm, the gap between the 2 realms would become more and more like a chasm. Therefore there was a saying in the martial Tao: when the higher realms fight the lower realms, killing them is just a matter of one punch. However, some people felt that the word kill should be changed to hurt, which would be more accurate. It was a little similar to the ranks of the national players in the chess world. They were also divided into 9 Dan, 9 strong and 9 weak. It was not impossible for a 7th or 8th Dan player to occasionally defeat a national player of the lower 9 Dan with an ingenious move, but it was still a special case and not common sense in the chess world. Speaking of which, the ranking of the chess players in the Aquarius continent, especially the 8th and 9th Dan, was usually determined by the chess players of a certain imperial court taking turns to play. Moreover, there was a great disparity in the chess skills of each chess player, and it was far from being comparable to the central continent. The Confucian Academy would personally let the chess gentleman come forward to check. A Jindan elder of the Fan family stroked his beard and laughed. Fanboy is really lucky to have such a teacher. Laughter rang out. All of a sudden, the sea of clouds above the old dragon city surged and sank. Almost everyone was caught unprepared. They were in the sea of clouds and looked around blankly. Even their relatives, friends, and fellow Daoists felt a suffocating pressure. Be it qi cultivators or pure martial artists, the circulation of their qi activity more or less slowed down at this moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the world became clear again, and the clouds dissipated without a trace. Many of the Jindan cultivators who were dormant or worshipped in the old dragon city felt especially heavy. Zheng Dafeng rode the wind with his remote travel realm of the 8th realm, but he returned to the alley on foot with his peak realm of the 9th realm. The women in the medicine shop laughed and played with each other from beginning to end. They did not feel anything strange. They were frogs at the bottom of a well for the people at the foot of the mountain, and also another kind of stability for the common people. They saw the shopkeeper coming in from outside the shop, but they didn't think too much about it. The man was carrying 2 jars of wine he bought from the nearby street. He lifted the curtain, bowed his head and walked into the courtyard. He tossed one of the jars to the boy sitting on the bench. He picked up his smoking pipe and once again sat on the steps in front of the main building. He didn't say a word. He didn't smoke nor did he drink the wine. The first thing he said was not to Qin Pingon, the teacher that the old man had appointed, but to Yin Shen. "Old Zhao, can you speak frankly now? What else does the old man want to say? In a few days, Qin Pingon will take the ferry to Osmanthus Island and leave this place. Can you give me a definite answer about the matter of the teacher?" Yin Shen shook his head. "The Immortal only told me that if you succeed in breaking through, you should enjoy your life. If you fail, you should be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Zheng Dafeng rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "My dear mother, I am still confused." Zheng Dafeng placed the old smoking pipe in his bosom and opened the clay seal of the wine jar. He lowered his head and drank from the jar. Like a dragon drinking water, the wine condensed into a line and flowed into Zheng Dafeng's mouth. Zheng Dafeng wiped his mouth and looked up at the sea of clouds. "Old Zhao, do you think the old man guessed what I would see when I broke through? Did he know that I almost knocked on the gate of heart and hit the gate of heaven? Did you think that I would see the scene near the gate?" "Almost." Zheng Dafeng sighed and then lowered his head to drink again. He suddenly smiled. Maybe the old man's words had 2 meanings from the beginning. "I have no hope of reaching the 9th realm." "Ah, the old man is really naughty." Yin Shen twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that Zheng Dafeng was really reckless. Zheng Dafeng looked around guiltily as if his neck was being strangled. He quickly stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. He faced the north and said to himself, "Old man, please don't be offended. Disciple Zheng Dafeng broke through but was unable to tell you this happy news. I feel very guilty. Old man, you are wise and magnanimous. Please don't be angry. Disciple can only bow 3 times and burn 3 joss sticks to show my sincerity." Zheng Dafeng really held the joss sticks in his hand and bowed 3 times in the direction of Dali. Qin Pingon was very puzzled. How did old Yang manage to produce disciples who were so different from Li Er and Zheng Dafeng? But when he thought of Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui and the others, whose personalities were so different, Qin Pingon did not find it strange. But before Zheng Dafeng offered the joss sticks, he did something strange. Qin Pingon saw it clearly. Zheng Dafeng raised one of his arms and circled it above his head as if there were 3 joss sticks hidden there. After Zheng Dafeng did this mysterious thing, he lazily sat back on the bench as if he had really made up his mind to enjoy life. He stared at Qin Pingon and Qin Pingon stared back at him. One seemed to be a scoundrel who owed a huge debt but did not want to pay it back. The other seemed to be saying that if you don't pay it back, even if I don't beat you to death, I will annoy you to death. Yin Shen looked at the 2 of them and suddenly realized that he did not understand the ways of the world today. A voice broke the silence. Someone lifted the curtain but did not walk into the courtyard immediately. He lifted the bamboo curtain high with one hand and held a pot of Old Dragon City's best osmanthus wine in the other. Just the exquisite wine pot alone could be sold for 1 snow coin. The handsome young man with red lips and white teeth saw that there were outsiders in the courtyard and hesitated for a moment. He stood where he was and asked softly, "Mr. Zheng, can I come in?" After the young man walked into the dusty medicine shop, Xianxia's figure disappeared. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. It was a man of the same age. He could see that he was a pure martial artist, probably still in the 3rd realm. Through observing the young man's breathing as he spoke and the slight trembling of his muscles, bones and skin as well as the blood, qi and spirit that flowed out of his body, this young man from Old Dragon City had a good foundation in martial arts, but there were many flaws. Many of the pure qi in the qi palace of his body did not seem wide enough or smooth enough. Qin Pingon was suddenly surprised. He realized that he was looking down on someone else's martial arts realm. It was not until this moment that Qin Pingon realized that he had really entered the 4th realm of martial arts. Jing Dafeng did not care about Qin Pingon's wandering mind. He waved at the young man and smiled. "I know I can't hide it from your grandfather, but this congratulatory gift is just a pot of the osmanthus wine brewed by the Fan family? Isn't that a bit too careless? I'm always careless when it comes to big things, but I'm very particular when it comes to small things. After you leave the wine, quickly go back to the Fan family and mention it to your grandfather. You can't be too stingy." The young man was speechless and said helplessly, "Mr. Zheng, I heard about this from my grandfather, so I snuck out to deliver the wine. It wasn't my family elder's idea. Why don't you wait until I inherit the Osmanthus Island and prepare another big gift? I stole this pot of wine from home. Don't tell my grandfather. I'll go ask for a congratulatory gift from my family." The young man put down the wine and ran away eagerly. Jing Dafeng did not stop the energetic young man from the Fan family. He squinted at the lethargic and lifeless Qin Pingon. He thought to himself, "They are both young men, but look at Fan Boy, he is sincere, generous, easy to talk to and full of good points. Look at you, Qin Pingon, you can remember an old debt of 5 copper coins for so long. You are not white, old-fashioned and full of bad habits." From the young man's words, it was enough for Qin Pingon to learn a lot of inside information. The young man was from the Fan family of Old Dragon City, which had followed the Fu family to bet on Dali. Now he was apprenticed to Jing Dafeng and would own the Osmanthus Island ferry in the future. In addition, Xianxia had revealed that Jing Dafeng was going to do business with Fu Qi. Qin Pingon let out a sigh of relief. He didn't care what these big shots were thinking. It shouldn't be a problem for him to choose the Fan family ferry to go to the upside-down mountain. In the future, whether the Old Dragon City would be filled with immortals or demons was something they needed to consider. Qin Pingon only needed to wait patiently in the medicine shop for a few days. Then he would climb the Osmanthus Island, reach the upside-down mountain, go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, find Lady Ning and give her the sword on his back. Jing Dafeng reached out and grabbed him. He smiled and said, "Young Fan Boy, you're back. Are you really going to help me ask for a congratulatory gift?" In truth, Jing Dafeng didn't care what the young man said when he got home. He really felt that it was a bit boring to be with Qin Pingon in the same courtyard. He might as well grab someone to relieve his boredom and save himself the trouble of staring at Qin Pingon. More importantly, he was a 9th realm martial artist and it wasn't good for him to behave atrociously. In fact, deep down he was a bit shaky. The young man, who was about to run out of the alley, was suddenly grabbed by the back of his collar. He stumbled back in fright, thinking he had run into an assassin. Then he heard Mr. Zheng's voice that seemed to resound in his heart. The young man chuckled and waved his hand to indicate to the Golden Core Realm Consecrator that there was no need to be nervous. The young man turned around and quickly ran back to the dust shop. He called out to a few women he was slightly familiar with a few times, then lifted the curtain and returned to the courtyard. Behind him was a burst of cheerful chatter. The young man liked this kind of atmosphere from the bottom of his heart. The fairies and heroines in the Fan family were, of course, more beautiful and celestial. But the young man knew early on that the smiles they showed when they saw him were different from those of the older sisters here. One was to the future head of the Fan family, and the other was to the young man who had popped out of nowhere. The young man didn't dislike the former, but he liked the latter. Qin Pingon brought a stool for the young man. The young man quickly took it and smiled. "Thank you." Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. You're welcome. Then the young man picked up the stool and looked at Xing Dafeng. Sir, where should I sit? Xing Dafeng waved his hand and joked, go sit by the bamboo curtain at the door and help keep watch. All right. The young man happily ran to the door and sat upright. His back was straight, his eyes were looking at his nose, and his nose was looking at his heart. His hands were obediently placed on his knees. Although the young man tried his best to look dignified and solemn, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was as clear as a flowing stream. There was a sound when he was happy and there was also a sound when he was unhappy. It wasn't the kind of deep water where no words could be spoken. Qin Pingon suddenly felt a bit envious of this young man. There was something in the young man at the door that he had always wanted but couldn't get. When Scholar Wenxing was drunk, he was carried on Fan Xian's back. He patted Fan Xian's shoulder and said that the young man should carry the grass on his shoulders, and that he shouldn't think about family or national hatred or morality. The young man at the door was like that. Qin Pingon couldn't do it. Zheng Dafeng seemed to sense Qin Pingon's strange mood. Although he didn't know exactly what he was thinking, he smiled and threw the wine back to the young man. The young man smiled brightly. Mr. Zheng, I only dare to drink one sip. Qin Pingon raised the blade-strengthening gourd and laughed. Let's drink together. The young man paused and nodded vigorously. Then I'll drink a bit more. Oh right, my name is Fan Air, not a nickname but Fan Air. I have an older sister called Fan Junmao, so I'm called Fan Air. Well, actually, whether my sister or not, my parents gave me this name. It makes me sad. What about you? Can I tell you? The young man took a big gulp of wine. His face was red and he coughed. It seemed that he was really sad because of this name. 258. There was a wooden token made of osmanthus tree hanging on Qin Pingon's waist. On the front, there was a strange sentence engraved. Born in the bright moon, the world opens first. On the back there was, honored guest of the Fan family. It was quite strange that an honored guest was not an honored guest. Moreover, this osmanthus tree wooden token that was personally given to Qin Pingon by Fan Air was secretly engraved with the words friend of Fan Air. This was definitely Fan Air's doing. A guy who would secretly hide 2 kilograms of soil under his bed would definitely do such a thing. Soon someone appeared to welcome Qin Pingon. She walked slowly and there was no hint of seduction in her walk. It was a young woman. Although she was not outstanding, she had a good temperament. She was elegant and quiet. Moreover, judging from her aura, Qin Pingon should be a level 5 Qi refinement warrior. She claimed to be one of the nominal managers of Osmanthus Island. She joked that since she was older, young Master Qin could call her Auntie Gui. Qin Pingon then called out to Auntie Gui and said that this trip to the inverted mountain would be troublesome. The woman smiled and shook her head. We are businessmen. When we have honored guests, we will never find it troublesome. She pointed at the wooden token hanging on Qin Pingon's waist and explained, with the honored guest token that only our family head can give out, young Master Qin can buy anything on Osmanthus Island at a 30% discount. Then the woman could not help but smile more affectionately. Young Master Fan sent a message to me so young Master Qin can make an exception and get a 40% discount. Although Qin Pingon nodded, he secretly made up his mind. As long as it was not something that he fell in love with at first sight, he would not buy anything on this cross-continent trip. After all, if others treated him as a friend, he had to treat them as a friend too. Therefore, doing business between real friends was really not Qin Pingon's forte. It was because it was difficult to grasp the right timing. The woman, Auntie Gui, led Qin Pingon to a grand mansion called the Osmanthus Palace. Along the way, she introduced the local customs of Osmanthus Island to the youth. She specifically mentioned osmanthus cake and osmanthus wine, saying that he must try more of them. Qin Pingon's standalone courtyard had them. He did not have to be polite and could just ask for them from the maid in the courtyard. Qin Pingon did not refuse. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist and smiled. I like drinking wine. The woman glanced at the scarlet wine gourd and smiled. Good. There were thousands of osmanthus trees on Osmanthus Island. The ancestral tree on the mountain peak was even older than Old Dragon City. It was personally planted by a farmer Immortal in Earth's spirit continent. Osmanthus Island was able to become a cross-continent ferry that was undamaged after thousands of years. Even as the roots of the mountain osmanthus tree spread and the Fan family used a unique method to add soil, Osmanthus Island was still able to slowly grow. This was all thanks to the ancestral osmanthus tree. The reason why the osmanthus wine sold by Fan family had such a sky-high price was because the osmanthus flowers used to make the wine were taken from thousand-year-old osmanthus. The great merchants of Aquarius continent who were on good terms with Old Dragon City would occasionally buy it as a gift or drink it alone. After passing through the gate of the osmanthus palace, the woman led Qin Pingon through the corridors and aisles. The courtyard did not appear to be luxurious. It was actually the style of a house with a small bridge and flowing water. Finally, the woman led Qin Pingon to a courtyard called Gui Vein. When she saw Qin Pingon raise his head to take a few more glances, she explained, "Osmanthus flowers are called Gui Vein because the veins of the leaves are similar to the Gui vein in the Confucian ritual vessels. Therefore this courtyard is called Gui Vein. Although this courtyard does not occupy a large area, it is the best place with the most abundant spiritual energy on Osmanthus Island." Qin Pingon felt that it was a waste of natural resources. He was not a qi cultivator. It was meaningless to have abundant spiritual energy. It was better to let others spend money to stay in such a blessed place. He asked tentatively, "Aunt Gui, I am a pure martial artist. It is too wasteful to let me stay here. Shall I change to another courtyard?" The woman smiled gently and said, "It is not a matter of money. Young Master Qin, you can rest assured and stay here. With the relationship between young master and my young master, even if this courtyard becomes young master's exclusive courtyard in the future and Osmanthus Island is no longer open to outsiders, I will not be surprised." These two sentences poked at Qin Pingon's heart. When he thought of Fan Air, Qin Pingon walked into this elegant and quiet Gui Vein courtyard with a clear conscience. There was already a beautiful young lady waiting in the courtyard. She was slender and elegant. Her temperament was cold and cheerless. Even if she was just standing there quietly, she was extremely charming. However, when she saw the woman and Qin Pingon, she immediately smiled at Qin Pingon and said sweetly, "Young Master Qin, my name is Jean Su. Jean as in golden, Su as in millet. Gu means osmanthus flower. In the future I will take care of young master's meals and lodgings." The smile of the cold young lady had the charm of a flower blooming and killing 100 flowers. Qin Pingon was a little reserved. He subconsciously cupped his fists and returned the greeting. "I will have to trouble Miss Jean Su in the future." Then he was a little disappointed. He took off the wine jug and quickly drank a mouthful of wine. The woman was good at reading people's expressions. She acutely sensed the slight change in the young man, but did not think too much about it. There were all kinds of things in the world. It was normal for the young man to have some worries. The woman took her leave. However, at the door she saw an unexpected and even more unexpected acquaintance. It was the old Fan family coachman who had driven the two of them to Osmanthus Island. The woman smiled and asked, "Young Master Fan, do you have any instructions for me?" The old coachman seemed to be quite respectful to this Aunt Gui. He shook his head and smiled. "I have been entrusted by the family head to go to Inverted Hanging Mountain with young Master Qin. In the meantime I am afraid I will have to stay in the Gui Vein courtyard." The surprise in Aunt Gui's eyes grew. She asked, "Do you need Jean Su to stay elsewhere?" The old coachman nodded. "It would be best if she could choose a courtyard closer to us. She can just send some food over every day. You don't have to worry about anything else." Although Aunt Gui was puzzled, she did not say anything. She turned her head and greeted Jean Su, who had a normal expression. Then they left together. The old coachman did not forget to remind her. "The family head has instructed me to trouble Madame Gui with something. Let the ancestral osmanthus tree at the top of the mountain leave some of its shade in the Gui Vein courtyard. This will prevent outsiders from spying on us." Aunt Gui nodded. On Osmanthus Island, the young girl Jean Su, who had won the hearts of hundreds of osmanthus girls, could not help but turn her head to look at the old coachman and the straw sandal youth. After Aunt Gui and Jean Su walked out of the Gui Vein courtyard, a cool mountain breeze blew past. At the same time, the shade of the tree covered the courtyard. It was just a flash, and then the sun was still shining brightly. The old coachman, who was called Grandpama by Fan Air, faced Qin Pingon and said frankly, "I am called Ma Ji. I am one of the Fan family's retainers. I am a golden elixir realm sword cultivator. However, my talent is not high and my killing power is not strong. I am not even a match for the Fu family's consecrator Chu Yang. This time I, Ma Ji, have been entrusted by the family head. However, the family head has also been entrusted by Mr. Zheng of the dust medicine shop to accompany young Master Qin in the sword trial. When Qin Pingon heard Mr. Zheng, he knew that this should be one of Zheng Dafeng's rewards. He cupped his hands in salute for the second time in this small courtyard. The old man smiled and nodded. There is no rush. I will stay in the side room of the small courtyard. Young Master Qin, rest well today. You can walk around Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, when the sword trial starts tomorrow, young Master Qin may not have so much free time. The old man walked to a side room. After closing the door, he said with a smile, if Mr. Zheng is not joking, then the hospitality of the Fan family on Osmanthus Island this time is a bit exaggerated. Can that young martial artist really withstand it? I, Ma Ji, am still a golden elixir realm sword cultivator of the same generation, but I am still a 9th realm sword cultivator. When he said this, a black flying sword more than a foot long flew out of the old man's chi residence. After it appeared, it began to circle around the old man slowly. The sword chi was thick and it dragged out streaks of black fireflies. The room was filled with cold sword chi. The heat of midsummer instantly disappeared. Qin Pingon lived in the main room facing the courtyard door. After closing the door, he carefully opened the bundle that Zheng Dafeng had originally thrown at the door. There was a book that still had the smell of fresh ink. It was well printed, and the title of the book was Swordsmanship Proper. It was very likely that Zheng Dafeng had used his connections with the Fan family to find a trustworthy bookstore and had it personally printed. Just the 4 words of the book that greeted his eyes showed his skill, and he really couldn't associate it with the sloppy Zheng Dafeng. Other than this sword technique proper, there was also an unremarkable small cotton pouch. Weighing it, there were not many coins, only a dozen or so. Qin Pingon mistakenly thought that it was small summer money or Guyu money. In the end, when he opened it, Qin Pingon was so frightened that he hurriedly covered the pouch. It was actually a pouch of fine gold copper coins that could make Guyu money call him lord. Qin Pingon did not know how precious fine gold copper coins were. How did he get his hands on Luopa Mountain and the other mountains? It was the result of throwing out fine gold copper coins as light as a feather. Qin Pingon did not even count the number and did not identify the type of fine gold copper coins. Was it tribute money? Winter jasmine money? Bet on winning money? Or all 3? Qin Pingon did not say anything and directly put away 15 of them. In the end, there was only a jade tablet and a letter left. The jade tablet did not have any engravings or carvings. It was just a simple square jade tablet, but the texture was fine. Felt like the best silk in the world. At first glance, it was a very good old thing. As for how good it was with Qin Pingon's current eyesight, he could not tell. Qin Pingon opened the envelope. The handwriting in the letter was indeed the same as the title of the sword technique proper. It must have been written by Zheng Dafeng himself. The few things in the letter were concise and to the point. This sword technique was not high, but it was already the peak of martial arts. The sword techniques recorded were all moves that returned to the origin. It was very suitable for a one-track-minded person like Qin Pingon to study and cultivate. The 15 fine gold copper coins were to repay 5 qian. As for the jade tablet, Zheng Dafeng only said 3 words in the letter. An object close at hand. Other than that, there was no introduction, origin, or how to use it. Not a word was mentioned. But even if it was just 3 words, it was enough. When the young Cui Dong traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom, this Dali imperial tutor carried it with him. It was also an object close at hand. At the end of the letter, Zheng Dafeng said that Ma Ji would accompany him to test his sword. It was just a small bonus for the 3 transactions. It was to let Qin Pingon better adapt to the invisible pressure of the Great Wall of Sword Qi on a pure martial artist. Therefore, the Jindan sword cultivator Ma Ji would use his natal flying sword when the time came. It was not only to teach him sword techniques, but also to teach Qin Pingon how to fight against a 5th realm sword cultivator. When it came to this matter, Zheng Dafeng was not stingy with his words. He even added a few words about how one could be a good man after suffering. But even if Qin Pingon only held the letter and looked at the words, he could imagine Zheng Dafeng's sly smile when he wrote the letter. Qin Pingon knew very well that Zheng Dafeng had heard about his 3rd realm tempering, so he did not plan on letting him be comfortable in 4th realm. Jing Dafeng was probably secretly happy in the dusty medicine shop. Once he thought about how Qin Pingon would suffer on Osmanthus Island, he would definitely drink cold water as if it were wine. Otherwise, the old sword cultivator would not have let Qin Pingon finish touring Osmanthus Island today. Qin Pingon had no choice but to jump into the hole that Jing Dafeng had dug. He kept the sword manual and the jade tablet. An object close at hand could also be placed into a square-inch object. Qin Pingon thought of the divine grandeur sex He Xiaoyang for no reason. Her square-inch object was a dazzling collection of objects close at hand. But when he thought of this Daoist fairy who had a very good first impression of him, Qin Pingon only had a thick haze in his heart now. Qin Pingon exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and went out to tour Osmanthus Island. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the ferry had yet to set sail. There were still many Qi refinement warriors boarding the ferry at the foot of the mountain. Retracting his gaze, Qin Pingon looked into the distance. There was a magnificent scene of boundless seawater on three sides. It made one feel relaxed and happy. When placed in it, one would feel extremely small. Qin Pingon remembered something. Regarding the word, strongest. The old man surnamed Cui in the bamboo house said that his third realm was the strongest in the world. Not the Aquarius continent. Later on, Jing Dafeng mentioned this matter and also said that Li Er was once the strongest ninth realm martial artist with the strongest foundation. But now that he had entered the 10th realm, Qin Pingon guessed that Li Er had temporarily lost the title of strongest. Qin Pingon looked into the distance. He heard from Cui Dong that this vast world was extremely huge. There were 5 lakes and 4 seas and 9 continents. The Aquarius continent, Julu continent, Baifeng continent, Pasua continent, Jinjia continent and so on. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the largest Earth Divine continent. And the Earth Divine continent had several large dynasties. Dali could only be comparable to them after annexing half of the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon could not help but think of a question. Did the legendary 11th realm of martial arts, martial god, exist in the world? The young man Cui Dong laughed and did not give an answer. Jinjia continent. In the ruins of an ancient battlefield where the spirit Qi was extremely thin, numerous enormous statues that were hundreds of meters tall when they were alive, had all collapsed to the ground. None of them were spared and they stretched out like a broken mountain range. This place became a natural forbidden ground for Qi cultivators of the continent. There were often gusts of wind that swept across the world without warning. For Qi cultivators of the 5th realm who were below the golden core of the Earth Immortal realm, it was tantamount to cutting through their bones. At the most majestic and broken Buddha statue that had fallen to the ground, the Buddha statue, which seemed to be smiling while holding a flower before falling to the ground, had its arms severed from the shoulder. The entire arm was lying on the ground. The flower that the Buddha was holding had long been crushed, and only 3 of its 5 fingers were left. It raised one of its fingers and pointed at the sky. Just this one finger alone was more than 100 feet tall. One could imagine how tall this Buddha statue was when it was intact. There was a barefoot girl in white standing on the finger. Her eyes were closed and her hands were forming a seal. She stood against the wind. The girl's face was ordinary, like a little girl that could be seen everywhere in the streets. A gust of wind came and crashed into the finger of the Buddha statue and the girl standing on the fingertip like a tide. The girl did not open her eyes. She only moved her lips slightly and whispered in a dialect of the Jinjia continent, "Open." The gust of wind was split into 2 as if it was split by someone. It whistled past the 2 sides of the Buddha statue's finger. Only a few strands of wind managed to escape and brushed past the girl's cheeks. In an instant her face was cut open. But in an instant the girl's face returned to normal. The wind blew past the girl and took away the orchid fragrance. In the sea near the Julu continent there was a mountain peak. The mountain peak was like a cone piercing the sky. Only the peak was a circular depression in the shape of a bowl. It was like a well. It was bottomless, but there was a faint reflection of fire on the wall of the well. At the well of this active volcano, there was a burly man who was naked. He held his cheek with one hand and sat cross-legged on a dark reef. He was silent and deep in thought. Around him were rolling flames and magma. The heat waves were overwhelming, but the man was unaware. The man was born with polychoria. He frowned and muttered, "It's a little difficult to break through the threshold of the golden body realm. I have to blame myself for eating too many elixirs. 200 pounds? Or 300 pounds? Looks like when I reach the golden body realm I can't stupidly eat that stuff like rice. Everything else aside, it's troublesome to have to poop every day. If word gets out, it'll really damage the reputation of a 6th realm martial artist. A swift and fierce flying sword silently pierced through the well. The burly man collapsed to the ground and slid into the sea of fire. The natal flying sword, which was the same size as the swordsman at the foot of the mountain, did not stop there. It flew around the walls of the well at the mouth of the volcano, causing countless rocks to fall into the sea of fire. If it were anywhere else in the North Continent, given the cultivation level of the flying sword's owner and the sharpness of the natal flying sword, it would probably have pierced through a mountain. But here it was extremely difficult for the flying sword to cut through the walls of the well. A long-robed elder with a long sword on his back stood at the mouth of the volcano. After piercing the man with polychoria, the elder's thunderous voice resounded through the bottom of the well. "I've finally found you, you damned bastard. Don't pretend to be dead. I know your life is tough, but it's all right. You're the one who chose this place of death where you can't escape. If you're buried here without a corpse, your sins might be lessened." The elder stretched out 2 fingers and circled them behind his shoulder. He gently brushed the hilt of his sword. The sword left its scabbard and rushed into the clouds. Then it plummeted rapidly from the mouth of the volcano to the sea of fire. When the sword plunged into the sea of fire and magma, there was a loud boom. Waves of flames that were dozens of feet high splashed up. In the sea of fire, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen swimming rapidly. The sword was like a harpoon stabbing out rapidly again and again. At the foot of the volcano there was a person slowly climbing up the mountain. There were old Daoists pasting talisman posters on the rocks. There were monks forming seals with their hands and gently patting the ground. There was someone holding a scroll that seemed to have no end. He pulled it all the way from the foot of the mountain, spreading it all over the ground. There was also a green-robed elder holding a brush. He was splashing ink on the ground, writing down the teachings of the scholarly sage. As the elder at the top of the mountain tried to kill the murderer with his 2 swords, he mocked himself. "I'm a dignified golden core sword cultivator. To think that I have to go through so much trouble to kill a martial artist of the pugilistic world who hasn't even reached the 7th level." The elder thought of all the tragedies. It wasn't just the calamity of his sect. There were also the countless people who died unjustly at the foot of the mountain. This golden core sword cultivator was furious. He said angrily, "A person like you who kills for fun deserves to die. 100 deaths won't be enough to atone for your sins." The 2 armies faced each other. The sound of drums shook the sky. In one of the armies, there was actually a man in embroidered clothes lying lazily on a platform that was temporarily built. He looked to be less than 30 years old. There were 2 outstanding beauties sitting at the 2 ends of the bed. One was massaging the young man's temples, while the other was bending over and gently tapping the man's calf. What was even more inconceivable was that behind the man, there was a commander's banner that was flapping in the wind. One of the beauties, who had the appearance of a maidservant, was carefully tapping the outer calf of the man in embroidered clothes. She glanced at the other woman and smiled charmingly. "Young master, I heard that in the enemy camp, there's an 8th-level sword cultivator and a 9th-level military cultivator helping to hold the line. It seems like our Gaoxio's ex-husband really loves Gaoxio. His anger for a beauty is truly moving. Young master, why don't you return Gaoxio to her? Reuniting after a broken mirror is also a beautiful story." At this point, the charmingly beautiful woman raised her hand and covered her mouth as she laughed. "Young master, you've already tasted our Gaoxio pretty much. Moreover, she's petty and has never been willing to share the reign with her sisters. Wouldn't she spoil your fun? How can there be such a rude and unreasonable maidservant in the world?" The other beautiful woman, who was called Gaoxio, turned a deaf ear to her words. She only used her thumbs to gently press against the man's temples and gently massage them. The man in embroidered clothes squinted his eyes and laughed. "Gaoxio is shy, young master's heart aches for her. As for you, you can take it. If young master's heart aches for you, blindly taking pity on you and not understanding the situation, won't you rebel?" The woman who was tapping his legs had a face full of lust. She raised her eyebrows at Gaoxio. The latter was oblivious to the other party's provocation. The man in embroidered clothes gently lifted his leg, Take off young master's boots. The woman's eyes immediately lit up. She knelt in front of the bed, her hands trembling as she took off the boots for the man in embroidered clothes. The man sat up and stretched. Our Fuyao continent is only slightly bigger than the Aquarius continent, it's too boring. He was barefooted, he extended his hand into the woman's collar, and finally took out a golden ball that had the body temperature of a beauty. He pinched it lightly, and instantly donned a silver armor that was often mistaken as the armor of a military deity. The only difference was that the armor was filled with all sorts of scars, and at the chest area, there was a small hole that looked as though it had been pierced by a sword. The young man wearing the unknown armor slowly walked a few steps forward, and suddenly turned to the woman called Zhou Xian and laughed. Your husband is not as good as me in everything except for one thing. I will never be able to catch up to him, and that is his ability to tell jokes. He extended his arm and pointed to the enemy in the distance, his mouth curled up, and said to the woman, for example, he invited a sword cultivator and even a military deity. Your young master almost died from laughing at him. The beauty who was taking off the boots for the young man sat on the ground with her back against the bed, laughing out loud while holding her stomach. She was extremely flirtatious. The young man turned to the enemy formation and laughed. Other people's wives are good, but other people's widows are even better. The man dressed in the snow-white armor soared into the sky, directly leaping over the cavalry formation of his own army, and above the thousands of soldiers and horses, he was like a white rainbow hanging in the sky. At the northernmost part of the snow-white continent, it was an endless land of ice and snow. The wind and snow were raging and the sun could not be seen. Someone was wearing a snow-white marten fur coat. Occasionally the wind and snow would cause the marten fur coat to stick close to her body, revealing her slim figure. Under the huge marten hat that was pressed very low, a pair of bright eyes could be seen. This person had a black scabbard hanging on her waist, revealing only a small part of it. From time to time she would stretch out her hand from the fur coat, and use her thumb to gently caress the hilt of the saber, revealing a jade lotus root-like wrist whiter than snow, and would even emit a sparkling and translucent luster. She should be a young woman. But she dared to walk alone in this bone-chilling land of ice and snow, in the northernmost snow-white continent of the 9 great continents. She walked in the northernmost part of the snow-white continent. Even a Jindan realm chi cultivator might not dare to be so careless, to travel alone to the north. The woman took out a steamed bun that was as hard as iron, and lightly bit and swallowed it. Her gaze was always fixed in front. The snow-white continent was an extremely cold land, desolate and uninhabited, but there would often be big demons appearing, occupying the right time and place, and was extremely difficult to deal with. In the Jindan realm, other than sword cultivators, no one was willing to come here and entangle with those crafty big demons. Once they provoked the anger of the crowd, they would often be heavily surrounded, and there would be no one to respond to them. The woman stopped in her tracks and just finished eating the steamed bun. In front of her, in the midst of the wind and snow, a huge head of a snow wolf slowly popped out. When it appeared within a radius of 100 feet, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. The woman lifted her marten hat, raised her head, and confronted the snow wolf that was as tall as a small mountain. She let out a burp, and then a slash. After a moment, there was no difference between heaven and earth, and she had already started to sheath her saber. She continued to walk forward and smiled. Let me borrow your head to exchange for some money. When she walked to the front of the snow wolf, the big demon just happened to collapse like a mountain. She looked at the huge wolf head that was chopped off with a slash and was somewhat troubled. Such a huge head, did she have to carry it back? So she turned her head to look at the wind and snow in the distance and raised her hand to greet. You come help me bring this head back and I will spare your life. As a reward, the rest of the snow wolf's body is all yours. After that, the woman returned in the wind and snow, and behind her was a mountain-moving ape that was holding the bloody wolf head with both hands. Even though there were several big demons near the snow wolf's headless body, and were itching to make a move and were secretly drooling, but in the end, no one dared to take half a step into the lightning pool. In the vast world there were 5 lakes and 4 seas, and each territory was vast. In a collapsed Zhou Xian territory, it had already been submerged by a large lake. At the bottom of the lake there was an ancient battlefield ruins, and a man was hunting those heroic spirits that had not dissipated, and after capturing them he placed them into a small fish basket at his waist. In the sky above the sea, there was a dome that was so high that it seemed like one could touch the vast world by raising one's hand. Here there were 2 layers of billowing clouds, and the 2 were separated by more than 100 miles. In the sea of clouds high above, there was a completely negligible gap in the sea of clouds. There was a skinny old man with long eyebrows sitting cross-legged beside the cloud well, and in his hand was a glistening emerald-green fishing rod, but there was no fishing line. In the layer of clouds below, about 70 to 80 miles away from the old man, a large group of cloud whales flew past. The old man made a casting gesture, and under the sunlight, the tip of the green bamboo fishing rod was faintly visible, and it was extremely fine and silvery white. The fishing line tied up a huge cloud whale that was several miles long, and the cloud whale that was born with great strength began to struggle violently. The old man fiercely pulled the fishing rod back and at the same time stood up, and the fishing rod was pulled into a shocking arc. The old man laughed and said, "Good fellow. You are quite strong." The 2 sides confronted each other for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, and the old man held the fishing rod and ran around in the sea of clouds, cursing and swearing. It was very comical. A pure martial artist who could ride the wind and travel far away was at least Realm 8. Even if he was just a Realm 8 martial artist, it would be more than enough to kill a cloud whale. Even if he were to confront a group of cloud whales, he would still be able to win. However, the mystery of the old man's fishing was that he condensed a breath of vital energy into a fishing line that was as thin as a hair, and purely used it to deal with a cloud whale's divine strength. This was the most shocking part. A pure martial artist's strength was in the word, pure. Earth Divine Continent, a colossus that was once one of the 9 great dynasties of the world, was destroyed just like that, and its dynasty was cut off. Generally speaking, the only force that could destroy such a huge dynasty was an existence that was even bigger than the 9 great dynasties. However, this time it was definitely not the case. In the city of the fallen country, where smoke rose from the glorious palace, there was a horse that was slowly moving forward. Wherever it passed, the generals and soldiers would retreat like the tide. This horse directly urged the horse to go to the great hall that was renowned throughout the 9 continents. The war horse did not enter the great hall through the stairs on the 2 sides of the dragon wall. Instead, the horse's hooves stepped directly on the dragon wall, like a wild horse going down a mountain slope. The person riding the horse was tall and big. He wore golden battle armor and a helmet that hid his face. He held a talisman-covered spear that flowed with golden light. It was much longer than a normal spear. The mount was a dragon steed that was a descendant of a flood dragon. It was very mystical and rarely seen in the world. There was also a sheathless sword at the waist of this cavalry general. The sword had no edge and was covered in rust. There were 2 blurry ancient seal characters that were worn out. Before the horse entered the great hall, this general who had contributed to the destruction of the country suddenly raised his arm and pointed a finger at the sky. After the cavalry general made this action, he seemed to be waiting for heaven's response. However, he was calm and collected. After stopping for a moment, he lightly squeezed the horse's belly and continued forward. After the horse crossed the threshold of the great hall, the cavalry general's line of sight was the most precious dragon throne in the world. The general lowered his head and looked at the sheathless sword. "I heard that the sheath was left in a small place like Aquarius continent. Should I get someone to retrieve it, or should I make a trip myself?" The general took off his helmet, revealing a head of black hair that flowed down. It was her, not him. A female martial god. (259). Standing under the shade of the ancestral osmanthus tree on the mountaintop of Osmanthus Island, Qin Pingon could not help but think of the old locust tree in his hometown. However, the osmanthus leaves in front of him were as lush as a canopy, but the old locust tree was no longer there. After a moment of sadness, Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. He still remembered the scene of the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket running while carrying the locust tree branch. Li Baoping was lively and cute. She was not afraid of anything. She and Fan Air of Old Dragon City were carefree and could live every day happily. Qin Pingon was very envious of them. He hoped that he could become people like them one day. Apart from Qin Pingon, there were ferry passengers standing under the old osmanthus tree in 2s and 3s. They were all onlookers who had come because of its reputation. They pointed at the old tree and chatted. Some women chose their spots to stand and let a few painters from Osmanthus Island, who were specially waiting here, pick up their brushes and paint for them. There was also a family of 3 who asked the Chi cultivator painter, who was skilled in painting, to draw a family portrait for them as a memento. Fan Air had previously reminded Qin Pingon in the carriage that the customers who could go to Inverted Hanging Mountain to do business from Old Dragon City had different realms and backgrounds. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that these people were not to be trifled with. After a lot of twists and turns, anyone could bring out 1 or 2 great figures or celestial families. This was because in addition to the Fan family's own warehouses on Osmanthus Island, many wealthy customers would also use Osmanthus Island to carry goods. This group of people did not lack background and financial resources. They might even be richer than the Fan family. They only lacked a cross-continent ferry that they had obtained by chance and a mature and stable route. Qin Pingon was not someone who liked to stir up trouble, so Fan Air's reminder was icing on the cake. At that moment, Qin Pingon stood quietly at a distance. He waited for a middle-aged painter to hand over the painting scroll. Only then did Qin Pingon walk forward and brushed past the woman who was holding the painting scroll excitedly. He glanced at the painting scroll in the hands of a female Qi refinement warrior. It was very lifelike, unlike the painted door gods in his hometown that were rigid and motionless. On the painting scroll, the woman's clothes and black hair fluttered slowly. A tree of osmanthus leaves also swayed like ripples. However, with Qin Pingon's eyesight, he discovered that the woman's real appearance was slightly different from the painting scroll. It seemed to have added some color to the painter's painting. Qin Pingon was amazed. Compared to the steel rubbing method on the Kun boat previously, each had its own merits. When the middle-aged artist saw the young man with a sword on his back, he shook his wrist. Behind him, there was an osmanthus girl holding a small table with the 4 treasures of the study placed on it. The artist smiled and asked, "Young master, do you want to paint too? Our Osmanthus Island is traveling across continents this time. Before we reach the inverted mountain, there will be 10 sceneries along the way. Each of them is unique in the world. Among them is this ancestral osmanthus tree. With the light of the celestial osmanthus, the painting scroll that we paint will have a faint fragrance lingering around it. It can be preserved for 100 years without fading and can be destroyed by insects and ants. It will definitely not disappoint you." Before Qin Pingon moved, he had already kept the osmanthus wooden token. He nodded and smiled. "I want to paint 3 of the same thing. May I know how much it will cost?" The middle-aged artist was stunned. He did not know if the young man in straw sandals in front of him was the Gong son of a rich family or a rich child who did not know the ways of the world. Most people would paint at most 1 painting. Who would want as many as 3 at one go? However, no one would complain about earning too much money. The artist smiled and said, "1 painting costs 10 snowflakes. If you want 3, I can give you a discount. I will only charge you 25 snowflakes." The osmanthus lady, whose beauty was far inferior to the golden millet of the osmanthus bloodline, smiled sweetly and added in a soft voice, "If you have the special wooden token of Osmanthus Island, you can even get a discount." Qin Pingon shook his head. "No, I am just an ordinary customer. 1 painting cost 10 snowflakes." To Qin Pingon, who always bought the cheapest wine, it was an unimaginable expense. However, today Qin Pingon did not hesitate and directly took out 25 snowflakes. According to the osmanthus lady's request, he only needed to place them on her small table. The Fan family's artist did not touch them. Then the middle-aged artist had Qin Pingon stand under the osmanthus tree. After changing positions several times, he finally chose a spot with the best view. Qin Pingon stood alone under the tree. Facing the artist's scrutiny, he was clearly a bit reserved. After the artist kindly comforted him with a few words, he relaxed slightly. His limbs were no longer so stiff, but his face was still a bit tense. The artist did not dare to point out too much. He originally thought that he could just put more thought into it when he started to paint. The osmanthus lady could not help but smile. Such a shy customer was rare on Osmanthus Island, where immortals gathered. In the past, there were a few bold men and women who asked if they could stand on their ancestors' osmanthus tree and asked the artist to paint a painting of ascending and looking into the distance. The woman asked if she could hold the osmanthus in her hand. Of course, it was not possible. The middle-aged artist picked up his brush and lightly waved his sleeve. The rare rice paper from Qinghuan slid down from the small table and slowly flew in front of him. It hovered motionlessly as if it was placed on a flat painting table. The artist was not in a hurry to paint on the paper, but started to brew his emotions. He wrote deeply into the wood. To paint a portrait he had to draw out a certain spirit. The artist had one hand behind his back and the other holding onto the brush. He stared at the young man under the tree. He carried a sword sheath on his back, his fists were clenched tightly by his sides. His eyes were bright, his skin was slightly dark, and he wore a pair of grass sandals that were not commonly seen. His clothes were simple and plain, but they were clean and tidy and did not give off a sloppy feeling. Compared to the young men in the south, he was slightly shorter. Maybe in the north of the Aquarius continent he would have a more youthful stature. But the skilled artist realized that he was actually unable to capture the spirit of the young man in front of him. It was not that the young man did not have it, but the artist was unable to confirm it. He felt that no matter how he painted, it would be difficult to paint to the state of complete divine likeness. The artist was not willing to reveal his weakness in case the cooked duck flew away. 25 snowflakes, he could get 5 of them, which was not a small amount. The middle-aged artist could only brace himself and pretended to be confident and started to paint. The first portrait of the young man could only be said to be extremely similar. Not to mention a qi cultivator like him, even the ordinary court painters in the Mountain Dynasty could do it. The artist was extremely dissatisfied, but he could not voice out his bitterness. After painting, the artist took a short rest. The young man also took down the wine flask at his waist and drank a mouthful of wine. After drinking, he became more relaxed. The young man turned his head to look at the northern land and a smile appeared on his face. It was probably because he thought of a beautiful person or something. After the young man retracted his gaze, he crossed his arms and puffed out his chest, smiling brightly. The artist inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene and had a flash of inspiration. He had it. Thus the second painting was obviously filled with spirit. The complex emotions of the young man traveling thousands of miles away from home slowly flowed out from the artist's brush. When the middle-aged artist was resting, the young man drank again, and then he no longer had a smile on his face. He no longer crossed his arms, and it was as though he did not want the wine flask at his waist to appear in the painting, and hid it behind his back. But the young man's formless aura was even more stable, like an adult who could take care of himself even if he was far away from home. The artist was also more satisfied with the third painting. Osmanthus Lil, Miss Hohot, was already familiar with the 3 scrolls and the white jade scroll. After Qin Pingon ran all the way here and saw the 3 scrolls, he looked very happy and did not have any objections. Handing the paintings to the young man, the middle-aged artist was actually a little apprehensive. "I hope young master will be satisfied." Qin Pingon held the 3 paintings with both hands and smiled brightly. "It's very good. Thank you." The middle-aged artist was relieved and smiled. "In the future, if young master still wants to paint, you can make an appointment with me. In the future I will definitely paint the 9 sceneries of Osmanthus Island on time, and I will give young master a 10% discount. My name is Su Yu Ting. Young master only needs to ask any of the Osmanthus flower ladies on the ferry, and you will be able to find me." Qin Pingon nodded his head and took his leave. Actually, Qin Pingon was too embarrassed to say that the chances of getting the 9 sceneries of the sea in the future were not high. According to Qin Pingon's attitude of not giving up until he was dead, and Qin Pingon's temper of asking for trouble, it was unlikely that he would leave the Gui Mai courtyard in the future. Returning to the house in the Gui Mai courtyard, Qin Pingon began to write a letter. Every stroke of his was written seriously and it was full of craftsmanship. Not to mention his disciple Cui Dongshan, even Li Baoping was far from being comparable. Previously, in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, Qin Pingon had wanted to send a letter to Cliff Academy and his hometown Longquan, but he was afraid of unexpected complications. After all, Old Dragon City's surname was Fan, and he did not dare to act rashly. After knowing that the Fan family had an immortal relay station for flying swords on Osmanthus Island, he wanted to wait until he got on the boat. This time it just so happened that he had drawn 3 paintings. One of them was to be sent to Li Baoping along with the letter, and the other was to be sent to Longquan. When the time came, he would have the little boy in green and the little girl in pink help him go to his parents' graves and burn the painting, so that his parents would know that he was living a good life. This was why Qin Pingon had hidden the blade-strengthening gourd under the osmanthus tree. He could not let his parents know that he was already an alcoholic. After writing the 2 letters and carrying the 2 paintings, Qin Pingon once again left the courtyard and went to the Immortal relay station. This time Qin Pingon met the osmanthus flower girl Jin Su outside the door. Although Qin Pingon insisted on going to the relay station to send the letter, Jin Su also insisted on leading the way. She said that although she did not live in the Gui Mai courtyard, she was still a maidservant there. If Qin Pingon wanted to deal with this matter alone, she would definitely be punished by Aunt Gui and the Fan family. Qin Pingon had no choice but to let her follow. Fortunately, after arriving at the relay station, Jin Su remained silent and did not interfere. Even when Qin Pingon put away the Gui Mai wooden tablet and paid for the snow as an ordinary guest, the girl acted as if she did not see anything. Jin Su sent Qin Pingon back to the entrance of the small courtyard, then stopped to say goodbye. When he returned to his residence, Aunt Gui was in an elegant and quiet courtyard. Turned out that they lived together. Even the elders of Osmanthus Island did not know that Jin Su was this woman's only disciple. Jin Su sat across from the woman. The woman smiled and asked, "What is it? Is there something on your mind? Is it related to that young man?" Jin Su, who had a cold temperament, did not smile much even when facing this teacher of hers. "It's a bit strange." Aunt Gui smiled and said, "Right now, you are still in a corner of Osmanthus Island, following the ferry to and fro on the sea. In fact, you have very few opportunities to interact with people. It is normal for you to feel that the young man is strange." For the first time, Jin Su revealed a naive expression and said in a huff, "I have also disembarked from the ferry to the inner city a few times. I have seen many young talents of Old Dragon City." The woman laughed involuntarily. "And then you fell in love with Sun Jiaxu at first sight? You even mercilessly rejected Fu Nanhua's good intentions? Do you know that the Fan family wishes for you to be closer to Fu Nanhua? However, although the Fan family is a family of businessmen, their family values have always been good. Even if you are not sensible and almost cause trouble, they still do not want to force you. Why don't you try to change to another family of Old Dragon City? You would have already suffered a lot by now." Jin Su's eyes were sharp. "The Fan family has treated me well. I will repay them in the future. But if they dare to push me too far, Without waiting for the girl to finish, the woman leaned forward and slapped her disciple's forehead heavily. She laughed angrily and said, "Don't talk nonsense. You are just a cavern realm chi cultivator who staggered to the middle 5 states. Do you really think you are a cultivation genius? In terms of talent, you are about the same as the fanboy. In Old Dragon City, you are considered amazing, but in the entire Aquarius continent, you are not the best. If you are in the whole vast world." Speaking of this, the woman sighed. It was very difficult to accept a disciple who was suitable to her. It was even more difficult to let the disciple break through the realm and reach the sky step by step. Therefore, for a real immortal family at the top of the mountain, accepting a disciple was always the most important thing. It was second only to their own attainment of Tao and immortality. She knew 2 earth immortals of the 10th level and a pure jade realm cultivator. In order to test the temperament of a future disciple, they would spend at least 10 years and at most 100 years. Only when everything was ready would they accept the disciple as a disciple. The arrogant young girl went all out. Since there were no outsiders here, she got up and moved to sit beside the woman. She hugged Aunt Gui's arm and said coquettishly, "Jin Su, don't you have a good master?" Aunt Gui pointed at the girl with a finger and said jokingly, "You have a good master, but I have a lousy disciple who makes me worry." The young girl hugged the woman's arm and leaned her head on the woman's shoulder. She murmured, "Master, do you think Sun Jiaxu likes me?" Aunt Gui did not answer the question. Instead she teased, "Spring is gone, but the heart of love is still there." Jin Su's face was full of shyness. She complained, "Pastor." The woman turned her head and stared at her disciple's face. She smiled kindly and said, "How can a man not like such a beautiful girl?" Jin Su was full of joy. However, the woman sighed and said, "But have you ever thought that Sun Jiaxu is not only an outstanding man, he is also the head of the Sun family in Old Dragon City. He is an ambitious man who wants to become the ancestor of the Sun family's resurgence. He is also the disciple of the Shang family with high hopes. Even if the two of you can overcome all difficulties and walk together in the end, once you marry a merchant, your path of cultivation will be very difficult. The young girl's expression dimmed. The woman stroked Jin Su's soft hair. The path of cultivation is infinitely beautiful, but it is not easy to walk on it. Every choice is cultivation. Life in this world is a bitter cultivation. The woman suddenly smiled and said, Master doesn't understand. Why do you not like Fanboy? He is such a good child. If you can truly like him, even if I have to throw away my face and use up my 1,000 years of relationship with the Fan family, I will still make a marriage between the two of you. Jin Su exclaimed and quickly sat up straight. Master, please don't randomly match a couple. That Fanboy is silly and doesn't have the slightest bit of heroic spirit or formidable disposition. He's always fooling around. If I fell for a little brat like him, then I'd really be possessed. The woman smiled and shook her head. Jin Su said softly, Master, look. The friend that Fan Air made is so boring. He is like a piece of wood. Everything he does and says is rigid. This kind of person, no matter how good his family background is, no matter how much the Fan family treats him, his future achievements will not be very high. The woman thought for a moment. Regarding this matter, she neither agreed nor disagreed. After Qin Pingon returned to the courtyard, he did not have anything to worry about for the time being. He began to practice the 6-step stance in the courtyard. The old Jindan swordsman did not actually need to leave the room to observe the youth's practice. However, the old man still pushed open the door and walked out, openly watching the stance. Qin Pingon did not care about this. He continued to practice in silence. Before taking the Shu Shui Nation ferry, Qin Pingon's practice of the stance walking was relatively slow. On the 200,000 li of Dragon Path as well as the Yangji Hall ferry, Qin Pingon was already at the threshold of level 4. Thus his punches were extremely fast. In total he punched 300,000 times. It seemed like he had completed them in the blink of an eye. Now that he had completely broken through the bottleneck of level 3 and entered level 4, Qin Pingon once again slowed down his punches. The 3 Qi refining realms of pure martial arts were Qi refining. Unlike the Qi refining of cultivators, one had to put a lot of effort into the 3 matters of the soul, spirit and courage. The old man surnamed Chui from Luapa Mountain's bamboo tower had once said that Qin Pingon, the strongest of the 3 realms, as long as he successfully broke through, the rest of the 3 Qi refining realms would be smooth and unobstructed. As for the torment of level 4, Qin Pingon always felt that it was a bit fleeting and empty. It was not like the previous 3 realms, where each step landed on solid ground. Therefore Qin Pingon did not feel deeply about it for the time being. He did not know if his level 4 was solid enough. The old man had once suggested that it would be best for level 4, level 6 martial masters to search for opportunities in the ruins of ancient battlefields. There were many yin qi and evil qi, strong yang astral winds, and all kinds of chaotic qi of various origins. These were all good things that martial artists used to temper their soul and courage. In the end, it was all about suffering. This was fighting against the heavens and earth. Taking a step back, the next best thing would be killing on the battlefield. The more bloody the battle, the more one would be able to understand, the whole world is your enemy. The next best thing would be the fighting in Jianghu. Martial masters or qi cultivators in the middle 5 realms would be used as whetstones to hone one's martial Dao. As for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, its sword qi was rampant between heaven and earth. It naturally rejected all qi cultivators who were not sword cultivators, not to mention pure martial artists. It was unknown how many martial artists did not know when to stop, or how many of their Dao protectors were not strong enough. They coveted to increase their realm and died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. That was why the old man had asked Qin Pingon to reach level 4 before he set off to the inverted mountain. He had to climb up the city wall and then walk down it alive. As for how long Qin Pingon needed to stay on the city wall and how many times he should climb up the city wall, the old man did not say a word. He probably felt that it was pure nonsense. The barefoot old man's vision was too high. He had reached the peak of level 10 100 years ago. Therefore his vision had always been set on the highest point in the world. Therefore the old man did not say a word to Qin Pingon about the things that many martial Dao masters would repeat many times. For example, he did not mention the opportunity to break through between level 4, level 6 and level 7. There was also no need to talk about the mysteries of the strongest person in each realm of martial arts. The less the old man said, the higher his expectations were. What is level 9 to a disciple that I personally taught? Even level 10 is not enough. You Qin Pingon should head straight for the legendary martial god realm. Even I, old man Cui, who has a loftiness higher than the heavens, should think that you Qin Pingon are above the heavens. But the affairs of the world were so strange. Old man Cui said very little, but Qin Pingon understood even more. Qin Pingon was confused about the two great opportunities in the Sun family's ancestral home. He only felt that he would not be satisfied if he did not throw that punch. Later on he knew the truth. Even if he kept watch time and time again waiting for the opportunity to descend with great difficulty, when the moment really arrived, Qin Pingon suddenly realized that he only felt that he had to throw that punch again. Then without hesitation he sent those cloud sea dragons formed by the golden air currents back into the sky again. The old man and the young man were both unreasonable. Ma Ji, the golden elixir realm sword cultivator, was not very surprised at first. However, after watching the youth fight for a long time, he finally saw some clues. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. He only felt that he had seen a ghost. A pure martial artist's soul and guts already had an embryonic form and were only waiting to be tempered. This meant that from level 4 to level 6, it would be very fast and could be said to be unobstructed. If one blindly pursued the speed of climbing the martial path, one could totally scare others out of their wits. If he had not known beforehand that the youth had just reached level 4, the old man would actually not be so shocked. However, Mr. Zheng had clearly said that the youth was only level 4. How could there be such a domineering level 4 in the world? This fan family guest discovered that the intrinsic flying sword in his Qi residence was restless. The old man actually had a slight thought of sparring with the youth with his sword. A golden elixir realm sword cultivator of level 9 Qi refinement warrior seriously sparring with a level 4 pure martial artist? The old man was filled with disappointment, feeling that he was really old. However, the old sword cultivator was soon relieved. The world was vast. How many geniuses could a frog at the bottom of a well like him, who was hiding at the bottom of the well in Old Dragon City, see? The youth before him who was practicing with a sword on his back was just one of them. The old man suddenly had a whim and smiled as he asked, Qin Pingon, don't tell me you want to become the strongest level 4 martial artist in the world? Qin Pingon had just finished a 6-step stance walk. He turned back and punched non-stop as he answered, of course. The old man only thought that this youth who could use his connections to test his sword came from the top aristocratic Immortal sect in the Aquarius continent. He was ambitious and had a youthful temperament. Therefore he did not feel that it was too abrupt. He did not dislike this kind of youthful frivolity. However, the old man did not know. The fist technique that the youth before him was practicing was just a simple stance. He had already practiced it hundreds of thousands of times. In the evening, the Osmanthus Island ferry that was previously covered by the huge island slowly set sail. If someone was at the top of Old Dragon City and looked into the distance, they would be able to see the huge figure of the ferry. Of course, if one was on this isolated island, they would be able to see it clearly. For example, the head of the Sun family, Sun Jiashu. This time when he left Old Dragon City, Sun Jiashu did not let his family's consecrators follow him. This was because he had an additional young sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden, Lu Baqiao. Lu Baqiao, who had rushed to Old Dragon City, was currently squatting on the railing of the island's viewing pavilion. He was looking at Osmanthus Island from afar. He looked slightly tired and desolate. He was tired because he had been riding his sword all the way to the south. It was inevitable that he was mentally and physically exhausted. The loneliness on his face was due to all sorts of feelings. It was as if a gush of depression had crawled up his throat. He wanted to spit it out but was afraid of hurting his friend. Sun Jiashu said softly, "Why don't you go to Osmanthus Island to explain?" Even if Lu Baqiao was an extremely talented sword cultivator, he had been in a hurry to leave the Wind and Thunder Garden. After riding his sword for such a long distance, his lips were still chapped. He stretched out his hand and wiped them. He shook his head and said, "I don't have the face to see Qin Pingon." Sun Jiashu leaned against the pavilion's pillar and sat beside Lu Baqiao. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've let you down this time. Qin Pingon is only my friend. It doesn't mean that he's your friend. I didn't think that Qin Pingon had so many secrets. Even you, Sun Jiaxu, couldn't help but be tempted by wealth. Actually, in the end it's my fault. I still underestimated my friend's ability. Sun Jiaxu, don't feel more guilty because of what I said. There's no need and you shouldn't be like this. Sun Jiaxu put his arm on the railing and looked sideways. A cool breeze brushed past his face. The originally handsome man looked even more elegant and otherworldly. He said softly, "You're right, but things shouldn't have become so bad. You didn't scold me or beat me and now you're trying to reason with me. You Lu Baqiao don't like to talk reason. I Sun Jiaxu know this better than anyone. So why do I feel like you want to cut ties with me?" Lu Baqiao shook his head and said, "No. You're thinking too much." Lu Baqiao turned his head and smiled, "It's true." Sun Jiaxu smiled and said, "You tricked me so miserably this time. Can it be considered that my heart is with the bright moon, but the bright moon illuminates the ditch?" Lu Baqiao continued to look into the distance and grinned, sour, even more sour than Qin Pingan's pickles. Sun Jiaxu smiled but sighed in his heart. The two got up and returned to Old Dragon City. Sun Jiaxu brought Lu Baqiao to the Sun clan's ancestral home. The nascent sole patriarch of the Sun clan, who was like a stabilizing needle, liked Lu Baqiao, the rising star of the Wind Thunder Garden, very much the first time they met. As an earth immortal, the old man rarely touched his chopsticks. Today he sat at the same table as the two youths and ate supper. It was all Lu Baqiao's favorite dishes. Lu Baqiao and the Sun clan's patriarch jested, just like in the early years. They never knew what nauseating was and they never hesitated to expose the old man's shortcomings. It made the old man laugh. Lu Baqiao still had to rush back to the Wind Thunder Garden. After eating, he hung the old dragon cloud-turning pendant and left on his sword. In the night, Sun Jiaxu held a fishing rod alone and fished silently by the shore. Late at night, Sun Jiaxu suddenly raised his head. Lu Baqiao returned on his sword and landed behind Sun Jiaxu. He kicked the Sun clan's patriarch into the river. After that, the sword cultivator of the Wind Thunder Garden didn't say a word and continued north on his sword. Sun Jiaxu walked ashore like a drowned rat, but he smiled happily. The old ancestor of the Sun clan appeared beside Sun Jiaxu out of thin air and said earnestly, "A friend like Lu Baqiao is a blessing to have in one's lifetime, whether it's 60 years or 100 or 1,000 years. You must cherish it." Sun Jiaxu wiped his face and smiled, "Today I truly understand. Patriarch, can you let me be willful for once and do something that Sun Jiaxu wants to do, but as the Sun clan's patriarch?" The old man didn't hesitate. The Sun clan's patriarch is happy to see it happen. Sun Jiaxu suddenly bowed to the old man, "Thank you for your kindness, patriarch." The old man laughed heartily, "Rise. This is outrageous. Brat, you are now the patriarch of the Sun clan." Sun Jiaxu carried his fishing rod and basket and quickly walked back to the Sun clan's ancestral home. He left that night and went to the Sun clan's mansion in the inner city to handle some matters. A golden core realm consecrator of the Sun clan's ancestral home found the Sun clan's patriarch not long after Sun Jiaxu left. He went straight to the point and said with a smile, "With such a patriarch of the Sun clan, I am willing to renew my agreement with the Sun clan for another 100 years. The old man laughed and agreed. Finally, the old man came to the ancestral hall alone and silently lit 3 incense sticks. Dusty medicine shop. Since Fan Air didn't need to go to the ancestral hall to be punished, the young man openly came to chat with Mr. Zheng. When the young man came, the man was leaning over the counter and teasing a plump shopwoman. He asked her husband, who was a coachman, if he still had the strength to return home at night after a hard day. The woman in the dusty medicine shop was already used to the shopkeeper's tricks. She smiled charmingly and replied, "I've already found carpenters to fix my bed several times." Fan Air happened to hear this and pretended not to understand. The woman was a little shy. After all, talking nonsense with the shopkeeper and arguing with each other was just to relieve boredom. In front of ordinary outsiders, she really didn't dare to be so bold. Zheng Dafeng didn't want to let the woman go. He smiled at Fan Air and said, "In the future, if your family needs carpenters to fix your bed, you can ask this sister to introduce you to someone she knows." Fan Air made a sound of acknowledgement. Immediately there was an overwhelming clamor in the shop. Some threatened to sew up the shopkeeper's mouth with needles and thread. Some threatened not to cook even if they were paid. Jing Dafeng only treated it as scratching an itch. He smiled and led the young man to the backyard. Before the two sat down, Fan Air had already taken the initiative to help Jing Dafeng fiddle with the old tobacco pipe. The latter blew out a smoke ring. Thinking that the brat had finally gotten out of Old Dragon City, he felt really refreshed. Fan Air sat on a small stool and asked, "Mr. Jing, are you going to the Fu clan's wedding?" Jing Dafeng said unhappily, "If the bridegroom on the wedding night is me, I will go." Fan Air said in a small voice, "I heard that Fu Nanhua's unmarried wife is not particularly good-looking." Jing Dafeng sneered. "The legitimate daughter of the Yunlin Jiang clan is not good-looking? If she were my wife, I wouldn't get out of bed every day." Fan Air was speechless. Everything about Mr. Zheng was good, but his straightforwardness made him a little uncomfortable. When it came to chatting with people, it was more interesting to be with Chen Pingon. Jing Dafeng suddenly asked, "Chen Pingon thinks of you as a friend?" Fan Air nodded vigorously and said, "That's right, we're very good friends." Jing Dafeng raised his head and blew out a cloud of smoke. He said playfully, "Fortune favors fools." It was rare for Fan Air to refute this teacher who had a high martial arts level. "Mister, you can't say that about Chen Pingon. He is not stupid. He is very smart. Even I have to admire him for knowing so many things. I feel that it is my good fortune to know Chen Pingon." Jing Dafeng glanced at this simple-minded kid. "No wonder you two can become friends." Jing Dafeng restrained his expression and said in a low voice, "I just confirmed two things myself." Fan Air listened carefully. Fan Air immediately puffed out his chest and listened respectfully. Jing Dafeng extended a finger. "My senior apprentice brother Li Air was once the strongest Realm 9 in the world, and I, Jing Dafeng, was once the strongest Realm 8. Thus, Li Air gave birth to a pair of very promising children and married. Let's not talk about this. As for me, just a little bit more, I was about to complete an unprecedented feat, going straight from Realm 8 to Realm 10. Looking back at Chen Pingon's Realm 3, he has attracted two worldly anomalies and his current wealth. Therefore there is a saying that is correct, absolutely true." Fan Air's eyes widened, full of curiosity. Jing Dafeng's expression was serious. "As long as you become the strongest person in a certain martial arts realm in the entire vast world, you can obtain an endless stream of good fortune. Of course, if you want to squat in the latrine without taking a shit, you can't do that. You still have to break through when you need to. Otherwise, it will go against the principles of martial arts and it will be bad." Fan Air asked carefully, "Mister, are you trying to say that I am the strongest Realm 3 in the world now? But my sister said that my aptitude is mediocre and not very good. Is it because her taste is not as good as Mister's?" "Ah, no wonder," Mister said. "No wonder Chen Pingon and I became good friends. No wonder, no wonder. So we are the first and second Realm 3 martial artists in the world." Jing Dafeng was annoyed. He pointed at the door with the bamboo curtain and scolded jokingly, "Scram, go sit over there." Fan Air hurriedly moved a small stool over there and sat obediently. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. He had only interacted with Chen Pingon for a few days. He was originally quite a clever child, but he had suddenly become so stupid. Jing Dafeng took a hard drag of his pipe. "You can break through the Realm 3 soon. When you reach the Realm 4, I plan to help you fight for that slim chance. Although it is very slim, I, Jing Dafeng, am a Realm 9 martial artist. I am not too far off from Li Air Song Zhangqiang. I don't believe that if I am serious for once, there will be anything that I cannot do." Fan Air said timidly, "The strongest Realm 4? Jing Dafeng nodded. "At least you didn't give your brain to that Chen guy." Jing Dafeng's face was serious, but he was secretly happy. While Chen Pingon had suffered greatly on Osmanthus Island and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he also had to pass a huge hurdle that ordinary martial artists could not hope for but was extremely dangerous to him. In the end, even if he passed that hurdle and went through all kinds of hardships, the strongest Realm 4 was his friend Fan Air and not him. Wasn't this very interesting? Speaking of which, in this vast world, there were tens of thousands of proud sons of heaven walking on the martial path. Even Fan Air, whose talent was not extraordinary, could not beat him, so Chen Pingon did not need to fight for the strongest 4 realms. At this moment, after holding it in for a long time, Fan Air could not help but say, "Mister, according to what you said, Chen Pingon is already at the Realm 4. If I secretly become this Realm 4, will I bump into him one day?" "Mister, actually, when I started practicing martial arts, It was because I did not have the talent of a chi refinement warrior. Therefore I wanted to reach the very very high realm 8 and be able to travel with the wind like a chi refinement warrior. I don't have much confidence in the strongest realm 4 and I don't really want it either. At the end of his words the young man lowered his head, not daring to look at Xing Dafeng. Xing Dafeng's hot-bloodedness and ambition were doused with cold water just like that. Fortunately, Xing Dafeng's mental fortitude was far beyond that of ordinary people. Otherwise he would not have reached the realm he had today. He just took it as a spontaneous idea and another boring thing to do. Xing Dafeng smiled. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Wait until you reach the realm 4. If you change your mind then you can tell me. Fan Air smiled and said, okay. Xing Dafeng waved his hand. Get lost quickly. You have no ambition at all. Just looking at you makes me annoyed. The young man got up and put the stool back in its original position. When he walked to the door with the bamboo curtain he turned and laughed. Isn't it because you like to enjoy life, mister? Xing Dafeng rolled his eyes. The young man passed by the medicine shop in front of him that was deserted. The young man greeted the women and girls who said their goodbyes one by one. After stepping out of the dusty medicine shop, Fan Air looked up at the sky. He did not know when his sister would return home. If she accidentally found a brother-in-law she did not like on this trip to the north to Dali, he would have a headache. Hello sister, hello parents, hello ancestors, hello guest elders, hello Mr. Xing, hello friend Qin Pingon whom he had just met, hello. Only his brother-in-law was not nice? How awkward would that be? The young man shook his head and walked alone in the alley. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he performed a round of tortoise punches that he felt were the most awe-inspiring and domineering. It was a pity that Qin Pingon was not present. Otherwise he would definitely have admitted defeat. The next time he met Qin Pingon he would definitely learn from those heroes of the pugilistic world. Chop off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper and call each other brothers. The more Fan Air thought the happier he was. His punches became more and more like tortoise punches. He did not forget to cheer himself on. After he stopped he clicked his tongue and said, "This set of punches is really soul-stirring." The young man did not know that in the alley behind him at the door of the dusty medicine shop, there was a young woman wearing a green robe. Her face was tired as if she had just returned from a long journey. She was drinking wine. Looking at the back of the young man she muttered, "Father and mother really did not make a mistake in naming Fan Air." On Osmanthus Island, Qin Pingon was practicing the 6-step stance over and over again in the small courtyard of Gui Mai in the night. Before he reached the Great Wall of Sword Chi he really had a chance of punching 1,000,000 times. After the stance walking, Qin Pingon began to practice the sword furnace stance. In the latter half of the night, Qin Pingon returned to his room. In the middle of summer, the young man lay on the precious bamboo mat that was as cool as water. He habitually placed the wooden box on the bed so that he could reach it with a stretch of his hand. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. There was a smile on the young man's face. He was about to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and practice his punches on the city wall. "260. Xing Dafeng looked up at the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City and suddenly said, "Why isn't she wearing a skirt?" The Yin god from the small temple slowly appeared in the yard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xing Dafeng looked away and asked with a smile, "Old Zhao, are you not going to answer whatever I ask?" The Yin god shook his head. "I don't know more than you about Fan Junmao. However, when I was in the small temple, I heard from a foreign sword immortal who had fallen, a rumor that might not be true." Xing Dafeng was interested. "Tell me about it. Anyway, we have nothing to do all day," the Yin god sneered. "You have nothing to do. I'm very busy. Being a middleman is not like fighting and killing. That's not right. You are actually very busy talking dirty with a bunch of women. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You should go to Guanhu Academy." Xing Dafeng smiled. "Old Zhao, don't say such hurtful things. It's fate that we can work together." The Yin god retorted, "It's just an ill-fated relationship." Xing Dafeng shook his head and pointed at the sea of clouds. "She and I are ill-fated. We have a good relationship." When Fan Junmao entered the dusty medicine shop, the Yin god automatically left. This was etiquette and a rule. So he didn't hear the conversation between the two, but he could tell that they parted on bad terms. Furthermore, the eldest legitimate daughter of the Fan family had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had been in the abode realm when Fan Xian and Jing first met. After a round trip to Dali, she had returned to Old Dragon City. When she stood in front of the medicine shop in the alley, she was already in the golden elixir realm. The speed at which her realm rose could no longer be explained as some rare cultivation genius. It was too shocking. Xianxia could not help but think of a certain girl who had grown up in the Liju Grotto. All the enviable and amazing talent of cultivating on the mountain could not compare to the light words born to know. Amazing? The god sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there were only a handful of such people in the 5 lakes for seas and 9 great continents. Jing Dafeng reminded him, Hey old Zhao, wake up. Stop daydreaming and continue talking about the foreign sword immortal who died miserably in Liju Paradise. What kind of inside story did he tell us about the Fu family's half-immortal weapon? Shen said, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I still have things to do. Disappeared just like that. Zheng Dafeng's face went blank and then he said angrily, Damn you. To think that I thought so highly of Zhao Yao who has the same surname as you. The bamboo curtain was lifted, revealing the young and beautiful face of a young girl. It was the little girl who liked to sit beside Zheng Dafeng and eat melon seeds. She smiled and said, Shopkeeper, are you going to recognize me as your elder? Zheng Dafeng put away his pipe, got up, rubbed his hands and ran to the girl. Why are you acting like an elder? You look so distant. The young girl blinked. If we're relatives and you're still distant, then what should we do to not be distant? Zheng Dafeng gestured to wrap his arm around the young girl's shoulders. The young girl bowed and took 2 steps back, smiling sweetly. What, do you want to marry me? Zheng Dafeng retracted his hand resentfully. Brother and sister. Between husband and wife, we need to treat each other with respect. There's no need to be distant. The man leaned on the counter and looked at the graceful figures in the shop. The Garden of Spring can be locked up. The man suddenly laughed. It's better to teach your son a skill than to give him 1,000 gold. It's better to give him a good name than to teach him a skill. It's better to give him a good name than to teach him a skill. Only the young girl whose book was stolen by Zheng Dafeng could read, but she didn't like to talk to Zheng Dafeng. After that, the shopkeeper shamelessly borrowed the book and didn't even intend to return it. A shopkeeper of a pharmacy was shameless enough to cheat a few dozen copper coins from his staff. Later, the man simply said that he had lost the book. She was so angry that she picked up a broom and gave him a beating. The man could only say that the money for the book would be added to his next month's salary at 100 copper coins. Only then did the young girl give up. She had already read the book anyway, and it didn't matter if it was left at home. If her parents, who were biased towards her younger brother, found out about it, they might scold her for being a wastrel. Seeing that no one responded, the man could only use his trump card. Do you want to know the name of the boy from the Fan family who often comes to our pharmacy? All the women looked at the man. Zheng Dafeng gloated. He's called Fan Air, the 2 of 1, 2, 3. That's a good name. Doesn't it match the boy's appearance? No one was willing to believe him. They only thought that the shopkeeper was deliberately teasing them. Zheng Dafeng didn't say anything more about Fan Air. He muttered to himself, that boy Fan learns martial arts and will inherit the family business as a bastard son. As for his sister, this girl's name is not bad. She has deep roots and thick leaves. The Fan family is quite particular. Zheng Dafeng pressed one side of his face against the table and looked at the alley outside the pharmacy. Storm was coming. The daughter of the Yunlin Jiang family was going to marry into the old Dragon City's Fu family. The dowry would be unimaginably large. He just didn't know what name the Fu family would use to stir up this bloody storm. In the end, one family would dominate the old Dragon City, or maybe 2 families. Zheng Dafeng smiled. This foul atmosphere didn't have anything to do with him. He glanced at a woman and thought, should I spend some money from my own pocket to buy some expensive and close-fitting clothes? Should I give them to wear? On a hot summer day, the slightest bit of perspiration would make her curves even more obvious, making her exquisite. Zheng Dafeng chuckled and wiped away his saliva. This was the life of an immortal. The Heavenly Gate Divine General who had been nailed to a pillar with a sword, the shining frosty armor, and Fan Junmao who had seen through the secrets of heaven. It wouldn't be too late to think about it when the time came. A wisp of sword energy from a golden core realm sword cultivator that contained the true meaning of the way of the sword had attacked the soul of a fourth realm martial artist with lightning speed without the slightest warning. Even though Ma Ji knew that Qin Pinggan's foundation in the three realms was extremely good, he still found it incredible. At the very least he should have staggered, right? Qin Pinggan mistakenly thought that this old immortal who was almost 300 years old had been too merciful in this sneak attack. He smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, it's fine. I've tempered my soul in Realm 3 and suffered a lot. I can endure the pain. As long as the sword energy doesn't hurt the foundation of martial arts, Mr. Ma, feel free to attack. Be careful." Ma Ji nodded and thought for a while. He stretched out his hand and pinched out 3 wisps of sword energy from the shade of his natal flying sword. He kneaded them into 3 pearl-sized balls that glowed with a cold green light. It really looked like they were made from the shade of a tree. The old sword cultivator bent his fingers and quickly flicked them 3 times. The 3 sword chi condensed into cool shade sword chi beads. When they swept into Qin Pinggan's body, they made a slight tinkling sound. They were aimed at the 3 souls of embryonic light, refreshing spirit and spectral spirit. Qin Pinggan was prepared this time. He stood in a sword furnace stance. Outside his heart, it was as if a visitor had knocked on the door 3 times and stabbed the door of his heart with a sharp weapon. It was bone-chilling and nailed into his soul, making him shiver involuntarily. Qin Pinggan's expression did not change. He naturally had a way to deal with it. The pure vital energy of a martial artist, which was like a fire dragon, came from somewhere else and instantly smoothed out the 3 potholes formed by the cold sword will. Qin Pinggan said, "Mr. Ma, let's do it again." The old sword cultivator's expression was calm, but he already had doubts in his heart. He did not say a word and brought his 2 fingers together. He wiped his natal flying sword lightly. This time it was not the sword chi condensing beads. Instead he peeled off an entire sword energy from the shade. It did not rush towards Qin Pinggan but floated slightly. The coldness flowed, causing the already cool courtyard of the Gui branch to turn from the height of summer to the coldness of spring. The sword energy accumulated between the 2 of them, waiting to be released. Ma Ji said slowly, "Embryonic light is born from a person's natal primordial spirit. The natal flying sword of the sword cultivators in the world is mostly used as a connate sword furnace. After the sword is formed, it will be used as a scabbard and also a place to nurture the sword. The 3 souls are erratic in a person's body. The snake has the path of a snake and the rat has the path of a rat. The 3 souls are no exception, each of them has a general path of the soul. Previously, when I knocked on your heart with the sword energy beads, it was just an appetizer for the 3 dishes. Now is the main course, so I will slightly increase the strength. The amount of sword intent contained in it will be much heavier. Qin Pinggan, take this." Qin Pinggan nodded subconsciously. Just as Qin Pinggan made this subtle movement, the old man's mouth twitched. The sword energy had already entered Qin Pinggan's body with irresistible force. He smiled and said, "In the future, when you confront a sword cultivator in a battle of life and death, don't multitask like this." Pure martial artists were the group of people who walked the most extreme path in the world. They refined their body, chi, and spirit from the outside to the inside, progressing layer by layer. Moreover, it could continuously nourish the body, so the strength of their body was naturally more outstanding than that of chi cultivators. At the end of the day, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, what they pursued was not the Tao but themselves. In reality, the lifespan of martial artists was short. 300 years could be said to be the peak, far inferior to chi cultivators. Compared to chi cultivators who cultivated both inside and outside, the body of a pure martial artist had too much chi, which would instead become a burden. The Tao of martial arts was too low and martial artists were too stubborn. When it came to tempering their souls, they had to rely on their own strength and that breath of pure true chi to support themselves. To put it nicely, they did not borrow strength from heaven and earth. Unlike chi cultivators who built a bridge of longevity, it was like connecting the 2 grotto heavens inside and outside. They used the abundant spirit chi of the big grotto heaven to train the spirit of the small grotto heaven. With the power of heaven and earth, it was naturally easier to live a long life. At this moment, Qin Pinggan's spirit felt a cramping pain, the kind that he had to do it himself. Unfortunately, Qin Pinggan was still the sword furnace, unmoving like a mountain. Maji raised his eyebrows. Although he had held back a lot of strength, but the vision of a golden elixir was there. The top flaw of a Realm 4 martial artist in Maji's eyes was as big as a dustpan, leaking everywhere and full of holes. Therefore when Qin Pingan nodded, it was an opportunity. However, Maji had already overestimated the physique of the youth in front of him. It was not enough, far from enough. When Qin Pingan was beaten in the bamboo building of Luopa Mountain, his body enjoyed the god-beating drum style of the Realm 10 martial artist Elder Cui. What he suffered was the Great Cloud Swamp style and the Iron Cavalry Chisel Formation style. These were the essence of the martial arts that the old man had learned in his life. They were the moves that he was still proud of when he reached the peak of Realm 10. At that time, in order to bear more of the deity beating the drum style, Qin Pingan's every breath as well as the 18 stops of sword chi had long been natural. After that, there was the pain of pulling out his tendons and peeling his skin as well as countless dazzling and heart-wrenching pain. Although it was still far from the leakless golden body at the peak of the 7th realm of martial artist, Maji's subtle sword chi really couldn't catch Qin Pingan's flaws, unless it was forcefully broken. The 3 strongest realms in the world were of great value. However, the barefoot old man who imparted the fist technique did not care to say it. Maji felt a little competitive. He pulled out 3 wisps of sword aura from his intrinsic flying sword and transformed them into his body. This time with the 3 swords, he did not believe that Qin Pingan's 3 souls route was truly invulnerable. Qin Pingan remained motionless. He wanted to say something but stopped. This time he did not dare to ask Old Sword Immortal Ma to increase his strength. He had a nagging feeling that it would embarrass the old man, which was not very appropriate. But even though the 3 strands of sword chi were swift, fierce and gloomy, like a plowing cow overturning the fields, and forcefully plowing out 3 ravines on the 3 illusory routes within his body with sword chi, it was like 3 winter streams flowing on the bottom of his heart, penetrating through his heart. But this kind of suffering was still considered an appetizer for Qin Pingan when he was in the bamboo house. Maji also sensed that something was amiss. He had no choice but to increase the height of Qin Pingan's 4 realms. He glanced at the slightly trembling flying sword Cool Shade in front of him and took a deep breath. Qin Pingan, next I will use Cool Shade to forcefully transform into the void and squeeze into your soul. You have to be mentally prepared for this heart-wrenching pain. If you can't hold on, you must take the initiative to ask. This is because although Cool Shade is my intrinsic flying sword and is connected to my mind, it is after all like intruding into someone else's grotto heaven paradise. Being shrouded by your soul will affect my connection with Cool Shade to a large extent. I can disregard it when killing an ordinary enemy as long as it overturns the world, but between you and me it is a different matter. So don't try to be brave. Qin Pingan removed the sword furnace stance and took a step back. He assumed an ancient boxing stance with one hand clenched against his chest and the other above his head. If he raised his leg, it was actually a little similar to the image of a heavenly king in a Buddhist temple. It was just the form, but the true meaning was very different. This punch was the great swamp style that had twice repelled the flood dragon of the golden sea of clouds in the Sun family's ancestral mansion. When Qin Pingan changed from the mountain-quaking fist sword furnace to this boxing stance, his aura completely changed. He was no longer the sunny youth in Maji's eyes who was chatting and laughing with the youth fan air. He was no longer the calm and reserved youth who walked the stance. Instead, he was like a martial Dao grandmaster who stood at the peak of the mountains. This punch was about to be unleashed. It was just a boxing stance. What great spirit! If it were the few Realm 7 martial Dao grandmasters of Old Dragon City, or that Realm 8 great grandmaster who had been in seclusion for many years, had such a shocking stance after decades or even centuries of training and experiencing peak battles where one lived or the other died, then so be it. But how old was the youth in front of him? Maji did not know how many times he had been shocked today. Qin Pingan's mind was already completely immersed in it. There were no flying swords or golden core sword cultivators in front of him. There was only the barefoot old man's tyrannical laughter in the bamboo building. He beat him up time and time again, cursing him for being a coward and a little girl. Some of the old man's words were not directed at Qin Pingan, but at the entire world. Once this punch was unleashed, it would send the god who had descended the heavenly might back to the heavenly court. It would make a difference between the heavens and the earth. Let this punch of mine be indomitable. Qin Pingan blurted out, Please use your sword. Hearing such provocative words from a junior, the old sword cultivator did not look displeased at all. With a thought, the flying swords turned from solid to incorporeal. They charged forward like iron cavalry, expanding the territory for the sovereign. Qin Pingan's face was slightly pale. He clenched his fists tightly and moved his boxing stance slightly. He only stomped his feet heavily. The ground of the small courtyard trembled slightly. A towering fist intent spread out like the roots of a mountain into the ground. Ma Ji frowned slightly. Facing the youth in front of him, the old man slashed down with 2 fingers, like a martial artist about to slice open the enemy's stomach with a long sword. Qin Pingan widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up and his boxing stance changed again. It was still Great Cloud Evaporation Pool, but it began to shrink. The distance between the 2 fists was pulled closer. At the same time, all the fist intent that flowed out of his body rapidly returned to his body, like 2 palms suddenly pressing together to swat a fly. It is not wise to be so careless. Ma Ji sneered. He raised his 2 fingers together and secretly increased the weight of his intrinsic flying sword intent. Qin Pingan's shoulders shook slightly and he suddenly punched out. The fist intent surged and rushed into the sky. It hit the ancestral osmanthus tree shade that covered the atmosphere of the small courtyard. At this moment, it revealed its true identity. It had originally been like a curtain of water covering the sky above the Gui vein. After being hit by the fist energy, it rippled and caused the scene outside the small courtyard to become blurry. The old man said angrily in his heart, I don't believe that a golden core realm sword cultivator can't teach a mere realm 4 martial artist. The old man solemnly took a step back. With one hand behind his back he formed a sword seal with the other. He said sternly, Qin Pingan, the true sword test officially begins. The flying sword shade will alternate between reality and illusion. It will temper your body and soul at the same time. Use your heart to face the enemy. The youth's eyes were firm. He did not speak at all. He only put away the ancient boxing stance and slowly slid backwards inch by inch. It was truly smooth and pleasing to the eye. The sword cultivators of the world had thousands of sword intents and they were all very different. The true meaning of the sword path that golden core sword cultivator Ma Ji had comprehended was the intrinsic cool shade sword birth. He hoped that the world would no longer be scorching hot, and that wherever the flying sword passed would be cool and refreshing. In an ordinary courtyard not far from the Gui faction's small courtyard, the osmanthus lady Jinsu was eating a piece of melon. There was a natural spring on the island and chilled melon fruits were the most delicious. Jinsu's master, the married woman Aunt Gui, had long since lost interest in the delicacies of the world. She stood to the side and looked at her proud disciple's cold and elegant appearance. Even at this moment when she was eating normally, she revealed a natural and elegant bearing. She thought to herself, no wonder Sun Jiaxu and Fu Nanhua, the 2 most outstanding youths of Old Dragon City, were moved by the same woman. Whether Sun Jiaxu liked Jinsu or not, of course he did. It was just that the married woman did not want to reveal the secrets of heaven because she did not think that Jinsu and Sun Jiaxu could become a pair of immortal companions. As for Jinsu's husband in the married woman's heart, the talented Sun Jiaxu who had already walked to the front of the stage was the worst. Fu Nanhua was slightly better and the best was Fan Air. It was a pity that the love between a man and a woman in the world was never judged by whether the man was good or bad, or whether the 2 were suitable or not. Who was to blame for this? Aunt Gui was a bit self-deprecating. She really did know who to blame first, but now it was hard to say. She was slightly surprised and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the Gui faction's small courtyard. Jinsu was puzzled and asked, Master, what's wrong? Aunt Gui smiled and said, You seem to be looking down on that young man named Chen. Jinsu picked up another piece of melon and said indifferently, Even if he is higher than the heavens, it has nothing to do with me. Aunt Gui seemed to have heard some of her thoughts and nodded. She then said to Jinsu, You have something to do. First go to the store at the foot of the mountain and get the medicinal ingredients. Your Grandpa Ma left a message there, so it should have been prepared long ago. After you come back, wait for Grandpa Ma to say something and then prepare a large bucket of water for the Gui faction's small courtyard. Jinsu was at a loss and said, What? That young guest wants to soak in medicinal water and temper his body? Isn't this something that only body refinement realm martial artists need to do? The woman was a bit unwilling. Master, I feel a bit awkward doing these things for a young man. This really isn't because I have the body of a young lady and the life of a servant girl. I usually boil tea for the guests, play the zither, clean the courtyard, play chess with them and sing poetry with them. I am also diligent but preparing a bath for someone The woman smiled and said, then master will do it yourself. Jinsu sighed and carefully wiped her fingers. I'll go. Is it not enough? Not long after Jinsu left the small courtyard, she quickly returned with a group of astonishingly imposing guests from other continents. She was originally a bit nervous. She didn't know why these people insisted on visiting Aunt Gui, but when she saw her master already standing at the door of the small courtyard, she somewhat calmed down. In the depths of Jinsu's heart, her master was omnipotent and was definitely not an ordinary guest of the Fan family. Although her master had always been secretive about his lineage and the course of cultivation, Jinsu could be sure of one thing. Based on her master's insight and tone, even if he wasn't an earth immortal of Yuanying realm, he should at least be a qi cultivator in the Jindan realm. Not only Osmanthus Island, but also the 6 ferries between the Old Dragon City and the Inverted Mountain had to be guarded by at least one qi cultivator in the Jindan realm. Aunt Gui was only one of the stewards of Osmanthus Island, a qi cultivator in the Guanhai realm. Now with Grandpa Ma, Osmanthus Island actually had 3 qi cultivators in the Jindan realm. Jinsu really didn't believe that the sky would fall. There were 6 people in total, young and old, all from the Tongyi continent in the southeast. They were the biggest partners of the Fan family on this voyage to Osmanthus Island. Nearly half of the secret storehouses and cellars of Osmanthus Island had been taken over by them. As for the unique products of the Tongyi continent, Jinsu, as an Osmanthus girl, had no way of knowing. She only heard that it was a big shot from a Zhong family in the Tongyi continent. No matter what, since her master had personally come forward, Jinsu could rest assured and go to the foot of Osmanthus Island to collect the medicinal ingredients. After she left, she couldn't help but look back. An extremely tall and thin old man was half a head taller than the man in the Old Dragon City. He had white hair and a youthful face, and he was the most eye-catching. He wore a thick black robe that was as clean as ink. Must be a superior magic robe. The old man's personal bodyguard was a young man with ordinary looks and very light eyebrows. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes. When he narrowed his eyes to look at people, even Jinsu, who was in the abode realm, would have goosebumps. She didn't dare to look him in the eyes. Aunt Gui smiled and asked, "May I know what is the matter for you to specifically look for me?" The young man narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. His words were not polite. "You are Madame Gui?" Aunt Gui's expression was indifferent. "Yes." The man's eyes became hot. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Beihai and I come from the Jade Gui sect. Currently, our sect just happens to lack a cross-continent ferry. I wonder if Madame Gui is interested in joining the Jade Gui sect?" Aunt Gui didn't say anything. The man laughed out loud. "All of the Fan family's losses and all of the Osmanthus Island's income, calculated over 100 years, I will naturally compensate the Fan family, not a single copper coin less. I believe the Fan family won't refuse my proposal. Madame Gui, what do you think?" The Eastern Aquarius continent was the smallest among the 9 great continents. The neighboring Bronze Leaf continent in the southeast wasn't small at all. It was much larger than the Fuyao continent. Moreover, the Bronze Leaf continent had the most blessed lands among the 9 great continents. In particular, there were 2 blessed lands that were of extremely high quality. They were so good that many cultivators from the Dancing Leaf continent and the Jade Gui sect would travel thousands of li to the Bronze Leaf continent, each with their own needs. In the end, these cultivators who landed in the blessed lands with the identity of fallen immortals would benefit far more than many blessed lands. On the Bronze Leaf continent, the Bronze Leaf sect and the Jade Gui sect were located in the north and the south respectively. Feng. The young man from the Bronze Leaf continent who had helped the Ding family escape a calamity was from the Bronze Leaf sect. For a sect to be able to take the name of a continent and stand tall for several thousand years without collapsing was in itself the best way to display its power. This point was similar to how the Bronze Leaf continent in the northeast dared to steal the name North, from the pure snow continent and call itself the North Bronze Leaf Continent. A woman in palace attire laughed. Young Master Jiang, you've always lived in seclusion in the sect. Our Jade Grey sect isn't like the Bronze Leaf sect which likes to show off. We've always been kind to others. Presumably Madame Gui has heard too little. Aunt Gui shook her head. I've heard of the Jade Gui sect like thunder. I've heard of the Jiang family that controls the Cloud Cave Blessed Lands, as well as the Jiang family in the last dozen or so generations of the Jiang family, all of whom only have one son. The man from the Jiang family laughed. Since Madame Gui knows all of this, you're still so indifferent. Presumably, you feel that the Jade Gui sect and the Fan family of Old Dragon City are not on the same continent and are separated by the Bronze Leaf sect, so you're out of reach? At the end, the man from the Jiang family revealed his true intentions and bowed in apology. His smile was cold. I've been rude. My words were inappropriate. Madame Gui, please don't blame me. Aunt Gui still had a calm demeanor. She said softly, the oath of the Great Path involves the heart of a cultivator and cannot be easily violated. I appreciate young Master Zhang's good intentions. The man straightened. Aunt Gui suddenly laughed. That oath still has a 60-year time limit. If young Master Jiang is truly sincere, why don't you wait? The young man suddenly laughed. Inviting Madame Gui to join the Jade Gui sect does not count as my sincerity. As long as Madame Gui is willing, you can marry into the sect. Then he waved his hand and laughed. It's a joke. Don't take it seriously. Madame Gui, don't worry. The leader of the Jade Gui sect and the leader of the Jiang family have both admired Madame for a long time. It is not up to me, Jiang Beihai, to do as I please and offend Madame. Aunt Gui still had a smile on her face. There was no fault to be found. The beauty of a woman, whether or not her face was devastatingly beautiful, did not necessarily decide everything. The tall and thin old man had a look of admiration in his eyes, but his tone was naturally indifferent. He slowly said, Madame Gui has a good bearing. As my young master has said, the Jade Gui sect is indeed very sincere in their invitation. Please, Madame, consider it seriously. I hope that after 60 years, you will be able to drink a cup of Madame Gui's personally brewed cassia wine at the gates of the Jade Gui sect. Aunt Gui nodded lightly. The two sides parted like this. She slowly walked back to the small courtyard. Raising her head to look in the direction of Old Dragon City, she felt a bit helpless. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but this woman seemed to feel a bit wronged. Above the sea of clouds in Old Dragon City, a green-robed woman fell backward. Lying in the sea of clouds, she yawned. Languid, she said, there are so many people who want to die. Boring, let's drink. She picked up the ordinary wine pot and raised her arm to raise it. In the end, she discovered that there was not a drop of wine left. This made the woman think of the underground river dragon path. She had made fun of the little drunkard who had held the blade's strengthening gourd and raised his head to drink. Why had she received her retribution so quickly? Once the woman thought of this, she felt resentful. She stood up like a carp and casually picked up a small cloud that contained the true meaning of rainwater from the sea of clouds. She threw it into her mouth and swallowed it like it was wine. She fiercely chewed the tasteless cloud wine. Her mood was terrible. She looked coldly at the osmanthus flower island in the middle of the sea and jumped backward. From the southernmost part of the sea of clouds, she was like a child in a market alley, jumping squares until she reached the northernmost part of the sea of clouds. After she stood still, she began to rush forward quickly. She raised her head high and made a posture of holding a spear in her hand and was about to throw it. She suddenly stopped and shouted, "Go!" The sea of clouds surged like boiling water. After the woman made this throwing gesture, a snow-white long sword that she tore out of the sea of clouds. It was dozens of feet long and flashed in the sky above the Old Dragon City. On the sea, on the ferry of the Osmanthus Flower Island, which was very far from the Old Dragon City, the tall and thin old man of the Jade Gui sect suddenly slapped the son of the first wife of the Jiang clan beside him. After standing in place of Jiang Beihai, he raised his arms above his head. His magic robe fluttered violently. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in his sleeves. The entire Peach Blossom Island violently shook, swaying endlessly. Enormous waves surged. Jiang Beihai turned his head and looked in a daze. The magic robe of the nascent soul realm old man had mostly been destroyed. Fortunately, it could still be repaired. However, the flesh and blood of his arms were gone and the bones were exposed. The old man vomited a mouthful of blood and stared at the sky above the old dragon city. He stretched out an arm that was too horrible to look at. He said in a deep voice, "Young master, stay where you are and don't move. Don't come close to me, but don't walk around casually." In the blade's strengthening gourd hanging on Qin Pingan's waist, the flying sword buzzed as if it had met an old friend and was very happy. The woman, who was about to stop, saw the old man stretch out his arm. "Oh, does he mean to ask for another sword?" The green-robed woman called Fan Junmao leaned back and jumped backward with the tip of her foot. Then she repeated the previous action. Before throwing the sword, she laughed and said, "Go." Then she crossed her arms and looked at the osmanthus flower island with a smile. She said, "Even after 1,000 years, I still like this kind of unyielding hero the most. It seems that he is always stretching his neck and shouting to kill me, kill me, kill me." On the osmanthus flower island, Qin Pingan quietly pressed the blade's strengthening gourd. He didn't have time to do it before. This time he finally looked up in time and caught some clues. When an old sword cultivator in the Golden Core realm only had his mind swayed. "261. Xing Dafeng looked up at the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City and suddenly said, "Why isn't she wearing a skirt?" The Yin spirit from the small temple slowly appeared in the courtyard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xing Dafeng retracted his gaze and asked with a smile, "Old Zhao, will you not answer whatever I ask?" The Yin spirit shook his head. "I don't know more about Fan Junmao than you do. However, I heard a fallen sword immortal in the small temple talk about a rumor that might not be true." Xing Dafeng was interested. "Tell me about it." "Anyway, we have nothing to do all day," the Yin spirit sneered. "It's you who has nothing to do and I'm very busy. It's not like fighting and killing." "That's not right. You're actually very busy every day. You are busy talking dirty with a bunch of common girls. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You should go to Lakeview Academy." Xing Dafeng smiled. "Old Zhao, don't say such hurtful things. It's fate that we can work together." The Yin spirit retorted, "It's just an ill-fated relationship." Xing Dafeng shook his head and pointed at Yun Hai. "She and I have an ill-fated relationship. We have a good relationship." Previously, when Fan Junmao entered the dusty medicine shop, the Yin spirit automatically left. This was both etiquette and a rule. Therefore, he did not hear the conversation between the two. However, he could see that they parted on bad terms. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Fan family had advanced by leaps and bounds. From the cave realm when Fan and Jing first met, to the golden elixir realm when they returned to the old dragon city after a round trip to the Li dynasty, she was already in the golden elixir realm when she stood in front of the medicine shop in the alley. This kind of speed of advancement could no longer be explained by a cultivation genius. It was too shocking. Yin Master Zhao couldn't help but think of a girl who grew up in the cave heaven of Lizhu. All the enviable talents of cultivation on the mountain could not be compared to the 4 words, born with knowledge. Shocked by the heavens? The Yin spirit sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there were only a few people like her in the entire world. Xing Dafeng reminded him, "Hey old Zhao, wake up. Don't be in a daze. Continue talking about the foreign sword immortal who died miserably in the Pearl Cave Heaven. What did he say about the Fu family's semi-immortal weapon Yun Hai?" Yin Shen said, "I don't want to talk about it. I still have things to do." Just like that, it disappeared. Xing Dafeng was dumbfounded and then he said angrily, "Damn you. To think that I thought so highly of Zhao Yao, who shares the same surname as you." The bamboo curtain was lifted, revealing a young and beautiful girl's face. It was the little girl who liked to sit beside Xing Dafeng and eat melon seeds. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, do you want to recognize me as an elder?" Xing Dafeng put away his pipe and rubbed his hands as he ran towards the girl. "Why are you acting like an elder? You seem so distant." The girl blinked. "If we're still distant even though we're relatives, then what do we have to do to not be distant?" Xing Dafeng pretended to put his arm around the girl's shoulders, but the girl bent down and took 2 steps back. She smiled and said, "What? You want to marry me?" Xing Dafeng resentfully retracted his hand. Brother and sister, brother and sister. Husband and wife should treat each other with respect and also be distant. The man leaned over the counter and looked at the beautiful women in the shop. Spring is full of beauties. The man suddenly laughed. Giving a child 1,000 gold coins is not as good as teaching a child a skill. Teaching a child a skill is not as good as giving him a good name. Sisters, have you heard of this saying before? Only the girl whose book Xing Dafeng had stolen could read, but she didn't like to talk to him. After that, the shopkeeper shamelessly borrowed the book and did not intend to return it. As a shopkeeper of a medicine shop, he was shameless enough to cheat the shop assistant of a few dozen copper coins. Later, the man simply said that he had lost it. She was so angry that she picked up the broom and beat him. The man could only say that the money for the book would be included in the next month's salary. It would be 100 copper coins. Only then did the girl give up. In any case, she had already read the book and it was useless to leave it at home. If her parents, who had always been partial to her younger brother, found out, they might scold her for being a wastrel. Seeing that no one responded, the man could only use his trump card. Do you all want to know the name of the boy from the Fan family who often comes to our medicine shop? All the girls looked at the man. Xing Dafeng gloated. Fan Air 2 as in 1, 2, 3. This is a good name. Doesn't it match the youth's appearance? No one was willing to believe it. They just thought that the shopkeeper was purposely teasing them. Xing Dafeng didn't talk about Fan Air anymore. He said to himself, the fan boy is learning martial arts and in the future he will inherit the family business as a bastard. As for his sister, this girl's name is not bad. Her roots are deep and her branches are lush. The Fan family is a bit particular. Xing Dafeng put his cheek on the table and looked at the alley outside the medicine shop. Storm was coming. The Jiang family's legitimate daughter would marry into the Fu family of Old Dragon City. The size of the dowry would definitely be unimaginable. He just didn't know what name the Fu family would use to start this bloody storm. In the end, one family would dominate Old Dragon City. Could also be two families. Xing Dafeng smiled. What did this foul atmosphere have to do with him? He glanced at a woman. Should he spend some money out of his own pocket to buy some expensive and close-fitting clothes? Give them to wear. On a hot summer day, if she sweated a little, her curves would be even more exposed, making her look even more exquisite. Xing Dafeng chuckled and wiped away his saliva. This was the life of an immortal. The divine general of Tianmen who was nailed to a pillar with a sword, the shining frost armor Fan Junmao who could see through the secrets of the heavens. It would not be too late to talk about it when the time came. A wisp of sword chi from a golden core sword cultivator that contained the true meaning of the way of the sword attacked the soul of a Realm 4 martial practitioner at lightning speed without any warning. Even though Ma Ji knew that Qin Pingan's foundation of Realm 3 was very good, he still felt it was inconceivable. At the very least he should have staggered a little. Qin Pingan mistakenly thought that this old immortal who was almost 300 years old had been too merciful in this sneak attack. He smiled. Mr. Ma, it's fine. I have previously tempered my soul in Realm 3 and suffered a lot. I can still bear the pain. As long as the sword energy does not harm the foundation of martial arts, Mr. Ma can attack as you wish. Be careful. Ma Ji nodded. After some thought, he extended a hand and twisted 3 wisps of sword energy from the life-bonded flying sword's cool shade with his 2 fingers. He twisted them into 3 pearl-sized balls that glowed with a cold green light, as if they were made from the shade of a cool tree. The old sword cultivator bent his finger and quickly flicked it 3 times. The 3 cool shade sword chi beads condensed from sword energy gave off a faint tinkling sound as they swept into Qin Pingan's body. They were targeted at the 3 souls of Fetal Light, Shuangling and Yujing. Qin Pingan was prepared this time. He stood in a sword furnace stance. Outside his mind's door, there seemed to be a visitor knocking on it 3 times. It was as if a sharp weapon pierced the door. It was bone-chilling and nailed into the soul, making one involuntarily shiver. Qin Pingan's expression did not change. He had his own way of dealing with it. The pure Jinqi of the martial artist that was like a fire dragon quickly swam over from elsewhere and instantly smoothed out the 3 holes formed by the cold sword energy. Qin Pingan said, Mr. Ma, let's do it again. The old sword cultivator's expression was calm, but he was already muttering in his heart. He did not speak. He put 2 fingers together and gently swiped across his life-bonded flying sword. This time it was not the work of an immortal, but an entire strand of sword energy from the cool shade. It was not in a hurry to sweep towards Qin Pingan. Instead it floated slightly, overflowing with coldness. It caused the already cool Gui Pulse courtyard to turn from midsummer back to the cold spring season. The strand of sword energy was ready to be unleashed between the two. Ma Ji slowly said, "Fetal light is born from a person's life-bonded primordial spirit. The life-bonded flying swords of the world's sword cultivators mostly use this as a Xiantian sword furnace. After the sword is formed, it is used as a scabbard. It is also where the sword is nurtured. The three souls in a person's body are erratic. Snakes have their own paths and rats have their own paths. The three souls are no exception. They each have their own path. Earlier when I used the sword chi beads to knock on your heart, they were just 3 small appetizers. Now it's the main course. I'll slightly increase my strength and the amount of sword chi contained in them will be much heavier. Qin Pingan, take this." Qin Pingan nodded subconsciously. Just as Qin Pingan made this slight movement, the old man's mouth twitched. The sword energy had already penetrated into Qin Pingan's body like a hot knife through butter. He smiled and said, "In the future when you confront a sword cultivator in a battle of life and death, don't multitask like this." Pure martial artists were originally the most extreme group of people in the world. They refined their body, chi and spirit from the outside to the inside, progressing step by step. Furthermore, they could continuously nourish the body. Hence, the strength of the body was naturally more outstanding than that of a chi cultivator. At the end of the day, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, what they pursued was not the great Tao but themselves. In fact, the lifespan of a martial artist was short. 300 years old could be said to be at the peak of perfection. It was far from being comparable to a chi cultivator. Compared to a chi cultivator who cultivated both internal and external, a pure martial artist's body was too heavy and would instead become a burden. Moreover, the Tao of martial arts was too low. A martial artist was too stubborn. When it came to tempering the soul, he actually relied on his own strength and that breath of pure vital chi to support himself. To put it nicely, he did not borrow strength from heaven and earth. Unlike a chi cultivator who built a longevity bridge, it was like connecting the two grotto heavens. Using the abundant spirit energy of the grotto heavens of heaven and earth to temper the soul of the small grotto heavens, it was naturally easier for him to live longer. At this moment, Qin Pingan felt a cramp in his soul. It was the kind of cramping that he had done himself. It was a pity that Qin Pingan's sword furnace was still as immovable as a mountain. Ma Ji raised his eyebrows. Although he had held back a lot of his strength, the vision of a golden core was there. In Ma Ji's eyes, the top flaw of a level 4 martial artist was as big as a dustpan, leaking everywhere. Hence, Qin Pingan's nod was an opportunity. However, Ma Ji had already overestimated the foundation of the young man with a sword on his back. It was still not enough, far from enough. Qin Pingan's body was beaten up in Luapa Mountain's bamboo house. What he enjoyed was the deity drumming style of the level 10 martial artist surnamed Chui. What he suffered was the steaming cloud swamp style and the iron horse chisel formation style. These were the essence of the martial arts that the old man had learned in his life. It was a style that he was still proud of after reaching the peak of level 10. At that time, in order to endure more deity drumming style, Qin Pingan's every breath and exhalation as well as the 18 halts of sword chi had already become a part of nature. After that, there was the pain of having his tendons pulled and his skin peeled off as well as the countless times of piercing pain. Although it was still far from the flawless golden body of a martial artist at the peak of the 7th realm, Ma Ji's tiny sword chi really couldn't catch Qin Pingan's flaw unless it was forcefully broken. The 3 strongest realms in the world were of great importance. However, the barefoot elder who imparted the fist art did not care to mention it. Ma Ji felt a little competitive. He pulled out 3 wisps of sword chi from his intrinsic flying sword and sent them into his body. This time he did not believe that Qin Pingan's 3 soul paths were truly invulnerable. Qin Pingan only remained motionless. He wanted to say something but stopped. This time he did not dare ask old sword Immortal Ma to increase his strength. He felt that it would embarrass the old man and it was not appropriate. However, although the 3 wisps of sword chi were fierce and gloomy, like cattle plowing the fields, they forcefully plowed 3 ravines on the 3 illusory post-house paths in his body with the sword chi. It was as if there were 3 winter streams flowing through his heart, chilling his heart. However, this kind of suffering was only an appetizer for Qin Pingon when he was in the bamboo house. Ma Ji also sensed that something was amiss. He had no choice but to raise the height of Qin Pingon's 4 realms. He shot a glance at the trembling flying sword Cool Shade in front of him and took a deep breath. Qin Pingon, I'm going to use Cool Shade to forcefully transform into the void and squeeze it into your soul. You have to be mentally prepared for the heart-wrenching pain. If you can't withstand it, you have to take the initiative to speak. This is because although Cool Shade is my intrinsic flying sword and is connected to my mind, it is still like trespassing into another's blessed land. It will be obscured by your soul and will affect my connection with Cool Shade to a large extent. When killing an enemy, I can ignore it as long as it turns the world upside down. However, between you and me it's a different matter. So don't try to be brave. Qin Pingon removed the sword furnace stance and took a step back. He assumed an ancient boxing stance. One hand was clenched and pressed against his chest, while the other was above his head. If he raised his leg, it was actually a bit like the Heavenly King stance in Buddhist temples. It was just that the form was similar but the true meaning was very different. This fist was the Great Steaming Cloud Swamp stance that had twice repelled the Golden Cloud Sea Flood Dragon in the Sun Clan's ancestral home. When Qin Pingon changed from the sword furnace stance of the mountain quaking fist to this fist stance, his aura completely changed. He was no longer the sunny youth in Ma Ji's eyes who chatted and laughed with the youth fan air. He was no longer the calm youth who walked and set his stance. He was like a martial grandmaster who already stood at the peak of the mountains. This fist was about to be thrown out. It was just a fist stance. What great boldness! If the Realm 7 martial grandmasters of Old Dragon City, or the Realm 8 martial grandmaster who had been in seclusion for many years, had such an astonishing aura, and had been tempered for decades or even centuries, and had experienced peak battles where one could live or die with the other, it would be one thing. But how old was this youth in front of him? Ma Ji didn't even know how many times he had been shocked today. Qin Pingon's mind was already completely immersed. There was no longer any flying sword shade in front of him, no longer any Jindan sword cultivator. There was only the barefoot old man's tyrannical laughter in the bamboo house, his heroic spirit unrestrained. He beat him again and again until he wished he was dead, cursing him as a cowardly little girl. Some of the old man's words were not directed at him, Qin Pingon, but at the entire world. When this fist was thrown out, he wanted to beat the deity who had sent down the heavenly might back to the heavenly court. He wanted to fight until there was a difference between the heavens and the earth. His fist would support the heavens and the earth. Qin Pingon blurted out, "Please use your sword." Hearing such slightly provocative words from a junior youth, the old sword cultivator didn't have the slightest expression of displeasure. With a thought, the flying sword shade turned from solid to illusory. It charged like a cavalry, opening up new territory for the sovereign. Qin Pingon's face was slightly pale. He clenched his fists and moved his fist stance slightly. He only stomped his foot heavily. The ground of the small courtyard trembled slightly. A towering mountain of fist intent spread underground like the roots of a mountain. Ma Ji frowned slightly as he faced the youth in front of him. The old man slashed down with 2 fingers, like a warrior using a sword to split open the enemy's stomach. Qin Pingon widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up as he changed his fist stance again. It was still the great steaming cloud lake, but it began to shrink, closing the distance between his fists. At the same time, all the fist intent that flowed outside his body rapidly returned to his body. It was like 2 palms were suddenly pressed together to swat a fly. It's not wise to be so careless. Ma Ji sneered. He pressed his 2 fingers together and raised them up, secretly increasing the weight of his intrinsic flying sword intent. Qin Pingon's shoulders shook slightly as he suddenly punched out. His fist intent surged and rushed into the sky. It hit the ancestral osmanthus tree shade that covered the atmosphere of the small courtyard. It was like a water curtain that covered the sky above the osmanthus tree. After being smashed by the aura chi of the fist, it rippled, causing the scenery outside the small courtyard to become blurry. The old man thought angrily in his heart, "I don't believe that a golden core sword cultivator can't teach a puny martial artist of the 4th realm a lesson." The old man took a step back solemnly. With one hand behind his back and the other forming a sword technique, he said sternly, "Qin Pingon, the true test of the sword has officially begun. The flying sword's cool shade will alternate between illusion and reality. It will temper your body and spirit. Fight your enemy with all your heart. The youth's eyes were resolute. He did not speak at all. He only retracted his ancient fist stance and slowly slid backwards. It was really smooth and pleasing to the eye. The sword cultivators of the world had a myriad of sword intents. They were all different. The sword intent that Ma Ji, a golden core sword cultivator, comprehended was his intrinsic cool shade. When his sword was born, he wished that there would be no more scorching heat in the world. Wherever the flying sword passed, it would become a cool and refreshing scenic spot. In a normal courtyard not too far away from the Gui family courtyard, Jin Su, the osmanthus flower girl, was eating a piece of melon. There was a natural spring on the island, and the melons were the most delicious when chilled. Jin Su's teacher Aunt Gui had long since lost interest in the delicacies of the world. She looked at her proud disciple's cold and beautiful face. Even at that moment when she ate normally, she revealed a natural and elegant bearing. She thought to herself, it's no wonder that Sun Jiaxu and Fu Nanhua, the two most outstanding young talents in Old Dragon City, were so attracted to the same girl. Whether Sun Jiaxu liked Jin Su or not, of course he did. However, the woman did not want to reveal the secret, because she did not think that Jin Su and Sun Jiaxu could become a perfect couple. As the candidate for Jin Su's husband in the woman's heart, Sun Jiaxu, who was brimming with talent and had already reached the peak, was the worst. Fu Nanhua was slightly better and the best was still Fan Air. It was a pity that the love between men and women in the world was never based on whether the man was good or bad or whether they were suitable for each other. Who could she blame for this? Aunt Gui was a little self-deprecating. She knew who should be blamed first, but now it was hard to say. She was slightly surprised and could not help but turn to look at the Gui family courtyard. Jin Su was puzzled and asked, "Pastor, what's wrong?" Aunt Gui smiled and said, "You seem to have underestimated that young man surnamed Chen." Jin Su picked up another piece of melon and said indifferently, "Even if he is taller than the sky, it has nothing to do with me." Aunt Gui seemed to have heard some of her thoughts and nodded. Then she said to Jin Su, "Since you have something to do, go to the shop at the foot of the mountain to get the herbs. Your Grandpa Ma left a message there, so it should have been prepared long ago. When you come back, wait for Grandpa Ma to speak, then prepare a big bucket for the Gui family courtyard." Jin Su was at a loss and said, "Why? That young customer wants to soak in medicine and strengthen his body? Isn't this something that only martial artists in the body refinement realm need to do?" The woman was a little reluctant. "Master, I feel a little awkward doing these things for a young man. This is really not me. I have the body of a young lady and the life of a maid. Usually I cook tea for the customers, play the zither, clean the courtyard, play chess with them and sing poems. I am also diligent, but when it comes to preparing a bath for someone The woman smiled and said, "Then Master will do it personally." Jin Su sighed and carefully wiped her fingers. "I will do it." Not long after Jin Su left the courtyard, she returned quickly with a group of guests from other continents. She was originally a little nervous, not knowing why these people insisted on visiting Aunt Gui, but when she saw that her master was already standing at the entrance of the courtyard, she calmed down. In Jin Su's heart, her master was omnipotent and was definitely not an ordinary guest of the Fan family. Although her master had always been secretive about her lineage and cultivation process, Jin Su could be sure of one thing. With her master's insight and tone, even if she was not an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm, she should at least be a chi cultivator of the golden core realm. Not only the cross-continent ferry on Osmanthus Island. Every time the 6 ferries went between Old Dragon City and the Inverted Mountain, there must be at least one golden core realm cultivator in charge. Aunt Gui was only one of the stewards of Osmanthus Island, a chi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm. Now with Grandpa Ma, Osmanthus Island actually had 3 golden core realm cultivators. Jin Su did not believe that the sky would fall. There were a total of 6 people in the group, old and young, male and female. All of them came from the southeast Tongyi continent. They were the biggest partners of the Fan family on this trip to Osmanthus Island. Almost half of the secret vaults on Osmanthus Island were taken over by them. As for the unique products of the Tongyi continent, Jin Su as a little girl naturally did not know. She only heard that it was a big shot from the Tongyi continent. No matter what, since her master had personally appeared, Jin Su could go to the foot of Osmanthus Island to collect the medicinal herbs with peace of mind. After she left, she could not help but look back. It was an extremely tall and thin old man. He was half a head taller than the man in Old Dragon City. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was the most eye-catching. He wore a long robe that was as black as ink. It was spotless. It was definitely a top-notch robe. The old man's personal guard was a young man. He looked ordinary and had light eyebrows. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes. When he narrowed his eyes to look at people, even Jin Su, who was of the cave-dwelling realm, would have goosebumps. She did not dare to look him in the eye. Aunt Gui smiled and asked, "May I know why you are looking for me?" The young man narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. His words were not polite. "You are Madame Gui?" Aunt Gui looked indifferent. "Yes." The man's eyes burned. "Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Beihai from the Jade Gui sect. Now, our sect is lacking a cross-continent ferry. I wonder if Madame Gui is interested in joining the Jade Gui sect?" Aunt Gui did not say anything. The man laughed and said, "All the losses of the Fan family and all the income of Osmanthus Island will be calculated in 100 years. I will compensate all of it to the Fan family, not a single copper coin less. I believe that the Fan family will not dare be unwilling or refuse my suggestion. Madame Gui, what do you think?" The Eastern Aquarius continent was the smallest of the 9 great continents. The neighboring Tongyi continent to the southeast was not small. It was much larger than Fuyao continent. Moreover, the number of blessed lands in Tongyi continent was considered high among the 9 great continents. Among them there were 2 blessed lands that were extremely high in rank. It was so good that many cultivators from Hassa continent and Julu continent would travel thousands of miles to Tongyi continent. Everyone had their own needs. In the end, these cultivators who landed in blessed lands as banished deities gained much more than other blessed lands. On the map of Tongyi continent, Tongyi sect and Jade Gui sect were located in the north and south respectively. They stood opposite each other. The young man from Tongyi continent who helped the Ding family escape a calamity was from Tongyi sect. A sect that could be named after a continent and stand tall for thousands of years was in itself the best display of its strength. On this point, it was similar to how the Julu continent in the northeast dared to steal the word north from White Snow continent and called itself the North of Julu continent. A woman dressed in palace attire smiled and said, "Young Master Jiang, you have always lived in seclusion in the sect. Our Jade Gui sect is not like the Tongyi sect that likes to show off. We have always been kind to others. I believe that Madame Gui has not heard enough about it." Aunt Gui shook her head and said, "Jade Gui sect, I have heard of it like thunder. The Jiang family in Jade Gui sect that controls the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, as well as the Jiang family that has been passed down for more than 10 generations. I have heard of them all." The man from the Jiang family smiled. "Since Madame Gui knows about it and still has such an indifferent attitude, I believe that Jade Gui sect and Old Dragon City's Fan family are not in the same continent and are separated by Tongyi sect, so it is beyond your reach?" In the end, the man from the Jiang family revealed that he was hiding something. He bowed and apologized, but the smile on his face was cold. He said, I have been rude. My choice of words was inappropriate. Please do not blame me, Madame Gui." Aunt Gui still had a calm and collected manner. She said softly, "The oath related to the Great Tao involves the heart of cultivation and cannot be easily violated. I appreciate young Master Zhang's good intentions." The man straightened up. "Oh?" Aunt Gui suddenly smiled and said, "That oath still has 60 years. If young Master Zhang is sincere, why not wait?" The young man suddenly laughed. "Inviting Madame Gui to join Jade Gui sect cannot be considered as my sincerity. As long as Madame Gui is willing, you can marry in." Then he waved his hand and laughed. "I am just joking. Do not take it seriously. Madame Gui, please do not worry. Our Jade Gui sect master and my Jiang family's patriarch have both admired Madame for a long time. It is not up to me, Jiang Beihai, to do as I please and offend Madame." Aunt Gui still had a smile on her face. He could not find any fault with it. The level of a woman's beauty and whether or not her face was devastatingly beautiful did not necessarily determine everything. The thin and tall old man revealed a look of admiration. but his tone was naturally indifferent. He slowly said, Madame Gui is very magnanimous. Just as my young master said, Jade Gui sect is indeed very sincere in their invitation. I hope that Madame Gui will seriously consider it. I hope that after 60 years, we can drink a cup of Madame Gui's personally brewed osmanthus wine in Jade Gui sect's mountain gate. Aunt Gui nodded lightly. The two sides parted ways. She slowly walked back to the small courtyard and raised her head to look in the direction of Old Dragon City. She felt a little helpless. She did not know if it was an illusion, but this woman seemed to be a little wronged. Above Old Dragon City's sea of clouds, a green-robed woman fell backwards. She lay in the sea of clouds and yawned. Languid, she said, there are so many people who seek death. Boring, boring. Drink. She picked up the ordinary wine pot and raised her arm. In the end, she found that there was not a single drop of wine left. This made the woman think of the underground river dragon path. She made fun of the little drunkard who held the blade-strengthening gourd and drank with his head raised. Why did she suffer retribution so quickly? When the woman thought of this, she was resentful. She stood up like a carp and casually picked up a small cloud that contained the true meaning of rain from the sea of clouds. She threw it into her mouth and swallowed it like wine. She fiercely chewed on the tasteless cloud wine. Her mood was extremely bad. She looked coldly at the osmanthus island on the sea, bouncing backward. From the southernmost part of the sea of clouds, she was like a child in a marketplace, jumping from square to square until she reached the northernmost part of the sea of clouds. After she stood still, she began to rapidly charge forward. She raised her head high, assuming a posture of holding a spear, and was about to throw it out. She suddenly stopped and shouted, "Go!" The sea of clouds rolled like boiling water. After the woman made this throwing motion, a snow-white longsword that she had torn out from the sea of clouds flashed in the sky above Old Dragon City. It was over 30 meters long. On the sea, the ferry of Osmanthus Island was very far away from Old Dragon City. The tall and thin old man of the Jade Gui sect suddenly slapped the son of the Jiang family next to him. After replacing Jiang Beihai, he stood on the spot with his arms above his head. His robe swayed violently. There were flashes of lightning and thunder in his sleeves. The entire Peach Blossom Island shook violently and huge waves splashed out. Jiang Beihai turned his head and looked in a daze. Most of the robe of the Yuan Ying stage old man had been destroyed. Fortunately, there was still a possibility of repairing it. However, there was no flesh and blood on his arms. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the sky above Old Dragon City. He stretched out a miserable arm and said in a deep voice, "Young master, stay where you are and don't move. Don't come close to me, but don't walk around casually." In the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on Qin Pingan's waist, the flying sword Chu-Yi buzzed as if it had met an old friend. The woman who was about to stop saw the old man stretch out his arm and said, "Oh, are you asking for another sword?" The green-robed woman named Fan Junmao leaned back, tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and dashed backward. Then she repeated her previous action. Before throwing out a sword, she laughed loudly and said, "Go." Then she crossed her arms and looked at Osmanthus Island with a smile. She said, "Even after 1,000 years, I still like this kind of tough hero the most. It's like he's stretching his neck all day long and shouting to come and chop me to death. Come and chop me to death." On Osmanthus Island, Qin Pingan quietly pressed down on the blade-strengthening gourd. The previous time it was too late. This time he finally raised his head in time and caught some clues. When the old golden elixir realm sword cultivator's mind was wavering, Qin Pingan had already closed his eyes and felt the brilliance of the sword with his heart. "262. The ferocious sword came from the land to Osmanthus Island in the middle of the sea. Another sword followed closely behind, breaking through the sky from Old Dragon City's Cloud Sea Peak. The power of the two swords was earth-shattering. On the sea surface between Old Dragon City and Osmanthus Island, two ravines were carved out by the sword chi in the sky. When Qin Pingan closed his eyes to comprehend the sword intent, the old Jindan sword cultivator had already snapped out of his daze. The reason why he did not try to grasp the sword intent that flashed past like Qin Pingan and try to use other people's knowledge to improve his own was not because the old sword cultivator's experience was not as good as a Realm 4 martial artist's. It was because the old man knew that after his sword intent was formed, if a bystander were to recklessly draw upon the will, spirit and spirit of other sword immortals' swords, it would be easy for it to contradict itself and cause his own pure sword intent to become impure. However, if the two sword intents were roughly similar, it was naturally a good thing. Ma Ji's intrinsic flying sword intent was rooted in the shade of a tree. Therefore its sword intent was close to spring, snow, spring and so on, but far from fire, heat and furnace. It was very different from the two swords of Cloud Sea Peak which were derived from the true meaning of the battlefield. Therefore the old sword cultivator did not follow any clues to pluck the sword intents of the two swords for his own use. On the contrary, some junior sword cultivators who had just entered the middle 5 realms had yet to stabilize their sword intent. Even if the two sword intents were polar opposites, they would still benefit from it. Qin Pingon stood on the spot and subconsciously assumed a sword furnace stance. Ma Ji was experienced and ruthless. Naturally, he would not disturb the youth's small opportunity. He even deliberately raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. Not only did he disperse the shade of the ancestral tree, he even took the initiative to grab some fleeting sword chi and let it seep into the small courtyard of the Gui lineage, allowing Qin Pingon to feel the sword intent even more deeply. During this process, Ma Ji's reverence for the old Dragon City sword cultivator grew. The power of an earth immortal's sword was so great that it could destroy mountains and overturn seas. It was a kind of deterrence and was not considered extraordinary. What really determined how far an earth immortal sword cultivator was from the upper 5 realms was actually not the power on the surface, but the degree of condensation of the sword intent. If the sword chi was scattered and the mind was in chaos, the sword would be powerful but the sword intent would be scattered everywhere. This meant that the sword cultivator's control of the sword intent was not perfect. As for the sword cultivator who attacked from Old Dragon City, the sword intent condensation was almost equivalent to Ma Ji's 1,000 feet sword attack. How could Ma Ji not be amazed and impressed? A 10th realm sword cultivator who was known as an earth immortal was only one step away from breaking through the bottleneck and entering the upper 5 realms. Because the sword cultivator's killing power was too great, they were often exposed throughout their entire life in the middle 5 realms. Therefore, compared to ordinary 10th realm earth immortals, they were more out of the world. For example, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had completely left Jianghu before becoming a jade immortal sword cultivator and had been in closed-door cultivation. It seemed that this old sword cultivator from Old Dragon City must have been greatly annoyed by someone from Osmanthus Island of the Fan family. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of provoking the heavenly tribulation and attacked so fiercely. Ma Ji asked Aunt Gui telepathically, "Madame Gui, who is it that attacked? Is it a method against our Fan family or a dispute with a guest from another place?" Aunt Gui hesitated for a moment and answered vaguely, "It should be an otherworldly expert from Old Dragon City who had some conflict with the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent. Our Fan family and Osmanthus Island do not need to pay attention to it. We just need to remain neutral." Ma Ji said with emotion, "Since it's a fight between two groups of immortals at the top of the mountain, let's just watch the show." Aunt Gui smiled. "That's how it should be." Ma Ji suddenly said in surprise, "The Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect? Is it the Jiang family that controls the Cloud Cave Blessed Land?" Aunt Gui had already closed her mind and cut off her inner thoughts. She no longer cared about the old sword cultivator's questions. Ma Ji did not care about this. He only thought that Madame Gui, who had a special status, was worried that the main body of Osmanthus Island would be implicated and needed her to be distracted. Ma Ji saw that the young man was still standing, so he simply kept his shadow flying sword and sat beside the stone table. The heavenly paradises and blessed lands in the world were 10 big heavenly paradises, 36 small heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands. They were shared by a few heavenly paradises and were divided into 3, 6 and 9 grades. The Clear Pond Blessed Land that was controlled by the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent had a very low grade, while the Cloud Cave Blessed Land that was controlled by the Jiang family of the Tongyi continent was extremely extraordinary. After Qin Pingon opened his eyes, the old man smiled and asked, "How is it?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I only know that this sword is very powerful. As for how powerful it is, I can't say. After pondering for a long time, I could only vaguely grasp the meaning of it. It's such a pity. If this sword could be slower it would be better. Ma Ji joked. A nascent soul realm sword cultivator needs to inform you, Qin Pingon, about the speed of his sword? Qin Pingon scratched his head. How would I dare to do that? Qin Pingon suddenly asked worriedly. Could it be that there is a sword cultivator who wants to harm Osmanthus Island? Ma Ji waved his hand and explained with a smile. No, it's just that he has a conflict with the guests of the Tongyi continent on the island, so he used 2 swords as a demonstration. The 2 swords were very particular and did not hurt Osmanthus Island at all. This is actually no different from expressing goodwill to Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, when Earth immortals fight, unless it is in a remote area where there are no traces of people, if one cannot hold back, there would be more or less some chi movement dissipating. It's very normal. Ma Ji said it lightly, but the old man thought more deeply. This unknown Earth immortal sword cultivator was either in existence that followed the rules extremely well, or he was old friends with Old Dragon City's fan clan. The latter was obviously more likely. Elsewhere on Osmanthus Island, there was no such harmonious atmosphere like the Gui lineage courtyard. Jiang Beihai's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The clan's nascent soul realm old man was lying in a pool of blood. That priceless robe, ink bamboo forest, could already be considered to have been completely destroyed. If he wanted to completely repair it, he might as well directly buy a new high-quality robe. The old man's injuries were not heavy. Very soon he stood up shakily, but he looked miserable and horrifying. That was because the might of the second sword was mostly offset by the precious robe bestowed by the Jiang clan's ancestor. The tall and thin old man stared fixedly at Old Dragon City on the continent. He gnashed his teeth and said, "That bastard ambushed us with 2 swords. He's gone too far." "Elder Su, what's going on?" Jiang Beihai asked softly. His body did not move and his feet were rooted to the ground. Not only him, the son of the Jiang clan, the rest of the clan's retainers and the Jade Gui sect's direct descendants were the same. None of them dared to move and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The old consecrator was flustered and exasperated, but his tone was rather helpless. He said, "I only know that those 2 swords came from the same person. The place where the swords came from was the Sea of Clouds above Old Dragon City. Could it be that some Fu clan's ancestor is holding a half-immortal weapon to show off to us?" Jiang Beihai thought for a moment. The Fu clan has never liked the Ding clan, and the Ding clan has a good relationship with the Tongyi sect. Previously, the Ding clan relied on that fellow to stand tall in Old Dragon City. Our Jade Gui sect and the Tongyi sect have been sworn enemies for 1,000 years. Logically speaking, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Even if we chose Fan Clan's Osmanthus Island to go to the inverted hanging mountain, and not Fu Clan's treasure-swallowing whale, this time, we chose Fan Clan's Osmanthus Island to go to the inverted hanging mountain. They should not have so much resentment towards us. The Fu clan is not stupid. They should know the strength of the Jade Gui sect, and the position of our Jiang clan in the Jade Gui sect. Moreover, the Fu clan has always had a good relationship with the Fan clan. The woman in the palace dress said carefully, "Could it be because of Madame Gui? Could it be that some Fu clan's ancestor likes her?" Jiang Beihai lowered his voice and laughed angrily. "We are not openly snatching Madame Gui. We are just talking about business openly. If Osmanthus Island is Fuji's property, and Madame Gui is Fuji's mistress, then this storm can still be barely tolerated. This Osmanthus Island was obtained by the Fan clan's ancestor through luck, and the Fu clan is standing up for it? Do you really think our Jade Gui sect is a pushover? Do you believe that as long as I add a little oil to the fire, those 2 hot-tempered ancestors of our Jade Gui sect will immediately charge to Old Dragon City to denounce us? Women always like to use their brains on matters of love, while men like to spend their thoughts on matters of the country." The tall and thin old man had a stern expression and warned Jiang Beihai telepathically. "Young master, we are going to the inverted hanging mountain this time. You cannot report this to the sect." Jiang Beihai nodded in his heart and smiled bitterly. "Elder Su, I know the severity of the matter." The old man took a deep breath. "I will immediately go to Old Dragon City and personally meet that sword immortal. We have to understand and settle this matter before we can go to the inverted hanging mountain with peace of mind. I will try my best to return to Osmanthus Island as soon as possible," Jiang Beihai said softly, Elder Su, be careful. Don't worry, I will definitely not disgrace the name of Jade Grey sect and the Cloud Cave Jiang clan. After the old man said this, he rose from the ground and flew towards Old Dragon City. Before this, the old man had already put away the priceless robe ink bamboo forest. His bloody wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was truly the method of regenerating flesh and bone. He was indeed a Yuanying realm expert who had been famous for a long time in the Tongyi continent. After the two unrestrained sword strikes, everyone on Osmanthus Island, whether it was the Fan clan or the passengers, were discussing spiritedly. Fortunately, almost everyone was a mountain dweller who had traveled extensively. Since they had the qualifications to personally go to the inverted hanging mountain, whether it was to do business or travel, it would not be simple. Although they were shocked, they were not frightened or panicked. In addition, Osmanthus Island quickly appeared to pacify them, and the disturbance quickly subsided. Jin Su delivered the medicine he had retrieved from the foot of the mountain to the Gui lineage courtyard and quickly returned to his master Aunt Gui's side. Seeing the calm and collected woman, he was in a rare good mood and boiled a pot of tea. Seeing his disciple return, she handed Jin Su a cup of hot tea. After Jin Su sat down, he had already calmed down without even tasting his master's cooking. The woman knew that Jin Su had a belly full of questions, but she did not want to say anything. She only smiled and said, "For that young master of the Jiang clan, it is undoubtedly an unexpected disaster. For you and me, it is a blessing from the heavens. Jin Su, you don't need to ask too many questions. After we return from the inverted hanging mountain, I will do my best to let you meet the person who attacked once." Aunt Gui laughed softly and said, "There is always someone better than you. This is not nonsense. In the future, when you travel the world alone, it is best for you to restrain yourself." Jin Su did not pay much attention to the last sentence. He had already turned his head to look in the direction of Old Dragon City and was filled with anticipation. A Gui lineage courtyard that stood aloof from worldly affairs did not need to care about the situation on the mountain peak. After that, Qin Pingon practiced the sword with the old golden core sword cultivator every day. The old man did three things. First, he took out his natal flying sword and entered it into his body to help Qin Pingon refine his three souls. He strengthened the foundations of the three soul paths of Fetal Light, Shuangling and Yujing. Second, Ma Zhihui suppressed the border and used a sword cultivator's methods to control the flying sword shade to fight against Qin Pingon. Lastly, he observed Qin Pingon's sword moves and gave him some pointers to correct the flaws in Qin Pingon's sword moves. However, Qin Pingon's sword practice was very interesting. He did not take out any of the swords from the wooden box on his back. Every time he only made a sword-holding posture and imagined that he was holding a sword with one hand. Ma Zhihui had some doubts about this. In the end, Qin Pingon gave an absurd answer. He said that there were two swords on his back. The one that he named Subdue Demons was someone else's sword and could not be used. The scholar wooden sword named Exorcise Demons was once unsheathed on the battlefield. However, after that he realized that the wooden sword was too light. He felt that it was best for him to find a metal sword that was heavy enough for his sword practice. Otherwise, his hand would be too light and it would be no different from not holding a sword at all. He always felt that something was wrong. Only by holding a heavy sword in one's hand and making the sword move extremely fast could he possibly meet a strong enemy that the heavy sword could not defeat one day in the future. Only then would he, Qin Pingon, change to a wooden sword and use the fastest sword move to fight the enemy. As an immortal in the eyes of the secular world, Ma Zhihui had no interest in martial arts or swordsmanship. In fact, he did not feel anything about Qin Pingon's stubborn pursuit of a Jianghu swordsman. He even felt a trace of disdain deep in his heart. What kind of heavenly material and earthly treasures could be dug out from the crops? However, if Qin Pingon was working hard on the great way of the sword and was going into a dead end, Ma Zhihui was afraid that he would be unable to restrain himself. It would not be difficult to talk to Qin Pingon for 3 days and 3 nights. The Osmanthus flower girl, Jin Su, would regularly deliver 3 meals a day. What made this girl feel relieved was that Qin Pingon did not push his luck and actually treated her as a servant girl who brought tea and water. He insisted that she take care of matters such as bathing and changing clothes. Otherwise she would really have a headache. Even when it came to changing the water buckets, Qin Pingon was still self-reliant. This made Jin Su have a good impression of this young guest of the Fan family. Then there was the osmanthus flower wine stored in the little courtyard of the Gui lineage. It needed to be replenished every few days. Given Jinsu's status, it was not that she could not bring dozens of jugs of wine to the little courtyard in one breath. However, in the end she gave up on the idea of doing it once and for all. It was not that she did not want to use this opportunity to see the depth of this foreign youth. After all, for these osmanthus flower girls who had long been familiar with the sea route, this trip across the sea was rather dull and boring. The so-called 10 sights of Osmanthus Island, such as the moon and tide, the osmanthus trees that could faintly be seen growing in the moonlight, the mirage of an ancient palace, the schools of flying fish that circled Osmanthus Island and so on, would be breathtaking at first glance. It would even make people take the initiative to pay artists to leave behind beautiful scenes. However, after seeing it for a long time, it would be difficult to be captivated. Some of the strange people and strange things that happened around Osmanthus Island were actually more interesting to these osmanthus flower girls. Qin Pingon now woke up at the start of the day. Before the sun rose, he would first practice the 6-step stance for about 2 hours. The old sword Xiao Maji would appear around the time of the day and leisurely drink a jug of osmanthus flower wine. When Qin Pingon finished practicing the ordinary boxing stance, or more accurately when Qin Pingon and the old man finished drinking a jug of wine, it was about the time Jinsu brought in the breakfast box. It took about half an hour. During this time Maji would generally explain the weight of the sword that day, the reason for the emphasis on sword intent, and some interesting anecdotes about the sword show of the world. After that, Qin Pingon returned the breakfast box to Jinsu, who was waiting at the door of the courtyard. Most of the time he would just say thank you. If the osmanthus flower family needed more wine, he would not be embarrassed and would just tell the young girl directly. The day of cultivation, under Maji's suggestion, went from easy to difficult. Qin Pingon would first practice the sword moves from the book. During the 4 hours in the morning, Maji would attack without warning, deliberately disrupting Qin Pingon's smooth sword moves. Therefore, not only did Qin Pingon need to polish the 4 sword moves, the avalanche style and the spirit-suppressing head inside, he also needed to pay attention to the attacks of a Jindan sword Xiao. Occasionally, Maji would simply bring forward the afternoon sword test to the morning. Before the end of the afternoon, the two would finish their lunch and then begin the afternoon sword test. Now Maji had silently raised his cultivation from the Immortal's cave realm to the 7th observation sea realm. He sat by the stone table, drinking by himself and attacking with his sword constantly. He controlled his life-bound flying sword, Cool Shade, to assassinate Qin Pingon. He did not care what method Qin Pingon used to face the enemy, whether it was those frightening ancient fist stances, the 4 offensive and defensive moves he had just learned, or a series of random punches that could kill an old master. Maji did not care about these things. As long as Qin Pingon could dodge the rapidly flying Cool Shade in the courtyard, or knock back the life-bound flying sword with one punch, it was all fine. Often, before he finished his sword practice in the afternoon, Qin Pingon's flesh would be torn open and his clothes ragged. Sometimes Maji would slow down the speed of his sword, sparing the battered and exhausted Qin Pingon. He drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. The small dishes on the table, such as drunkard's peanuts, garlic turtles, fried small fish and cold pork ears, were enough to go with the old man's wine. But every time Qin Pingon took a breather, the old man's next attack would be thunderous. Perhaps the old man was still chewing on the crispy dried small fish, but Qin Pingon was about to be stabbed in the heart. The flying sword would return in an arc and pierce Qin Pingon's back. Then the old man would sneer and say, "If not for the flying sword's void transformation, you would have died twice. You would never be able to taste this spicy and salt-dried fish again. Qin Pingon, even if it's just for the sake of this delicious food, you should work harder." In order to ensure the continuity of his sword practice, there was no dinner in the small courtyard of the Gui lineage, only supper. Jinsu only needed to place the food box at the courtyard entrance. Usually after 5 o'clock, Qin Pingon would stand and take the beating. With the help of the flying sword's Cool Shade, he would pass through corridors and buildings, and gallop through the post house in his spirit, training the thickness and toughness of his 3 souls. Recently, the old swordsman had stopped explaining his swordsmanship in detail. He just carefully controlled his actions and let Qin Pingon savor the pain. Qin Pingon liked and disliked this period of time the most. He liked it because he knew that this training was the most beneficial for martial arts cultivation. He disliked it because it would always remind him of the ordeal at the bamboo house on Luopa Mountain. Fortunately, the old swordsman's attacks were more restrained. Compared to the barefoot old man's bold moves, it was much more relaxed. Not only was Qin Pingon able to endure it, he also took the opportunity to practice the 6-step stance and 2 defensive sword moves, the mountain style and the armor style. Compared to the slow stewing of his own cultivation, with the help of the old swordsman, it was no different from stewing with martial fire. It was much more effective with half the effort. But as time passed, Qin Pingon, who was trying to find joy in his misery, figured out an interesting thing. That was the swift and complicated avalanche style of the sword. Combined with the old sword cultivator's flying sword's tempering, the pain of having one's stomach ripped open, heart and liver ripped apart, as long as he clenched his teeth and persevered, the sword would be even faster. Qin Pingon's understanding of this sword technique's offensive moves progressed at lightning speed. Later on, every time Qin Pingon held the sword and delivered the avalanche style, even he himself felt that as long as he had a divine weapon in his hand, as long as there was a bit of a sword aura that shot up to the sky, he might really be able to illuminate the entire small courtyard. After a day of sword practice, Qin Pingon went to boil water and put the herbs in the bucket. Before the water boiled, Qin Pingon went to the entrance of the courtyard to get the food box. The old man and the young man used the stone table as a dining table and ate supper. If there were times when Qin Pingon was seriously injured or covered in blood, he would first soak in the bucket, bathe and change his clothes before eating supper. Even if the old swordsman Ma Ji had eaten first, he would still sit at the stone table and wait for Qin Pingon. During the latter's meal, he would explain the gains and losses of today's sword practice to Qin Pingon, just like a review of a chess game. Ma Ji was a Jindan swordsman after all, and he had a unique insight. Compared to the old man surnamed Chui from the bamboo house of Desolation Mountain, Ma Ji was more willing to explain things in detail. Most of Qin Pingon's questions could be answered. After cleaning up the food box, Qin Pingon would continue to practice the walking stance of the mountain shaking fist manual. Even if another 10 or 100 years passed, no matter how high his realm was at that time, Qin Pingon might not forget this crude boxing stance, which could be called the most rudimentary martial arts. After midnight, Qin Pingon would return to his room to sleep. Almost every day this cycle repeated. Unknowingly, the sun had risen and set more than 30 times on Osmanthus Island, and 3 of the 9 sceneries on the sea had quietly passed. After another 10 days, the old swordsman suggested that Qin Pingon should stop his practice and go to the ancestral Osmanthus tree to enjoy the 4th scenery on the sea route of Osmanthus Island. Since the old man had said so, Qin Pingon did as he was told. Just at dawn, Qin Pingon came to the top of Osmanthus Island, which was crowded with people. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge gap. Osmanthus Island's sea route passed through in a straight line. On both sides of the sea route, there were 2 island mountain ranges descending from high to low. On the mountain peaks, there were row upon row of buildings, built against the mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist. The strangeness of the scene did not lie in the isolated deities sect on the island, but in the middle of 2 opposing cliffs on the way to Osmanthus Island. On the top of the cliffs on both sides of the island, there was a golden statue of a deity that was more than 1,000 feet tall. Also, after being washed by the water for countless years, the deity statue was still shining brilliantly. Even the Qi trainers would be intimidated by it. It was said that among the 2 golden statues of gods, one was a divine general that guarded the southern heavenly gate, and the other was a god that was in charge of the world's water fate. He was the first of the many rain masters in the heavens, nominally in charge of all the true dragons in the world. The divine general of the heavenly gate leaned on his sword in front of him, and his hands were placed on the hilt of the sword. He was like a huge god that was overlooking the mortal world. The face of the rain master god was blurry, and it was impossible to tell his gender due to the clouds and mist. There were colorful ribbons made of unknown materials around his body, floating slowly and lifelike. It made the god, whose golden body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, look like he was still in the mortal world, in charge of the flow of water fate in the entire south. Qin Pingon chose a long bench at the top of the mountain and sat cross-legged on it. He faced the 2 statues and drank slowly. The Qi cultivators around him were talking in the language of the Julu continent and the Tongye continent. Occasionally there were some old Dragon City dialect mixed in. Qin Pingon naturally could not understand them. Fortunately, there was a Qi cultivator from the Fan family on the Osmanthus Island not far away. She looked like a young girl, but she was not dressed like the Osmanthus Islands Mississippi. Her voice was clear and she should be explaining the strangeness of the sea view to the passengers. She was describing the scene of the two gods in the language of the Aquarius continent. She talked about the origin of the two statues and the long history of the celestial sect. It seemed that someone asked why the ferry on the Osmanthus Island did not dock at the island. The Qi cultivator from the Fan family smiled and explained that although the ferry could pass through the island, the sect did not accept any ferry. If anyone dared to disembark without permission, they would be expelled on the spot or imprisoned in the prison on the island. In history there were even tragedies of people being directly killed by the celestial sect. In the end, the young Qi cultivator smiled and said to the people at the top of the mountain that the next scene in half a day's time would be especially spectacular and should not be missed. Between the cliffs that the Osmanthus Island slowly passed, there was suddenly an object that looked like an embroidered ball. It fell straight down and swept towards a young man who was admiring the scenery at the top of the mountain. That person subconsciously reached out and grabbed the embroidered ball. He looked up blankly, not knowing why the celestial sect would do such a thing. The young Qi cultivator from the Fan family was shocked. Then she shouted anxiously, "Young master, I heard from our seniors on the Osmanthus Island that a lady from the celestial sect is looking for a husband. He has chosen you. This is a great opportunity that is hard to come by in 100 years. Young master, if you have not married, you must agree to it even if you are already." In short, only the direct descendant of the celestial sect can throw the embroidered ball to the fairy on the way. This kind of opportunity is really not to be missed. Young master, you must treat it with caution. Obviously, the young Qi cultivator held the embroidered ball in his hand and looked up at a certain spot on the cliff. He was going through a question and answer in his heart. Then the young man seemed to have passed the test. The embroidered ball that was wrapped with a ribbon suddenly stretched out. One end of the ribbon was tied to the man's wrist while the other end flew towards the top of the mountain. Just like that, it brought the man to a colorful pavilion at the foot of the statue on the top of the mountain. In the colorful pavilion, there was a beautiful lady with rosy cheeks. She held the end of the ribbon tightly in her hand. Beside her, there were a few ladies who had an extraordinary bearing and looked like celestial teachers. They were smiling as if they were giving their blessings to this heaven-made celestial couple. Qin Pingon saw all of this in his heart. Looking at the young man's meteoric rise, he was neither envious nor jealous. He also did not sigh with emotion about this world's opportunity. He was just a little absent-minded. The young man just now was standing more than 10 steps away. When the Qi cultivator from the Fan family asked if he was going to marry a wife, the man's expression obviously changed slightly. It was most likely that good fortune had come to him and he decisively abandoned his wife at home. Qin Pingon looked up and glanced in the direction of the colorful pavilion. He felt that the celestial lady who threw the embroidered ball might have a high cultivation level, but her eyesight was really not very good. Back at the small courtyard of the Gui family, the old swordsman laughed heartily. He drank wine and ate some side dishes. "I didn't expect that there would really be an embroidered ball thrown. It's a pity that it's not you. What a pity, what a pity. You must know that in the history of Osmanthus Island, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a once-in-a-century occurrence of an embroidered ball being thrown from a colorful pavilion on the top of the mountain. It's a pity that you don't have such good fortune." Qin Pingon grimaced. The old man restrained his expression and said softly, "The 10 sceneries of Osmanthus Island actually contain big and small opportunities. Of course, it can only be encountered and not sought. It can only depend on fate. Just like the colorful pavilion and embroidered ball of the overseas Immortal Island. Who would have thought that a cave realm cultivator with mediocre cultivation aptitude would become the final lucky one?" The old man said seriously, "If it's the other 9 sceneries, you don't have to care. You don't even have the thought of trying your luck. It's all right. But for the next scene, you have to personally go to the foot of the mountain on Osmanthus Island. The closer you are to the sea outside the ferry, the better. Because if someone really encounters such luck, Even a golden core or nascent soul cultivator would be envious of this great fortune. Qin Pingon said helplessly, I'm not going to try my luck. It's more practical to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. The old swordsman glared at him and said, Go, you have to go. Even if it's a 1 in a million chance, you have to join in the fun. On the path of cultivation, you shouldn't expect everything to be smooth sailing. But you should at least have some hope. You can go and admire the wonderful sceneries and try your luck. Even if you don't have great luck, what's missing from you? You rascal. Remember, the word, what if, is what chi refinement warriors are most afraid of and also what they dream of. Qin Pingon said carefully, Mr. Ma, I'm not a chi refinement warrior. I'm purely a martial artist. The old swordsman slapped his forehead and stood up. I'm so angry. You can practice your swordsmanship by yourself these 2 days. I need to walk around and relax. It's so boring to be so quiet with you all day long. For the next 2 days, the old swordsman indeed did not show up. Qin Pingon practiced his swordsmanship by himself. After that, the old swordsman only returned to the small courtyard of the Gui lineage. He met Qin Pingon and said that Qin Pingon had practiced well and that he should continue to work hard. Then he disappeared again. Qin Pingon only thought that the old swordsman had to entertain himself and did not find it strange. Then he went to the 5th scenery of the cross-continent route of the Osmanthus Island, the Flood Dragon Gully. As the old swordsman reminded him again, Qin Pingon took it that he had half a day's rest. He first greeted Jin Su. Then at noon that day, Jin Su came to the entrance of the small courtyard and reminded Qin Pingon that he could go down the mountain to view the scenery. As he was an honored guest of the Fan clan, there was a special secluded road down the mountain in the Osmanthus Palace. There were few guests on the road. Qin Pingon and Jin Su walked side by side on the road. Little Miss Osmanthus Flower explained the origin of the Flood Dragon Gully to Qin Pingon. In that oceanic trench there were many flood dragons. Most of them were the descendants of the flood dragons with mixed bloodlines. Some of them were water flood dragons who would instinctively go to the sky above the continents to create clouds and rain. One round trip would take tens of thousands of miles. By the time they returned to the nest, they would be exhausted. Moreover, there were often flood dragons who were not bound by rules and without the deployment orders of the gods above. They used their supernatural powers and released rain and dew, which were often easily overrun. Therefore, they often became the evil flood dragons in the eyes of the world and were crazily chased by the local chi cultivators. It was not only to enforce justice for the people but also to obtain the innate treasures of the flood dragons. Qin Pingon was shocked when he heard this. He quickly quickened his pace and went to the foot of the Osmanthus Island. He was born in the Liju cave where the last real dragon in the world died. Of course, he had to see the true appearance of the flood dragons with his own eyes. Could those spiritual creatures in the Flood Dragon Gully be counted as the descendants of the real dragon? Soon Qin Pingon came to the foot of the mountain. There were many small boats docked at the ferry port. The chi cultivators of the Fan clan who often ferried the Flood Dragon Gully on the boats. Osmanthus Island guaranteed that the passengers could travel the oceanic trench by boat. As long as they did not make any noise or use their supernatural powers to disturb the underwater flood dragons, there would not be any accidents. Even if there was danger, the Jindan practitioners of the Osmanthus Island would rescue them at the first moment. The guests did not need to pay to board the boats. In fact, even if they had to pay for the snow, Qin Pingon would pay for it. He boarded a small boat with Jin Su. The boatman was an old man. Qin Pingon found that the bamboo pole in the old man's hand was more than 10 feet long. It was engraved with a series of talisman characters. Among them there were 4 ancient characters that looked like earthworms. They were a little similar to the words, do 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 do. The name of the talisman was very high. Moreover, at the end of the talisman, it told the descendants that once the talisman was made, the talisman paper would ooze out blood stains. The person who drew the talisman did not need to worry. This was a sign of the great achievement of the talisman. Qin Pingon asked Jin Su the name of the talisman engraved on the bamboo pole. Her face was blank as if she had never thought of this question before. He went to ask the boatman. The old man smiled and said, "This is really hard to understand. Since the first day the Fan family's route was established, the bamboo pole seemed to have these Dan characters on it. There was no accurate explanation. When my master passed the small boat and the bamboo pole to me, he also could not explain why. Our Osmanthus island only said that it was a dragon-striking pole that could scare away the underwater flood dragons. In fact, we boatmen did not believe it ourselves. We, still believe in this more. The old man grabbed a pile of paper dolls and paper horses made of snow-white silver foil from the pocket at his feet. If you encounter a flood dragon swimming under the bottom of the boat, you just need to grab a handful and throw them into the water and they will quickly disperse. It works every time. There is no other way. If we go around the flood dragon ravine, our route will be more than 200,000 li longer. Fortunately, although the flood dragon ravine looks scary and frightening, in fact for hundreds of years, our Osmanthus island has always lived in peace with those flood dragons. Therefore young master need not worry. The boatman laughed loudly. He was obviously a straightforward old man. Speaking of which, if something really happened it would really be a disaster. Not to mention our small boat, I'm afraid the entire Osmanthus island would not have any extravagant hope of escaping alive. With so many flood dragons, how terrible would it be if they raced the wind and waves together? If you ask me, I'm afraid that even if a nascent soul stage sword Immortal dares to use his sword here and provoke the flood dragon's counterattack, it would be difficult for him to escape the disaster. Jin Su's face was unhappy. She complained, "The guests are on the boat. Why are you saying such unlucky things?" The old boatman blushed with shame and said, I won't say it. Young master, please sit tight. We're going to enjoy the wonders of the flood dragon ravine. I guarantee that we'll be safe and sound. The Jiao Dragon Ravine was a strange deep ravine where the water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. It was more than 10 miles wide and several thousand miles long. At the bottom of the ravine many Jiao dragons of the sea lurked. They were of different colors and sizes. Some were as thin as a basin, some were as thick as the mouth of a well. It was said that there was even a Jiao dragon whose eyes were as big as a jar. Under the water, its scales were shining brightly. It was so terrifying that no one dared to speak, lest they disturb those Jiao dragons and bring about a fatal disaster. The old boatman suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed somewhere in the air. Young master, look, that is a weary dragon returning from the land to make rain. Oh, it seems that it has suffered serious injuries. Most likely, it was used as a target by the chi trainers of the Hassa continent. They chased it for a long time. Not every flood dragon is so lucky to come back alive. Some of the dead flood dragons often become the unexpected harvest of cross-continent ferries. However, our Osmanthus island is kind. When we encounter a flood dragon's body floating on the sea, we don't fish it ashore. Instead, we drag it on the reef of the Osmanthus island and send it all the way to the flood dragon ravine. Qin Pingon and Jin Su looked in the direction of the old boatman's finger. They saw a huge monster falling from the sea of clouds into the distant sea, splashing a huge water splash. Fortunately, the place where the weary dragon fell was more than 10 miles away from the Osmanthus island. It did not have much effect on the small boat, except that the boat swayed from side to side a little more. The small boats were sailing slowly on both sides of the Osmanthus island. They were almost not too far away from the shore of the Osmanthus island, at most 2 or 3 miles away. The sea was clear. The small boats were like flying swords hovering in the air. In the depths of the sea many flood dragons were sleeping or playing. They seemed to be entrenched on the undulating mountain range, which made people forget that they were sailing on the sea at the moment. Qin Pingon suddenly frowned. He reached out to hold a sword in the sword box behind him and asked in a deep voice, "Is the flood dragon one of the monsters of the mountains and lakes?" The old boatman only thought that the young man did not know much. At this moment, the small boat was already 2 miles away from the Osmanthus island and was about to reach the deepest part of the flood dragon gully. He looked down and could not see the bottom. The young man was a little scared. Jin Su glanced at the young man as if she was looking at an idiot. She turned and flew to the top of the mountain. In an instant, it was as if the mountains had collapsed and the earth had cracked. The entire Osmanthus island suddenly sank more than 1,000 feet along with the sea surface. With the Osmanthus island as the center, the sea surface within a few miles of the Osmanthus island sank inexplicably at the same time. As such, the flood dragon gully, which was originally under the Osmanthus island and the small boat, suddenly changed from the bottom of the sea to a tall mountain range hidden in the water. All the spiritual creatures of the flood dragon species stared at the Osmanthus island. This was what it meant to be a real undercurrent surging. Aunt Gui floated forward and finally hovered in the air. She used an ancient language that everyone could not understand to communicate with a golden-scaled water flood dragon in the distance. The latter's eyes were cold and indifferent. The sword on Qin Pingan's back that was forged by Saint Wan Ju, demon subduing, was already trembling in its scabbard. According to Wan Ju's previous warning, Qin Pingan should be able to run as far as possible when encountering such a great demon. However, where could Qin Pingan run now? He did not run to the Gui lineage courtyard at the top of the mountain to hide, nor did he stand in place and wait for death. Qin Pingan looked at the bamboo pole in his hand that still maintained its emerald color. After thinking for a while, he sat cross-legged and placed the bamboo pole horizontally on his knees. He used his fingers to wipe away the inappropriate talisman characters on it. Then, relying on his memory, Qin Pingan took out the small snow all that Li Shixing had given him. He took a deep breath and moistened the brush. The tip of the brush was vermilion red as if it was dyed in thick ink. Qin Pingan smiled and placed the bamboo pole on the left side of the ground. The left-handed youth held his breath and hung his arm in the air. He held the brush that was engraved with the words, "Brush with Spirit," and began to inscribe the so-called seal-severing talisman, stroke by stroke on the bamboo pole. This was called treating a dead horse as a living horse. If it really did not work, he could only draw out the famous sword forged by the saint on his back and perform a magnificent feat recorded in ancient books. He could learn from the ancient sword immortals to slay flood dragons where there were flood dragons. After the talisman was completed, a bloody scene appeared on the emerald green bamboo pole. Qin Pingan's heart calmed down. He held the bamboo pole in his hand and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He jumped to a drifting boat that had not been tied to the ferry in time. He stood alone in the boat and took a deep breath. He stretched out his palms and patted the two sides of the boat. The boat shot forward like an arrow. Qin Pingan carried the bamboo pole on one shoulder and took off the blade's strengthening gourd with the other. He raised his head and drank wine. He said in his heart, "Seal-severing talisman. What seal will be cut? It's best if it's the ancient sword Immortal's dragon slaying, the dragon lock of our hometown's iron lock well. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on this." In the sea, flood dragons were circling. It was obvious that a great disaster was imminent and even Immortals could not escape. In the eyes of everyone on Osmanthus Island, it was an extremely cool scene. A small boat moving forward leisurely. Carrying the bamboo pole on his shoulder, the youth drank wine. 263. The Osmanthus Island was located at the bottom of a large bowl with the seawater as its walls. Tsinghua Book Network. All the passengers were likely to become the meal of the descendants of the flood dragons. It was going to be a long-awaited feast. The seawater below the Osmanthus Island and the ferry had already stopped. The surroundings were filled with the cold gazes of the flood dragons. The current situation was extremely delicate. The Osmanthus Island was silent. There were resentment towards the Osmanthus Island, as well as bewilderment due to the unexpected calamity. There were even people who were secretly calculating in their hearts, weighing their own protective talismans, trying to take advantage of the situation. If they succeeded in surviving to the end, not to mention the treasury of the Osmanthus Island, just casually picking up a few corpses of Qi refinement warriors would be a huge fortune. At the forefront, the steward Aunt Gui, who had been hiding her abilities, hovered in front of the cliff and confronted the old golden flood dragon. Both of them spoke cryptically, definitely not in the language of any continent. It was very likely to be the unique language of the ancient flood dragons. At that time, it was called the Sound of Water by the scholars. As for why Aunt Gui was proficient in this language and why she dared to go deep alone and confront the flood dragons alone, the passengers of the Osmanthus Island were too lazy to think about it. They wished that this ordinary-looking woman could transform into a cultivator of the 5 realms and turn the tide, then lead the Osmanthus Island out of this damned flood dragon's ravine. The woman seemed to be having trouble communicating with the golden flood dragon. She suppressed her anger and tried to keep her tone calm. Slowly she said, "Is there no room for negotiation? According to the records, the Fan family only helped you drag back the flood dragon's corpses, as many as 12 of them. For so many years, as long as you pass by the flood dragon's ravine, the ferrymen of the Fan family will inevitably scatter a large amount of silver foil origami as a tribute to you guys. They have never missed a single time." The old flood dragon covered in golden scales had eyes as big as a dustpan, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Rules are rules. If rules can be disregarded, why would there be a flood dragon's ravine in this world? Aunt Gui still wanted to refute and explain herself, but the golden flood dragon raised its claw and pressed it heavily into the water. At that moment the water current surged violently and a violent gale arose. Aunt Gui, who was standing in the wind, felt a burning pain on her face as the gale slapped her face. However, she didn't use her hand to block it, nor did she use her Earth Celestial Stage divine ability to dodge it. She just forcefully endured the flood dragon's fury. Old flood dragon sneered and said, "Someone is deliberately framing your Osmanthus Island. I'm not blind, so I can naturally see through it. But rules are rules. Your Osmanthus Island was unable to recognize people, so you allowed the fairy guests to use the Dragon King's basket to catch the young flood dragon without permission, breaking the rules of both sides. Madame Gui, you can leave on your own, but the rest of the people on the ferry must die here." Aunt Gui shook her head. "I won't abandon them." Old Jiao's eyes were filled with ice-cold mockery. There was also a burning gaze similar to that of a glutton looking at delicious food. Cold and hot alternately appeared. "I know, that's why I said that. Madame Gui, do you know that every time you pass by my head, I have to obediently abide by the rules and respect those few broken iron rules? I can only restrain myself from eating you." "Do you know how much willpower that requires?" Aunt Gui finally asked. "Is there no room for discussion?" Old golden flood dragon slowly moved its body that was as long as a mountain ridge. Its 2 strands of dragon whiskers were slowly dragged on the clear seawater. It glanced at a small boat not far behind the woman. The boatman at the side had already died tragically. The boatman was a shifty-eyed man. He seemed to be cowering and looking left and right. He was holding a small basket that looked like a cricket's cage. It was made of ivory and was pocket-sized and cute. A young flood dragon that was originally 60 to 70 feet long was shrunk into a loach in the Dragon King's basket after it was caught. It struggled in the basket and constantly let out mournful cries. The old boatman who had been rowing the boat for Jin Su and Qin Pingon was now standing on the surface of the water beside the man's boat. He was on guard and could not let the culprit escape. As for why the old boatman, who was a golden core cultivator on Osmanthus Island, did not decisively snatch the Dragon King's basket, there were 2 reasons. First, the shifty-eyed man had an origin flying sword slowly revolving around him. The sword was a foot long and was as black as ink. Thick black smoke constantly surged out of it. At the very least, it should be a dragon gatesword cultivator. Second, the old boatman was afraid that the culprit would go all out and directly destroy the Dragon King's basket and the young flood dragon. If that happened, the entire Osmanthus Island would be buried with him. The old boatman questioned the man as to why he would do such a thing that would harm others without benefiting himself. The man who had caused this disaster only grinned. He only sized up his surroundings and did not answer. The old boatman tried to sound him out a few times. He tried to deduce the mastermind from the man's words. Was it the young master of the Jiang family who had gotten off the boat? Or was it the old Dragon City's Ding family who was like fire and water with the Fan family? Unfortunately, the man turned a deaf ear to him. He was a man of few words and was unwilling to say anything more. The old boatman could do nothing about it. He still needed to wait for the results of the negotiations between Madame Gui and the old flood dragon. If it was confirmed that it was a dead end, then he could only kill the man in front of him first and do his best to snatch the Dragon King's basket. One less person on Osmanthus Island would die. The Fan family's 1,000-year-old business could not be destroyed today by the mouths of these ancient felons. The old boatman calmed himself down. He no longer hoped that the strange man could speak. He asked indifferently, "Do you think you can still run? Do you think you can escape from this flood dragon's gully under the old flood dragon's nose?" The ugly man finally grinned and said, "Then I'll try. This basket is worth a lot of money. I'll give it to you." Catch it. The man suddenly threw the Dragon King's basket that was not of high quality. Qin Pingon drank a large mouthful of wine and had already fastened the blade's strengthening gourd back to his waist. The old boatsie did not see anything strange. The woman who had been facing the old flood dragon and had her back facing Osmanthus Island also did the same. But the old golden WRM's silver pupils that were vertical were suffused with a trace of a playful expression, and it didn't expose the young man's little trick on the spot. It just took the young man as having nothing to do, so it decided to play with the young man. Qin Pingon asked, "Old senior, is the current situation of our Osmanthus Island already worse?" "It's bad to the extreme." The old boatsie nodded. He did not want to lie about this matter and did not hide anything. He said softly, "It is said that when the old flood dragon signed the contract with the ancestor of the Fan family, its realm was equivalent to a chi cultivator of the nascent soul realm. The old flood dragon's cultivation is often extremely slow. However, once it climbs to a high place, its true battle strength is often much higher than its realm. Not to mention the thousands of flood dragons in the oceanic trench. It is not inferior to the Immortal clan of the Aquarius continent. The key is that the old flood dragon is in charge of holding the line. It is the most troublesome." Qin Pingon was a little helpless. "The old flood dragon is at least a nascent soul realm immortal?" The old boatsie nodded. He did not know why the young man with a bamboo pole on his shoulder asked this question. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the old golden flood dragon in the distance. The latter also looked at him. Its silver eyes were full of ridicule. It also deliberately glanced at the blade's strengthening gourd at Qin Pingon's waist. Qin Pingon knew that the old flood dragon had seen through his little trick. The mountain god Wei Pai, who personally handed over the ginger gourd, said that no one below the 10th realm could see through his trick on the blade's strengthening gourd. However, the old flood dragon in front of him was clearly a 10th realm earth immortal. In that case, Qin Pingon's method of secretly leading Qi and Sherwu into the body under the pretense of drinking must have been seen by the old flood dragon. Then one of Qin Pingon's trump cards had been exposed to the light of day. The old boatsie advised, "Little guy, let's go. Your young heroic spirit is not bad, but it is destined to be useless. Why do you have to be a hero? Why don't you return to Osmanthus Island and wait for that slim chance of survival? If you stay here, I will definitely not care about your life. So it is not a help. However, with your current cultivation, it is no different from courting death." The old boatsie wanted to say that even if he returned to Osmanthus Island, he would only be waiting for death. However, it was better than being dismembered and eaten by the flood dragon in the sea. However, these words were swallowed back into his stomach. Qin Pingon took down the dragon beating pole and handed the bamboo pole to the old boatsie. He explained, "Senior, this is the chop talisman that I have modified. It came from the authentic alchemy works. According to the records, the complete talisman should have 8 ancient seals. Previously, your bamboo pole only had the 4 words 'do what you must do.' Actually, you have missed the Rain Master's edict. Moreover, the cloud pattern of the talisman was not small." The old man took a closer look and was stunned on the spot. Then, without saying a word, he reached out and took the dragon beating pole that had been passed down for generations. He looked at it carefully and rubbed the bamboo pole's talisman pattern with his palm. Its original name is the Chop Talisman? It lacks the 4 words Rain Master's Edict? This talisman's alchemy works, the cloud pattern and the true meaning of suppressing victory are indeed of high quality. Young man, are you a Daoist of the talisman sect? Are you a disciple of some great sect? Qin Pingon gently shook his head. He did not say that he was a martial artist. He only used a breath of pure vital energy in his body to imitate the scholarly Xixing from Fortune Street and drew the talisman in one breath. The old boatsie sighed deeply and said, "It's a pity that we only have this dragon beating pole that has been restored to its original form. If there were dozens of bamboo poles with this chop talisman, together with an array master who was proficient in the gate Duanjia, we might really be able to intimidate this dragon. What a pity, what a pity." Aunt Gui had already floated back. When she saw the bamboo pole, she was also a little surprised. However, she did not feel as regretful as the old boatsie. She indifferently shook her head and said, "It's useless. Although this talisman has a deep origin and is often engraved on dragon-locking pillars or swords, it is one of the tools that the ancient gods used to capture and whip the dragon. Even I have only taken a few glances at it in my early years. It can indeed suppress the dragon, but that old dragon's cultivation is profound and it is not too afraid of this. Firstly, the bamboo poles are not of high quality. Secondly, the requirements for the ink and brush of this talisman are also very high. After Qin Pingon handed over the bamboo pole, he used all his strength to secretly observe the old dragon. The latter's silver eyes seemed to reveal a trace of deep reminiscence. Very quickly it returned to normal. The two dragon whiskers slowly floated, flowing with brilliant colors in the sea. It was rumored that the demon binding rope was made from the golden whiskers of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Qin Pingon withdrew his gaze and suddenly said, "Aunt Ge old senior, can you help me delay for a while? I want to draw another talisman. If the two of you have other plans, just pretend that I did not say anything. Don't worry, I will try my best to draw this talisman on my own." Qin Pingon's voice was very soft, but the determination in his eyes was moving. A very important talisman. Osmanthus Island, Osmanthus Palace on the top of the mountain. A young noble guest was standing on the roof looking around. Beside him was an old woman who was worried. The young man wore a bright yellow gown. At first glance it did not seem very eye-catching. Moreover, it was similar to Qin Pingon's blade-strengthening gourd. There was also an expert who used a camouflage technique. If someone could break through the technique and look carefully, they would discover the trick. The gown was not made of silk or satin. Instead, it was made of countless yellowed bamboo slices. It was exquisitely and ingeniously woven. The bamboo slices were very thin but abnormally tough. Wearing the gown, it was not strange at all. Moreover, it allowed the owner to feel like he was in a small paradise at all times, greatly nourishing his cultivation. This was the true work of immortals. The gown was called Cool Breeze. It was a famous gown from the green immortal mountain of the bamboo sea grotto heaven. It was once a favorite of the monarch of a great dynasty in the Earth Divine continent. Following the fall of the dynasty, the treasured gown had been lost for a long time. She never thought that it would be worn by this young man. The young man spoke in the language of the Aquarius continent. Granny Lu, even the 100-mile square talisman of the Jindan sword cultivator did not work. Does it mean that my 1,000-mile square talisman is also in danger? The old woman sighed. The old dragon's cultivation is actually not frightening. It is only at the peak of the Yuanying realm. However, with the help of an expert, it has already turned this trench into a small world. It has turned into a saint and is overseeing this place. Its combat power is equivalent to a Jade Pure Realm cultivator. At the same time, it has all the advantages. The young man frowned. Then what should we do? The old woman smiled. Young master, don't worry too much. Even if I have to risk my life, I will send young master out of this dragon trench. However, after that, young master must remember to go back the way you came. Go to the beautiful building on the cliff where the embroidered ball was thrown. Tell them your name and they will not dare to neglect you. At that time, young master can smoothly return to the white snow continent and tell the ancestor about this matter. At that time, there will be heaven's punishment to raze this place to the ground and avenge this old woman. The young man complained, Granny Lu, life and death is such a big matter. How can you say it so lightly? I don't want you to die here. We still have to go home together. The old woman's face was still calm. She looked at the young man with kind eyes and smiled. I have no choice. I can't be full of sorrow and cry in front of young master. I'm already so old. I really can't do it. The old woman remembered something. She looked at the jade thumb ring in the young man's hand and said softly, Young master, this is an ancestral object. You must remember to hide it well. Don't take out the treasure in front of outsiders. When you go out, don't test people's hearts. People's hearts are things that cannot withstand scrutiny. Speaking until here, the old woman's wrinkled face was a little absent-minded. After all the old women in the world were once young girls. The bamboo-robed young man pointed at the boat. Granny Lu, look at that young man carrying the bamboo pole. He is about the same age as me. He is really powerful. He has courage and insight. He is handsome. I am much stronger. When I go back, I must find a painting master to draw this scene. The old woman shook her head and said with a smile, Don't be impulsive like that, boy. Young lord, you are not a simple child of wealth. If something really happens to you in the area between the Aquarius continent and the Hassa continent, it will be a big problem. The young man said helplessly, Granny Lu, I have been through many trials. Don't always treat me like a child. The old woman smiled but did not say anything. Which of those seemingly dangerous training sessions did not have an ancestor personally watching over them? In fact, this trip from the White Snow continent to the Julu continent, then south to the Aquarius continent Shengguang sect, Lakeview Academy Cloud Forest Jiang clan, and finally to the Old Dragon City. After that they continued south and landed in the Tongyi continent. They visited the Tongyi continent in the north and the Jade Gray sect in the south. The young master almost entered the Cloud Cave blessed land. There was no wind or rain along the way. However, the old woman could not understand why she was the only one who was the young master's retainer. Was it too careless? A nascent soul realm chi refinement warrior was not low, but how precious was the young master's identity? Like this time at Jiao Long Gully, if it was an unpolished jade sword cultivator guarding the young master wouldn't even need to frown, let alone be alarmed. He would only need to watch the fire burn across the river. Outside an ordinary house on the mountainside of Osmanthus Island, there was a small pavilion. A beautiful young woman was sitting there. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and a long skirt with a ribbon tied around her waist. In the face of this inexplicable calamity, although her face was filled with anger towards the Old Dragon City's fan family, she still patiently boiled the tea. After drinking the tea, she tidied up the tea set one by one. Only then did she begin to think of a countermeasure. However, when she saw the tragic death of the Jindan sword cultivator, she became somewhat disheartened. It was most likely a dead end. The woman's face was full of worry. She gently tapped the table with her fingers and muttered to herself, There's no reason for my luck to be so bad. In the Old Dragon City, I even told my own fortune before rejecting the mountain turtle and choosing Osmanthus Island. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any mistakes. I should have picked up one or two opportunities along the way. How could I have died here? The young woman stood up and tiptoed to the top of the pavilion. Looking down, her field of vision suddenly widened. She swallowed her saliva and slowly squatted on the roof from a standing position. She began to calculate and deduce with her fingers. Could it be that there's an expert hiding here, or the person who can break the game has not appeared? In short, it's definitely not a dead end, definitely not. Let me divine you, a woman who can confront the old golden flood dragon. Oh, so you're from Osmanthus Island. That's strange, the person who can break the game is still not you. Let's take a look at this hidden ferryman boatman. He's actually a chi refinement warrior who fell from the nascent soul realm back to the golden core realm. He hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. He's indeed an old ferryman with a story. But he can't break the game either. As for this fearless young man, forget it. He's carrying a bamboo pole. He's even drinking wine. He likes to show off too much. Does he really think he's a sword immortal of the 5 realms? If that's the case, the key to breaking the game is in the mountain. Could it be that there's an immortal watching with folded arms? He's just waiting for the old flood dragon to relax and give it a fatal blow? Let me divine. There really is an otherworldly expert who intentionally conceals his chi. Unfortunately, it's still not him. The woman scratched her head with both hands. Her cheeks were flushed. She was obviously anxious and uneasy. For a moment, the pearl hairpin in her bun was askew and her hair was messy. Don't panic, don't panic. Master said it himself that there's always a one that can evolve all things in the world. Even the Tao ancestor has always been pursuing this word. It's the same for the real dragon. It's also the same for the real mystery of the Pearl Cave. It's also the same for the Great Wall of Sword Aura. It's all the same. When the young woman was distracted, Osmanthus flower girl Jean Su of the Grey Lineage courtyard happened to look back 3 times with every step. When she looked back, she saw the dangerous confrontation between her master and the old golden flood dragon. She saw the old ferryman who was most likely a gold core practitioner from Osmanthus Island. Of course, she also saw the young man with a sword on his back who was sailing forward and causing trouble. Jean Su knew that she shouldn't resent the young man who stepped forward bravely. But for some reason her anger towards the young man became more and more intense. It was to the extent that she felt that all the disasters she suffered today had to be blamed on this guy. Only then could she feel slightly better. Jinsu didn't want to think too much about it. She was even more unwilling to admit that the reason why she was so angry was not because the foreign guest named Qin Pingon did not do anything right. It was because of his stubbornness that made her timid and cowardly. She didn't even have the courage to stand beside her master and stand side by side with her master. On the line between life and death, some people were greedy for life but afraid of death. They judged the situation and retreated to avoid it. Some people were willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness, facing difficulties and seeking to live through death. For the young people who had just started on the path of immortality, one might not be wrong and the other might not be right. On the sea outside Osmanthus Island, two small boats were anchored next to each other. The old ferryman tried to persuade her several times, but to no avail. In addition, deep in his heart he really didn't want to see the young man die here. He was a little angry and said angrily, "Since Madame Gui said that the old flood dragon is powerful, why are you still here?" "Nonsense." The woman smiled bitterly and said, "We're heavily surrounded. Other than a fish dying to break through, there's actually no other chance." The old man suddenly whispered, "Madame Gui, you must live. The Fan family." The woman shook her head. "I've made up my mind." She turned to look at the young man and asked softly, "Qin Pingon, that talisman, is it really that important?" Qin Pingon nodded vigorously. The woman took a deep breath. "Since it's already like this, what else can we do? That old flood dragon is determined not to care about friendship, and uses the word rules to pressure me. Since Qin Pingon is willing to do something, then do it. The two of us can help you delay a bit of time. It's not difficult." Qin Pingon immediately sat on the small boat, his back facing the golden flood dragon. He connected with the flying sword 15, a green talisman paper slid out from his sleeve. It looked like a page torn from a sage's book. Qin Pingon's left hand held a small snow awl. He gently exhaled, but when the divine brush reached out to the talisman paper, Qin Pingon's heart was shocked. The tip of the brush was like a heavy snowfall, a pedestrian's feet deep in the snow, unable to move an inch. Qin Pingon's breath of pure martial qi was directly cut off just like that. Before, when he had written the golden talisman paper, the demon-subduing pagoda talisman, and the yang qi lantern talisman, Qin Pingon had never encountered such a situation. On the contrary, Qin Pingon was pleasantly surprised. Rather than suffering from internal injuries and shaking his soul, Qin Pingon still forced himself to take a breath of fresh air. His arms sank and the tip of the small snow all kept moving towards the talisman paper. "You can do something, but you have to ensure that you don't make the situation worse." In front of the dilapidated temple in Huangting country, those young pugilistic men and women, for the sake of their warm-hearted and chivalrous character, almost spoiled the plans of the righteous Qi refinement warriors. They almost let the wild fox demon who had been causing trouble for many years escape. That was a lesson learned from the mistakes of good intentions. If this premise could be guaranteed, Qin Pingon felt that he had to do something. In the city god temple in Yanji County of Colorful Clothes Country, the county governor's daughter with the silver bells on her hands and feet also helped. Because she did not overdo it, every time she helped, it was within her capabilities. She could also help to share Qin Pingon's burden appropriately. This was very good. They were both fairies, one on Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City, and the other on Kun Boat in Dang Mountain. This Osmanthus Island was the family property that his good friend Fan Air would inherit when he turned 20 years old. As for the Kun Boat, there were once two young ladies who lived together day and night. They were called Chun Shui and Chiosher. They were very good ladies. Qin Pingon had always thought that at such a young age, no matter how many years or decades later, no matter how far apart they were, they would always be able to reunite after parting. Qin Pingon continuously increased the strength of his 5 fingers and arms. His breathing and 18 stops of sword qi circulated rapidly. This breath of pure qi that was like a hot knife through butter in his body had to be fast and stable. If the qi was stable, the spirit would be stable. If the spirit was stable, the talisman's spirit would be stable. At the end of the day, in the past, burning porcelain and pulling blanks was also a stable process. Only with a stable heart could one's hands be stable. The tip of the small snow all finally touched the green talisman paper slowly. It was a small speck of light that instantly exploded. It was just like the bright moon in the sea. Qin Pingon was indifferent to this. His mind was completely immersed in the Sever talisman. He wanted to write 8 words on the green talisman paper. Do whatever you want, Rain Master's edict. At this moment the youth was sitting cross-legged on the small boat, completely immersed in his thoughts. Facing an ancient book page, Qin Pingon held a brush in his hand. He did not look like a pure martial artist, nor did he look like a swordsman. Instead he looked like a scholar who was copying books in the mountains and rivers. Whether this talisman was successful or not, he would think about it after he finished drawing it. For example, whether the mountain quaking fist was good or not, he would think about it after he practiced it 1,000,000 times. If he did not do something today, Qin Pingon felt that he had let down the fist he practiced, the sword he learned, the wine he drank, and the many people he knew. (264). The moment Qin Pingon raised his brush to draw the talisman, under the old golden flood dragon signal, the flood dragon gully had already moved. Moreover, it was like a lion using its full strength to hunt a rabbit. The hundreds and thousands of flood dragons hiding in the gully surged towards Osmanthus Island together with the seawater that originally towered into the sky. Only the direction where the old golden flood dragon was entrenched was particularly calm. The old man on the boat threw the Dragon King basket in his hand to his feet. The life and death of a young flood dragon were no longer related to the overall situation. The old man glanced at the young man with a sword on his back. The young man seemed to be shrouded in the pure moonlight. The man, the brush, and the talisman were integrated into one. It was like a small world between the abbot. The old man praised in his heart. The young man was quite impressive. Although it didn't have much to do with the level of cultivation and the depth of cultivation, the old man admitted that he didn't have such a temperament when he was young. The old man quickly withdrew his gaze and said softly, Madame Gu, Osmanthus Island is in danger. Qin Pingon and this talisman will be protected by me for the time being. Madame Gu, you just need to guard the ferry. Let Ma Ji and several stewards quickly tell all the guests on the mountain about the benefits. Don't hide your cultivation anymore. All the personal grudges, rewards, and compensation will be discussed after Osmanthus Island survives this disaster. The old flood dragon's attack this time is very strange. And judging by the means it used to kill the golden coresword cultivator, it has either broken through the level and reached the upper 5 realms, or someone secretly set up a matrix in Jiaolong Gully and turned this place into an existence similar to the Confucian Academy. Maybe a heretical master took a fancy to this enclave, which gave the old flood dragon the confidence to challenge the Confucian sage of the Hassa continent. But whether it is the pure jade realm or a pseudo-sage, once it attacks with all its strength, it will be difficult for you to deal with it alone without me. Madame Gui was a little hesitant. She didn't rush to Osmanthus Island. She even deliberately slowed down the speed of her speech to weigh the pros and cons during this period. In the long life of cultivation, Madame Gui knew that in the dilemma of being at a loss, it was better to do one thing right than to do 10 or 100 things right. The seawater on 3 sides crashed into the ferry at the bottom of the bowl, like a broken dam. On Osmanthus Island, except for the ancestral osmanthus tree at the top of the mountain, the remaining 1,000 osmanthus trees all shed their leaves at the same time. The leaves did not wait for the leaves to fall to the ground, but instead flew into the air together. It was not disorderly. After the osmanthus leaves hung in the air one after another, they formed a semicircle that enveloped Osmanthus Island. Then the osmanthus leaves were instantly burned to ashes and vanished into thin air. Only a mass of dark green spiritual energy was left on the spot, condensing into a sphere of various sizes. Between these large osmanthus leaf spiritual balls, strands of dark green threads were produced in all directions, pulling and connecting with each other. The sea water was turbulent and the ferry was like a small boat. The spiritual energy contained in the osmanthus leaves were interconnected, and it was like a large net thrown out by the boat with all its strength. However, this net was not cast to catch fish but to shelter from the rain. When the seawater crashed into the large net, the waves surged, but not a single drop of water penetrated the large net and landed on Osmanthus Island. The ferry only shook slightly. Moreover, when the ancestral osmanthus tree showed a mysterious posture of rapidly growing branches and leaves, The ground at the top of the mountain cracked and many gullies appeared, revealing the old osmanthus tree's coiled roots. The entire osmanthus island began to slowly rise, as if it was resisting the impact of the seawater. It floated in the air and forcibly left the Jiaolong ravine. Many of the water dragons with horns on their foreheads were the most ferocious. They landed on the large net one after another, using their sharp claws to tear apart the osmanthus leaf formation, or using their heads to smash the net. This kind of water dragon was considered a noble member of the Jiaolong family. They were relatively close to the true dragons that were the first to rule the 5 lakes and 4 seas. Compared to snakes and carps, they were worlds apart. However, with the addition of the word water, compared to the single word dragon, they were still inferior. The water dragon was the species of the ancient dragon and the green snake in the sea. Hence it was also called the green dragon. It was similar to the white dragon that liked to hide in the mountains and precipitous ridges. One was in the deep sea while the other was on land. It often appeared in the writings of scholars and poets, and was also a frequent guest in the poems of traveling immortals. Many descendants of the Jiaolong followed behind, fiercely crashing into the large net, and even used their gifted water spells to attack the large net together. When the old man on the boat saw this, his heart ached. This was Madame Gui risking her hard-earned cultivation as an earth immortal, and allowing the vitality of her true body to be rapidly depleted, to fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Ma Ji, who was staying on the island, should have already negotiated with the guests, but he did not know if they could unite and work together to get through this difficult situation. When Qin Pingon was trying his best to write the talisman, the old golden Jiaolong gave orders to the Jiaolong Go to attack Osmanthus Island in one go. However, it did not have the intention to make a move. It only thought for a while, shook its 100-feet-long golden-scaled body, and slowly swam to the edge of the clear sea. Finally, a dignified old man in a golden robe walked out from the ripples. His eyebrows were extremely long and hung in front of his chest. He walked in the air. This old Jiaolong, who had transformed into a human form, did not care about Madame Gui, who was distracted by controlling Osmanthus Island. He did not even care about the life and death of the young Jiaolong Go. He was like a tourist who was slowly walking down the hill, looking down at the 2 small boats and the 3 people at the foot of the mountain. The old Jiaolong looked at the back of the young man, and his footsteps did not stop. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you tampered with the dragon's striking pole and wrote the talisman without permission. I thought you were young and ignorant, so I let you hide the 2 flying swords secretly. However, if you continue to push your luck..." The old man on the boat steered the small boat under his feet and blocked Qin Pingon and the boat behind him. He raised his head and looked at the old beast, whose temperament had changed greatly, and sneered, "So what if I push my luck? Do you want me to stretch out my neck and ask for a more comfortable death? I beg you, evil beast, to swallow it whole, don't chew it slowly." The old Jiaolong glanced at the old boat and said with a smile, "You've broken the rules, so you'll die no matter what. As for how you die, it's actually not important. Have you forgotten that after you die, if my subordinates peel your souls bit by bit and make them into dozens of bright candles? After they're lit, they'll be placed in the deepest part of the dragon ravine to endure the cold and gloomy pain. This crime is even more unbearable than being torn apart by horses and cut into pieces on the execution grounds of the mortal world. Especially for old Jindan stage cultivators like you, the higher your cultivation, the better the quality of the candles." At this point, the old man in the golden robe sighed and stopped. He put one hand behind his back and 2 fingers of his other hand twirled the long golden eyebrows hanging in front of his chest. He said helplessly, "Little guy, this Fan family's boat and I have helped you stall for so long, and you still haven't finished drawing the talisman of the Rain Master's edict? Are you a disciple of the Daoist talisman sect, and you're becoming more and more useless? Or are you not skilled enough and your talisman drawing skills are not good enough? Or is it that this talisman is too powerful and the talisman paper is too precious, causing your drawing to be a little awkward? It's okay, I haven't seen or experienced the talisman of the talisman for many years, and I miss it very much, so I can still afford to wait. Young man, take your time, don't rush." Madame Gui sighed. The old man in the boat had a similar state of mind. This was the horror of a sage ruling over a part of the world. It was like the Confucian sage overseeing the palace and the academy, the immortal sage overseeing the Taoist temple, the Arhat overseeing the temple, and the warrior sage overseeing the battlefield. The pale Madame Gui said sternly. Aren't you afraid that the scholarly sage of the Hassa continent will hold you accountable for such violent acts? The old dragon looked at her with pity and said, Madame Gui, oh Madame Gui, you shouldn't stay in Old Dragon City, such a muddy pond. You've been trapped in a cocoon of your own. You've been doing nothing for so many years and you don't pay attention to the outside world. How would you know that under the general trend, those who obey will prosper and those who oppose will perish? Madame Gui, although I've been coveting your real body for many years, I can give you one last chance because of your good background. What do you think? Madame Gui sneered and said, if the scholarly sage is here, would you still dare to talk nonsense? Not to mention the sage, I'm afraid that even a gentleman is enough to make you tremble in fear? The old man in the golden robe smiled and shook his head. Things are different now. That's why I said that you're too narrow-minded, Madame Gui. Forget it, people who walk different paths cannot work together. After eating you I can smoothly enter the pure jade realm. At that time, even if the scholarly sage of the Qin family of Yingyin leaves the academy and comes here to hold me accountable, what can he do to me? The old man grinned and his smile was creepy. I know that you still haven't given up and think that I'm deliberately mystifying before. You still think that you're lucky enough to let the young man draw that talisman to scare all the dragons except for me. Look, I've still fulfilled your wish. Now, do you still think that I'm bluffing? The old man took a step forward and instantly came to the side of the boat that Qin Pingon was on. Qin Pingon was like an old monk who didn't care about worldly affairs as he slowly drew the talisman. Madame Gui and the old man in the boat moved at the same time. Madame Gui threw out a osmanthus branch and it landed on the bow of the boat. Madame Gui chanted, take root in the blue sky, and the osmanthus branch instantly grew into a small osmanthus tree. The branches and leaves swayed and clusters of golden osmanthus flowers bloomed. The fragrance of the osmanthus tree filled the nose. The osmanthus tree was 10 feet tall, and its shade covered Qin Pingon. The old man's hands quickly formed a seal, and he silently chanted an incantation. He stomped heavily on the boat that he was standing on, and his palms were pressed against each other. His 10 fingers were intertwined and a dazzling light bloomed from the gaps between his fingers. The old man's thumb was pressed against his chest, and the little finger of the other hand pointed at the old golden dragon. When the old man formed a seal, a bright red flame lingered around his body. He was like a heavenly official wearing a red robe, and his forehead was covered with scarlet seal scripts. He angrily shouted, the golden crow spreads its wings, the fire god boils the water. The surface of the sea between the old man's boat and the golden-robed old man was like a pot of boiling water. Then golden crows flew out one after another, and they were dragging billowing flames as they quickly pounced on the old dragon. However, the golden-robed old dragon only waved his sleeves casually, and 2 azure dragons were pulled out from the sea beside him. They collided with the golden crows, and dozens of golden crows were instantly devoured by the 2 old dragons. Although the azure dragons had a full meal and flames flickered in their stomachs from time to time, they eventually perished together, and their bodies collapsed and returned to the sea. However, the old man's hands formed a seal and his attacks were swift and powerful. Compared to the golden-robed old dragon's understatement, the difference between them was obvious. The golden-robed old dragon sneered, the fire god? This kind of ancient god is too messy, and because of a huge disaster, the god that inherited this great tradition is often not legitimate. Compared to the water god that has always been passed down in an orderly manner, and is heavily relied on by the celestial emperor, it's really not worth mentioning. You're just a little gold core. I'm afraid you don't even know that the words fire god's boiling water are just a show of cowardice, right? The earliest fire god said that he would boil the 4 seas, and burn the 5 lakes to create clouds and mist in the sky. The later gods of the fire sect only dared to say that they would boil water. What water? Big rivers are water, small streams are water. After boiling water, can't you make tea and drink it? The old man's seal was easily broken by the golden-robed old dragon, but he was not discouraged. While the latter was rambling, he changed his seal. He clenched his hands into fists and heavily smashed them together. His feet stepped on a unique gang step, and the image of the heavenly official of the fire sect disappeared. He glared at the old man angrily and had the appearance of a protector. Around the old man, there were lightning beads that were circling around him. In the end, the old man separated his fists, and one of his fists hammered his chest to his abdomen 3 times in a row. The spiritual qi in the 3 qi dwellings was agitated, and the other fist returned to his palm with his palm facing the sky. Hibernate, awakening, thunder lock opening, listen to my order, punish on behalf of the heavens. In the cloudless blue sky, a huge whirlpool of lightning and thunder appeared out of nowhere. A snow-white thunderbolt suddenly appeared, and after a few turns in the air, it struck the golden-robed old dragon's head. The golden-robed old man's figure disappeared on the spot, but the thunderbolt did not disappear just like that. It directly penetrated the seawater, and after falling into the depths of the Jiao Dragon Trench, it bounced back, illuminating the bottom of the sea in white. Many of the Jiao dragons that were hiding under the sea did not participate in the encirclement, and after being disturbed by the thunderbolt, they all subconsciously closed their eyes, not daring to look at it directly. The thunderbolt swept out of the sea and flew to a place, and the golden-robed old dragon showed his true form. Facing this unreasonable thunderbolt, the old dragon finally seemed to be a little annoyed. This time he did not have the leisurely demeanor from before and did not continue to dodge. He stood where he was and slightly frowned. He put his 2 fingers together and each of them pinched a long golden eyebrow. He quickly swiped them and 2 golden sword rays slid out from his fingertips. They were about 3 feet long and were as long as the world's sharpest sword. One sword went towards the thunderbolt, and the other sword pierced towards the whirlpool that was connected to a small thunder lock. The 2 swords of the golden-robed old dragon's long eyebrow were successful. Together with the thunderbolt and the whirlpool, both the sea and the sky exploded with dazzling lights. The old man on the boat was indeed a rare golden core expert that had personally experienced the glory of an earth immortal. He had many tricks up his sleeves. He stood up from the ground, stretched out his arm and grabbed a dazzling silver snake spear, and pierced it towards the golden-robed old dragon. Die, you evil creature! The golden-robed old dragon twitched the corner of his mouth and disappeared again. The old man on the boat's spear did not weaken at all. Instead, he increased his strength and a black ripple appeared at the tip of the spear. The snow-white tip of the spear did not stagnate at all, and the spear was like a chopstick in water with a visual deviation. Then a strange scene appeared. There were dozens of golden-robed flood dragons standing around the old man. Above their heads, there was a spear that was either 10 feet long or a foot short, piercing towards the golden-robed flood dragon's forehead. Almost all of the golden-robed old dragons laughed at the same time. What an earth immortal attack! It must be hard for a golden core realm cultivator like you. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the tip of the spear. Sparks flew everywhere and the world was snow-white. Only one golden-robed old dragon did not speak. He stood behind Qin Pingan's boat, and could see Qin Pingan who was sitting under the shade of the osmanthus tree. He could not see the origin of the green talisman, but it was full of righteousness. The writing brush was a good item and even the old dragon coveted it. Looking at the blank talisman, it was only 70 to 80% completed. Although the young man's arm, fingers and the tip of the brush did not tremble, his mind was already unstable. It could be seen that writing this talisman was still too far-fetched. The old dragon became more and more curious. Although the talisman was not a low-grade talisman, the young man had already successfully drawn it on the bamboo pole, which meant that there was no problem with the talisman itself. It was the green talisman that made the young man unable to write. It was like a child climbing a mountain with weights. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had poured his heart and soul into it. It was a high-grade talisman with the Rain Master's edict written on it. If it was before he became a saint, the golden-robed old dragon would still be afraid. After all, it was a natural enemy. During the time when the Rain Master, River Uncle and Water God were still considered orthodox gods, the flood dragons would pay respect to these existences that were like Yaman superiors. But now, no matter how unyielding the talisman was, the golden-robed old dragon did not put it in his eyes. He even longed to see the talisman again. After all, during a long period of humiliation the old dragon was young at that time, but what he saw and heard was incomparably unforgettable. The old dragon wanted some old fellows of the same age who were not willing to follow him in the depths of the flood dragon ravine to see this profound talisman with their own eyes. Perhaps it could give these dispirited old fellows a sense of courage and vigor once again. As long as the complete flood dragon ravine was tied into a rope, it was not something that one or two immortal mansions could compare to. Dozens of golden-robed old dragons crushed the tip of the spear at the same time. This was the natal item of the old man on the boat. He immediately fell on the boat and vomited blood. Except for the old flood dragon who was silently staring at Qin Pingan's talisman, the rest of the old flood dragons whose ferocity had been aroused, burst out laughing and stomped their feet almost at the same time. There was not much noise under their feet, but the formation of osmanthus leaves that protected Osmanthus Island was like a weak city gate that was heavily hammered by countless siege chariots. It was shaking violently and was in imminent danger. Once the formation was broken, those flood dragons would rush into the island instantly and engage in a melee battle with these evil creatures who were born with strong bodies. Not to mention the ordinary Qi refinement warriors, even the sword cultivators with the greatest killing power and the military cultivators who were the strongest in Henglian were not willing to do so. Many of the Qi refinement warriors of the middle five realms who were unwilling to take out their trump cards suddenly had a drastic change in expression. They no longer dared to hold back and took out their magical weapons and spiritual weapons. For a time, Osmanthus Island was overflowing with lights and colors. They rushed to the sky one after another to help Lady Gui and the ancestor Osmanthus resist the stomping formation of the old golden dragon. However, when the Qi refinement warriors on the island attacked with all their strength, some of the big figures in the flood dragon ravine who had been watching from afar finally used their magical power of water and sprayed towards Osmanthus Island like a rain of arrows. Therefore, even with the help of the Qi refinement warriors, Osmanthus Island was still at a disadvantage. At this critical moment, there was actually a tall and thin old man who flew over from the sea outside the flood dragon ravine. However, he was obviously hesitating whether to take the risk or not. It was the nascent soul retainer beside the young master of the Jade Grey sect. In the end, he chose to wait and see. Lady Gui had no choice but to go to Osmanthus Island. She really did not expect the formation to be so fragile. Qin Pingan's Dao talisman could no longer be taken care of. Once her body and soul were separated, the formation of Osmanthus Island would not be able to withstand the next attack. By then, even if the talisman was successfully drawn, Osmanthus Island would have already been breached. The unscrupulous flood dragons would be unstoppable and they would only be defeated miserably. Lady Gui flew away and turned to the old man helplessly. "Take good care of Qin Pingan." The old man smiled bitterly and nodded. He struggled to stand up. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. All the golden-robed old dragons in all directions slowly walked towards the two small boats. Only the old golden dragon that had been standing at the same spot all along stared at Qin Pingan from the beginning to the end. It told him in its heart, "Little guy, if you don't finish drawing this talisman and quickly turn the situation around, all of you will die. Lady Gui will die, the old boat will die, you will die too, all of you will die. Whatever you do, the Rain Master decrees." A talisman with a total of 8 characters, Qin Pingan only wrote 6 characters in the end. Moreover, he did not follow the rules at all. This talisman could be considered as invalid if nothing unexpected happened. Actually, although it took Qin Pingan a long time to finish writing the first 4 characters, it was much longer than drawing talismans in the past. However, on the Rain character, no matter how hard Qin Pingan tried to circulate his qi, he could not even write that horizontal stroke. The green talisman paper seemed to be unwilling to accept this character. The two armies were confronting each other. Qin Pingan was fighting alone. Facing a towering city, what could he do? There was always a limit to a person's strength. It was not something that could be changed by ambition and perseverance. Qin Pingan struggled for quite a while, but he still couldn't put the brush down. When Qin Pingan's arm began to tremble for the first time, a mouthful of blood gushed up to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Left with no other choice, Qin Pingan skipped over the word rain. The word mentor was another natural moat, which Qin Pingan bypassed once again. Fortunately, he managed to finish writing the 2 words Imperial Edict. After using up his last breath, Qin Pingan was already exhausted. The arm that held the small snow all drooped down dispiritedly. He was just trying to force himself to breathe. This time he failed to draw the talisman, which made things worse. At this moment, the qi and blood in his body were surging. His voice trembled as he said softly, "I've read in the books that the saints said." Qin Pingon coughed incessantly. He finally said the second half of the sentence, "The hidden dragon is in the abyss." These 8 words were not inferior to the 8 words on the talisman in the slightest. A total of 16 words. When they landed in the Flood Dragon Ravine, it was like a bolt from the blue. "Yes. We obey the decree." Voices sounded from the depths of the Flood Dragon Ravine. They rose and fell without end. The world was silent. Dozens of golden-robed elder dragons fused into a single figure. He lowered his head and cupped his fists, but his face was filled with a sinister smile. Before receiving the decree, die. Above the Flood Dragon Ravine, a golden sword light as thick as a mountain fell from the sky. It fell directly on the youth's head. Some people could save him, but they weren't willing. For example, the nascent soul old woman beside the youth. Some people wanted to save him, but for the sake of the Fan family they could only choose to retreat. For example, Madame Gui. Some people were helpless and didn't hesitate to exchange their lives for the youth. For example, the old boat that was close by. Even more people were just watching the show. The situation was already decided. What was there to be nervous about? At this moment, Qin Pingon seemed to have seen through the hearts of people, but his expression was neither sad nor happy. A pair of seals slid out from his sleeve. The mountain river seal stopped above his head. After the golden sword light shattered, the mountain river seal was gone. All that was left was the watermark. On the Great Dao. One person walked straight. "265. Qin Pingon wrote a wrong talisman. If the moment when the little snow cone touched the talisman was like a bright moon in the sea, then when the talisman was finished, it was like a red sun. It was about the size of the mouth of the well, but it didn't feel burning. It was warm." After Qin Pingon said those words, the talisman seemed to lose the traction of natural qi. It swayed and floated to the sea. Then it slowly sank into the Flood Dragon Gully, and it didn't cause any strange phenomenon in the sea. Tsinghua Book Net, however, the big creatures that were entrenched at the bottom of the Jiao Dragon Trench all transformed into human forms. They were either old men or old women. They left their nests and stood on the stone wall of the trench, bowing to the talisman. Following these old fellows who were of the same generation as the golden-robed Jiao Dragon, many young and ignorant Jiao Dragons had weak combat power. They didn't have the chance to participate in the battle on Osmanthus Island or were forcefully detained at the bottom of the sea by their ancestors. Even if these little fellows hadn't transformed into human forms yet, they still imitated them and bowed to the talisman. Then these big creatures who had lived for countless years used their secret skills to reprimand those flood dragon descendants who attacked Osmanthus Island with the sound of ancient water. Their words were extremely harsh. Those young and strong water dragons and snakes looked at each other in confusion, shock, and unwillingness. However, the ancestors of each family threatened that if they didn't return to the Flood Dragon Gully in half an hour, they would be expelled from their families. Then they would be skinned and thrown to the sea. They would be exposed to the sun for 3 years. Only if they survived could they have the chance to recognize their ancestors. They followed the golden-robed old dragon this time. Their ancestors had tacitly allowed them to follow the golden-robed old dragon. Most of these young descendants who had suffered in the South Sea and the Hassa continent wanted to follow the golden-robed old dragon. They hoped that one day they could go to the Hassa continent and kill all the Qin family descendants and Qi trainers who were guarding the coast. But now the ancestor gave the order and the golden-robed old dragon had no objection. They had to jump up and leave the sky of Osmanthus Island. They rushed to the sea. After entering the water, they went back home to ask the ancestor for a fair explanation. After that, the golden-robed old dragon cut the young man who ruined his 100-year plan with his sword before he received the decree. Lu Chen's imperial decree? Who was Lu Chen? Of course, old Jiao had heard of him before. According to his ancestors, this was one of the Daoist sect's supreme beings. Before he ascended, he loved to travel the 4 seas on a small boat. He didn't seem to like staying on land. There was even a rumor that there was a boatman who steered a small boat for Lu Chen. When he went out to sea, he was still in his 30s. When Lu Chen ascended from the North Sea, he steered the boat back to land alone. When he returned home, he discovered that his familiar home, country, mountains, and rivers were no longer there. His name was only left in the family tree from 300 years ago. After that, the boatman whose name could not be traced set sail again to search for Zhou Xian. Was the golden-robed old flood dragon afraid of sect master Zhou Xian? Of course he was afraid, but he would not be so afraid that he would tremble at the mention of the name. Because while he was in this vast world, Zhou Xian was in that dark world. The more noble Zhou Xian's identity was, the more difficult it was for him to come to another world. Moreover, the rules were complicated. Every move he made would be watched by the scholarly sage. Once Zhou Xian personally took action, it would break the rules. By then, the scholarly sage that he hated would become his and Jiao Long's protective talisman. It was even possible that the person who would help them would be the Qin clan's old ancestor who carried the sun and moon. However, even if he wasn't afraid, he shouldn't take it too seriously. Provoking a sage, even if they were separated by a world, wasn't a good thing. The golden-robed old dragon sneered. This sect master who was born in the vast world but was in charge of a Daoist sect in another world really had a good name. As for the young man who used the seal of mountains and rivers to block the sword qi, the golden-robed old dragon twitched the corner of his mouth. This kind of thing couldn't happen again. Although he hated the young man in front of him, he was already prepared to stop. True gains and losses couldn't be decided overnight. Today's matter was too much beyond his expectations. It might have already attracted the attention of the South Sea coast of the Hassa continent. It was better to be careful. If he was caught, it would ruin his plan. The old dragon laughed. It's a pity that the seal could block the sword of a sword immortal in the raw jade realm. It's not something that a broken fish basket can do. Little guy, do you feel sad now? Qin Pingon didn't answer the question. If I have a lot of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven's snake gall stones at home, how many would it take to exchange for a safe passage to Osmanthus Island? The golden-robed old dragon was stunned. You mean the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven in the back of the Aquarius continent? If it's a first-class snake gall stone full of spiritual energy, to us, it's no less important than a dragon-slaying platform to a sword cultivator. 4 Jiao Long below the nascent soul realm, 1 Dragon Pearl Gallstone is enough to exchange for a realm. Let me calculate, 1 Osmanthus Island, 1 Lady Gay, and 2,000 lives of Qi cultivators. Kid, unless you have a lot of snake gallstones. The golden-robed old man stretched out his palms and flipped them, at least 20. Do you have them? Qin Pingon shook his head. I've given some away over the years. I don't have that many left. He struggled to stand up. The osmanthus tree that grew from the osmanthus branch had been destroyed by the old dragon's sword qi. Qin Pingon kept the brush, the small snow awl and the lone watermark into the Fengtsuan space. With a tacit understanding, the flying swords number 1 and number 15 quickly flew out of the turbulent Qin Pingon and returned to the blade's strengthening gourd. This time he didn't hide it. After all, the old dragon had already seen through it. The golden-robed old dragon squinted his eyes. The wooden box on the young man's back and the sword gave him a sense of threat. A Zhou Xian imperial edict that reversed the universe. A pile of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven's snake gall stones, a pair of mountain water seals, a brush with divine strokes and a blade strengthening gourd of good quality. Moreover, it was surnamed Qin. The golden-robed old dragon was more and more certain that it was a wise decision to stop at the right time. What a pity, what a pity. If he had killed this guy with one sword, there would be no future trouble. As for the various twists and turns that would happen afterwards, he wasn't afraid at all. In terms of cultivation realm, a false saint like him didn't dare to be careless. But in terms of backing, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. Old Flood Dragon saw the old man who had injured his primordial spirit standing behind the youth with a wary expression. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. That Sever the Lock talisman is a big deal. With my guts, I can only attack once." The old dragon retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingon again. "Since you have the snake gallstones, why didn't you say it from the beginning? Why did you have to fight and hurt the relationship between both sides?" Qin Pingon asked back, "Are you joking or are you serious?" The golden-robed old dragon's face was gloomy. The old man sneered. "At that time, you were so sure of victory that you couldn't wait to kill and steal the treasure. Why would you sit down and talk business with a young man?" The golden-robed old dragon ignored the golden-core old man's taunts and glared at the young man. "You are too smart. You won't live for long." Qin Pingon turned and said, "Old Senior, return to Osmanthus Island first. I have some words to say to this beast, to Senior Old Dragon alone." The old dragon shook his head and said, "Where there is life, there is hope. Qin Pingon, you're still young. It is hard to say whether these setbacks will be a blessing or a curse. If you don't use them, you won't be able to let go." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the old man felt that the young man in front of him seemed to be immersed in the talisman's divine will, unable to pull himself out. Qin Pingon smiled. "Old Senior, I know." Qin Pingon wanted to cup his fists together to express his gratitude, but he could only lift his right hand. His left hand that was used to write could not bend. Qin Pingon clenched his right hand into a fist and gently tapped his chest. "When I return to Osmanthus Island, I will treat Old Senior to a drink." The old man hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He returned to the adjacent boat and slowly sailed back to Osmanthus Island. After the old dragon left, Qin Pingon slapped the blade's strengthening gourd. Chu 1 and Chu 15 each hovered over the young man's shoulder. Then he brought out the water seal once more. The old golden dragon laughed. "What, do you want to fight me to the death?" Qin Pingon grinned. "When speaking to some fellows, if their fists aren't hard enough, they won't be able to listen no matter how good the reasoning is. That Severlock talisman from before is proof. From this, it can be seen that the reasoning I came up with is effective against you. Let me ask you a question. What rules did the Fan family and Madame Gui set with you that allowed you to righteously kill over 2,000 people?" The old dragon was a bit impatient. He gloomily said, "Do you think this rule is unreasonable?" He unintentionally stomped his foot, isolating this place from the outside world. After drinking, Qin Pingon casually threw the sword-nourishing gourd onto the small boat at his feet, and said silently in his heart, "Alliance Mr. Qi Miss Ning, I'm sorry." At first he thought of writing a lock-severing talisman so that he would be qualified to negotiate with the old golden flood dragon, and use all the snake gallstones in exchange for driving out of the flood dragon gully on Osmanthus Island. He had thought that when he arrived at the inverted hanging mountain he must give Ma Ji, the Jindan sword practitioner, a few grains of grain rain money. He also thought that before he got off the boat he must ask the Fan family for a map of Osmanthus Island. When he got off the boat and went to the inverted hanging mountain, he would secretly take the mountain water seal that Mr. Qi gave him and gently cover it. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Pingon's mind. At some point the golden sword energy that was as thin as a hair in the sky had disappeared. The old golden flood dragon's face was slightly pale. Although he was doubtful and extremely unwilling to believe the words of the young man, what if? He couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of the inverted hanging mountain. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. But the next moment the old golden flood dragon's face was full of surprise. He nodded slightly and laughed out loud. The golden sword energy appeared in the sky again, but this time it was not just a wisp, but threads, like slender water lotuses floating in the sea of clouds, swaying gracefully. On an inverted mountain, a tall man in a Daoist robe was standing on the edge of the cliff, looking into the distance. He did not see the flood dragon gully that he had casually set up, nor the top of the cliff where the two gods were confronting each other, nor the young woman in a green robe who sat on the shoulder of the Rain Master Immortal drinking wine, but in the sea of clouds, an elegant man in a green robe with a long sword at his waist. He had set off from the sea near the old dragon city and would soon arrive at the flood dragon gully. This man had been away from the world for too many years. The reason was very interesting. His sword energy was so strong that no matter how he suppressed it, he could not stop the sword energy from pouring out in all directions. Everything close to him was turned into powder. Therefore, this man would only travel to all kinds of places in the world where there were few people, such as the sky, the lakes and the seas, the deep mountains and the miasma. The tall Taoist priest's eyes were burning. This man was worth fighting. However, he soon frowned. On the surface of the sea under the feet of the scholarly swordsman, there was a wooden man who was rowing a boat with a bamboo pole. In an instant the boat traveled thousands of feet and was as fast as lightning. It was not at all inferior to the world-renowned sword Immortal above him. The wooden man said sullenly, "My master said that this time he schemed against Qin Pingon for his own good. If he took Qi Jingchuan's mountain seal and went to the inverted mountain, With the bad temper of that second uncle's proud disciple, Qin Pingon would suffer greatly. Moreover, my master sincerely hopes that Qin Pingon can find another way to go to the Green Netherworld. He is willing to take Qin Pingon as his closed-door disciple. The elegant and handsome Heaven Sword cultivator did not even lift his eyelids. He only looked at the Flood Dragon Gully in the distance and said, "You are just an in-name disciple of Lu Qin. You want to snatch little junior brother from my Xiaoqi? Fine, why don't you take a blow from my sword?" The man was not annoyed. He still had his naturally sullen expression and tone. "I don't fight. I only know how to row a boat." Wherever the sword cultivator passed, the sea of clouds would be cut open automatically. After a while he was somewhat displeased. "Then why are you following me?" The boatman said honestly, "I am going to explain it to Qin Pingon face to face so that he won't misunderstand my master." The sword cultivator suddenly said very seriously, "But I feel that you are an eyesore. What should I do?" The boatman thought for a while. "Then I won't go." Sure enough, the boat stopped abruptly. The man nodded. "You are not stupid." He rode the wind and left. His face was full of resentment. He muttered to himself and answered his own questions. "Xiaoqi wants me to be your Dao protector. How can I agree? Xiaoqi is stupid from studying. I am not. So I won't agree." The sword cultivator seemed to be in a worse mood. He began to speed up so that the qi behind him vibrated and rumbled, like a string of thunder resounding through the sea of clouds. When he was about to pass by the two divine statues of the Rain Master and the Divine General, someone reprimanded him loudly, forbidding him to fly over the sect's sky without permission. He had to take a detour. The swordsman lowered his head and casually glanced at the statue. He put his thumb on the hilt of the sword and pushed it gently. The long sword fell into the sea. When it was only a few feet above the sea, it suddenly rose from the ground. The sword was like a rainbow, directly splitting the Divine General statue into two halves. The golden light exploded like the rising sun. The long sword flashed and disappeared, quietly returning to its sheath with its master. The sword cultivator continued to move forward. Reason? He never liked that. If he wanted to reason with others, why did he practice the sword? The sword cultivator suddenly looked up. "How dare you show your sword energy in front of me? Do you really think you are Alliance?" The sword cultivator of the cloud, who was still 700 or 800 miles away from the Flood Dragon Gully, turned his wrist and slapped out. The Osmanthus Island turned upside down in the air and heavily smashed into the sea dozens of miles away, shaking violently. Then, as if it was blown by a strong wind, it quickly moved forward and left the Flood Dragon Gully in an instant. Then the sword cultivator flicked his finger. The Flood Dragon Gully was like a gate to heaven. Snow-white sword chi constantly poured down like a waterfall. In a flood dragon ravine, the flood dragons that were nearer to the surface of the sea did not know what the snow-white flood that was poured into the sea was at first. Then, when they came back to their senses, they were already skeletons in their original positions. As for the golden sword energy summoned by the golden-robed old flood dragon, it was like a few withered branches facing a flood. It had long been washed away, not leaving a single drop. The snow-white flood formed by the sword energy kept flowing into the Flood Dragon Gully. But the golden-robed old flood dragon and Qin Pingon on the boat were still safe. Inside the Flood Dragon Gully, the sword energy was at its peak and corpses were everywhere. The golden-robed old flood dragon stood dazedly on the spot, his face ashen. Wasn't this just in case? Wasn't this 10,000? A scholarly sword cultivator came to the edge of the Flood Dragon Gully and stepped on the sea surface, slowly moving forward. The sea water was invaded by the sword energy and instantly boiled, turning into clouds. So, the sword cultivator was still flying in the air. He glanced at Qin Pingon and said expressionlessly, "Little Qi wanted me to be your Dao protector, but I didn't agree. Just like when Mr. wanted me to protect Little Qi, I still didn't agree. Why do you need a Dao protector when you choose your own Dao?" He had a helpless expression, but there was a smile in his eyes. "But you are half my junior brother, I can't deny this. And this time, you dared to take responsibility for your own life and death. I think it's pretty good. Anyway, it suits my taste, so I came to see you. Mr. and Little Qi, one is so old and the other is not young. If they are bullied, they can only blame themselves for being stubborn. But you are still young. It doesn't make sense for you to be bullied like this. The sword cultivator said casually. The golden-robed old flood dragon's more than 300 chi residences exuded snow-white light bit by bit. His face was ferocious and full of pain. But this old flood dragon, whose battle strength was equivalent to the unpolished jade realm, couldn't make a single sound from beginning to end. My sword intent is not as good as Alliance's, but his sword arts are better. The sword cultivator looked at the youth called Qin Pingon and pointed his thumb at the sky, then at himself. He smiled and said, "Oh right, I'm called Zhou. I'm your and Little Chi's senior brother." (266). On the surface of the flood dragon ditch, Qin Pingon stared blankly at the green-robed sword practitioner who called himself the eldest senior brother. The young man frowned and his lips trembled. Then he lowered his head. The sword practitioner with the strange name said angrily, "Are you going to cry? Why are you the same as Xiaoqi? No wonder he picked you. You can't reason with him and you can't beat him. Every time you hide and cry, your tears falling down." The sword practitioner suddenly said sternly, "Raise your head." Qin Pingon raised his head blankly. The man questioned, "Why did you change your mind at the last moment? Why did you choose to use your fist instead of your sword? Answer loudly, don't be shy." Qin Pingon blurted out subconsciously, "Your swordsmanship is too bad. It's not embarrassing. Your fist technique is not bad. It's not satisfying if you don't use it. Bah. How dare you say that your martial arts fist intent is not bad?" The man's face was full of anger. He turned his head and spat fiercely. He did not have Qi Jingquan's elegance, nor did he have Al Liang's amiability. It seemed that this sword immortal named Left and Right, the most rebellious disciple of the sage of literature in the past, did not look like a scholar at all. However, the hidden smile in the depths of the man's eyes grew thicker and thicker, but his face turned cold. He raised his arm again and pointed his thumb behind him. "Let's not talk about this Jiaolong gully. Let's talk about the statue on the island. I thought it was blocking my way, so I chopped it with my sword. Let's talk about this stinky ditch. I thought those evil creatures were an eyesore, so I washed them with my sword energy. What do you think?" Qin Pingon answered honestly, "It should be considered unreasonable." But when he remembered that this person was Mr. Qi's senior brother, he quickly added, "Should be?" The man sneered and said, "You're so polite. What should be considered? It's the truth." He put his palm on the hilt of the long sword at his waist and asked, "You know that I'm a scholar, but I study swordsmanship more than reading books. Why is that?" Qin Pingon shook his head. He had only heard of Alliance and Cui Dong occasionally mentioning this person. The former did not say too much and only said that he was the best swordsman among the old Xiaotsai's disciples. The latter gnashed his teeth in anger. A person who betrayed his master and betrayed his sect seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for his former fellow apprentice. In the end, in Qin Pingon's mind, Zhou was like a hidden dragon in the clouds, unreachable and unpredictable. The sword cultivator from the orthodox Confucian school waved his hand. "There's nothing for you to do here. Cultivate well in the future and don't let down Little Chi's high hopes. If you do badly one day, I might come and make trouble for you." The man hovering in the Jiaolong gully pointed a finger at Qin Pingon. "No matter how high your realm is, it's just a matter of one sword strike." To him, it had always been right and proper for a senior brother to teach a junior brother a lesson. Was it reasonable? He was too lazy to think too much about it. Being a senior brother was the principle. At this moment, the sea of clouds suddenly lowered, and a golden Dharma form that was hundreds of feet tall appeared. It was a middle-aged Daoist with a fishtail crown on his head. "You are the disciple of the sage of Wen, the sword cultivator? I heard that many people recommend you as the best swordsman in the world. Even the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi have many admirers." The sword cultivator in green looked up. "You sound a little unconvinced." The tall Taoist laughed heartily. "I don't care about your swordsmanship. I just don't like you. How about we find a place to have a good fight?" The sword cultivator smiled. "You stinky cow-nosed Taoist. You're not good at anything, but your luck is better than mine. You have the second Taoist as your master. My master is not good. He only knows how to talk. But my master is not as good as your master. There's one thing he's better than the second Daoist. The old Xianxia has me as his disciple. Including you, there are more than 10 disciples of the second Daoist. The man in green stretched out a finger, raised it high and shook it gently. Oh. He didn't give up and looked up. For example, you brought out such a big Dharma figure. So what? In front of my sword? It's not enough. Before the man finished speaking, from the sea huge waves were set off. A majestic sword chi thicker than the whole Osmanthus island soared into the sky in the form of a light column. It broke the golden figure into pieces instantly. The small boat under Qin Pingan's feet, which was caught in the crossfire, bobbed up and down with the waves. He turned his head and looked at the snow-white sword chi that was surging like a bull. Previously, he thought that Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had broken the wedding dress ghost's curtain of darkness. At this moment he realized that he was too ignorant. One of the golden body Dharma appearances was broken into pieces, but there was still a bell-like voice that came from the sky. I don't want to take advantage of you. With that guy here, neither of us can fight freely. Why don't we go to the sea area of Fengshan Island? Unknowingly, the old golden flood dragon whose more than 300 qi residences had been filled by the sword qi had lost the chance to keep them from exploding. It turned out that the Daoist Gao, who was thousands of miles away, had used some kind of magic to reach out a white jade-like finger from the void and touch the forehead of the old golden flood dragon when the golden figure was destroyed by the sword qi. In an instant the old golden flood dragon withered and his heart died. From the inside to the outside, most of his body turned into ashes and disappeared. Only a golden robe was left floating on the sea surface, and some half-step immortal items condensed by Yuanying were left. The sword cultivator didn't care about this at all. He just waved his hand and slapped the remains of the old golden flood dragon into Qin Pingan's boat. Keep this junk. This trip to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, good luck. Qin Pingan bowed. The swordsman nodded and accepted it calmly. Then he did not say anything else and rode the wind towards the southwest. After that he muttered something to himself. His voice lingered in the air. It was unknown whether the swordsman was talking to himself or Qin Pingan. Immortality, carefree in the mountains and seas, living in the clouds and drinking dew and not eating grains, is already an anomaly. Qin Pingan silently returned to the small boat and collected the 3 items that the swordsman had thrown at his feet into Flying Sword 15. They were a golden robe, 2 entangled golden dragon whiskers and a fist-sized pearl. It had a dim luster and was slightly yellow. It was similar to the saying that a person's pearl would turn yellow when they were old. Qin Pingan looked around and gradually calmed down. Looking up, it was a sunny day. Qin Pingan rested for a moment. He picked up the bamboo pole with the real seal engraved on it and got up to chase after Osmanthus Island. He felt a little awkward. He hoped that the ferry wouldn't go to the inverted hanging mountain in one go and leave him in the vast sea. Qin Pingan opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance. If it was before, Qin Pingan would think that Osmanthus Island wouldn't do such a thing. But now Qin Pingan didn't realize that he would have such thoughts. Unknowingly he was distracted. The sword cultivator, who was flying freely and unrestrained by heaven and earth, suddenly stopped and looked back at a place where Qin Pingan was destined not to be able to see him. What the man saw was the young man from Dali. But in his heart he was thinking of an old friend. That person once said, "I don't want you to be Qin Pingan's Tao protector, and I know that you won't agree. But I, Qi Jingchun, don't have many friends in my life. In the whole world I can only look for you. I can only look for you." The man felt aggrieved when he thought of this. He sat down cross-legged and hovered above the sea. He clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. His sharp sword aura flowed and the sea water beneath his feet churned violently. But the fog couldn't get close to this sword cultivator. The Qi refinement warriors in the world were all envious of those sword cultivators who were born with amazing talent and were given the title of Khanate sword embryo. But this man learned the sword very late and was never a Khanate sword embryo. So when this man appeared in the Central Plains, he didn't just suppress, but crushed countless senior sword cultivators. He was especially merciless towards those so-called Khanate sword embryos. He mocked them and spread the word. Countless sword cultivators with extraordinary talent had their sword hearts shattered and their Tao severed. So much so that all the young sword cultivators of the Central Plains couldn't help but feel apprehensive after being praised as connate sword embryos. They felt that these words were scolding them. This sword cultivator was called Left and Right. No one in the world could surpass Left and Right in terms of swordsmanship. Even though the man was in a daze, his eyes were still as bright as ever. He stared at the young man's clear eyes and felt that he was too similar to the arrogant junior brother he was familiar with when he was young. Relying on the fact that he was smart and was doted on by his teacher, he talked about a set of sage principles that were linked and impeccable. After admitting defeat in the debate, he even added, "I don't think senior brother is sincere in admitting defeat. This is wrong." It was really annoying. He hated the teacher bragging about how good he was at fighting. Then there was Xiaoqi, who read extremely fast. The sound of him flipping the pages and the way he reasoned. He only liked the grand occasion when the teacher participated in the debate between the three sects twice. That kind of aura of a teacher who stood aloof from the world and a scholar who was like the sun in the sky. He liked Qi Jingchun. Every time he traveled to the famous mountains and rivers with him, he would climb the mountains and write essays after drinking. It made people feel that no matter how high the mountains were, they couldn't be higher than this person's knowledge. But even today the old scholar had no way out. He had disappeared into heaven and earth. Xiaoqi was no longer in this world. Alliance had also left the world. The man still thought that whether it was the teacher Xiaoqi or even the seemingly free Alliance, they all lived too tiring lives. They were not as good as him. Because he was never bothered to reason with others. If he couldn't beat them, it was useless to reason with them. If he could beat them, there was no need to reason with them. It was enough to have a sword. The man sighed, stood up, and continued to go to the Wind God Island in the Southwest Sea. He felt that some words were too pretentious, so he was also too lazy to say them. "Little junior brother, you must take a few more looks at this world for Xiaoqi. In the future, if you have the chance, go to other worlds and see them all." Xiaoqi had never walked out of the world in his life. Among the many disciples of the teacher, he was the one who yearned for the faraway places the most. In the end, he was the one who stayed in the study room in school the most. I know very well how many times Xiaoqi cried in his life. Because he was beaten to tears by me when he was young. There was no other way. I couldn't reason with him and he couldn't beat me in a fight. Boy, can you imagine your Mr. Qi crying bitterly? The man laughed and unsheathed his sword. The dozens of islands under his feet, no matter how big or small, were all cut into two. The human world was quite boring. Only fighting could make the left and right feel a little more energetic. Between a small boat in a hurry and the slowly moving Osmanthus Island, there was a seriously injured old man waiting for Qin Pingon on the sea. Qin Pingon grinned. It was the old boatman who possessed remarkable abilities. The two of them took the small boat together and swam across the sea. Soon they arrived at Osmanthus Island and stopped the boat. Madame Gui stood alone at the ferry with an apologetic face. She said to Qin Pingon, "I will report what happened today to the Fan family's ancestral hall. I will never forget Child Chen's life-saving grace." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I just saved myself." Madame Gui was speechless. She sighed and walked side by side with the old man and the young man to the peak of Osmanthus Island. The old boat needed to rest. He said goodbye to Qin Pingon and went to his own residence. Qin Pingon and Madame Gui walked to the Gui family's courtyard. Madame Gui hesitated and explained, "Ma Ji led the troops in the battle to protect Osmanthus Island, so he was injured. He might not be able to accompany you to test the sword in the near future. He asked me to pass on a message, hoping that Child Chen will forgive him." Qin Pingon nodded. Of course, Senior Ma's recovery is more important. Madame Gui was a little helpless. Now that Osmanthus Island is in a delicate situation, I am not at ease letting outsiders enter this courtyard. Even if it is Jin Su, it is not appropriate. If Child Chen does not mind, I will be in charge of the Gui family's courtyard. Qin Pingon quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. Just send me 3 meals a day like before. If it was not for the lack of a kitchen here, I can actually cook my own meals. Madame Gui smiled and said goodbye. There are many matters that need to be settled. Child Chen, please rest well. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Near the courtyard, there will be an Osmanthus lady waiting for you. Qin Pingon sat alone on the stone bench in the courtyard and closed his eyes to rest. Very quickly someone knocked on the door. It was an osmanthus lady who said softly, "Child Qin, there are 2 guests from the White Snow continent. Madame Gui said that it will be up to Child Qin whether you want to see them or not." Qin Pingon stood up to open the door. Other than the Osmanthus Island girl, there was also a smiling young man in green clothes and a white-haired old woman with a solemn expression. The young man went straight to the point. "Benefactor, my name is Lu Yuzhou. I come from the northernmost White Snow continent. I will not enter the courtyard and disturb your cultivation. I am only here to thank you in person." Qin Pingon smiled. "All right." Then both of them were speechless. The young man in bamboo clothes looked at Qin Pingon curiously. Qin Pingon was wondering when the young man would leave. The old woman broke the silence. "Previously, the golden-robed evil dragon attacked you twice. The first time was too unexpected and I could not block it. The second time I still could not block it unless I put my life on the line. But this time I need to take care of my young master. So for this matter my young master needs to thank you. As for this old woman, I need to apologize to you." Qin Pingon smiled and cupped his fists. "I appreciate it." The old woman nodded and smiled. "Young master is benevolent and righteous. If you go to the White Snow continent in the future, you must come to our Lu family as a guest." Qin Pingon smiled and did not speak. The old woman brought the young man with the surname Lu who was wearing bamboo clothes to avoid the heat, and left. The 2 of them brushed past a young and beautiful lady. She looked at Qin Pingon and smiled. "So it's you." Qin Pingon was baffled. Fortunately, the lady had already turned and left. Qin Pingon was able to turn and walk towards the courtyard. He suddenly stopped and turned to the anxious osmanthus flower and smiled. "I'll have to trouble you. If anyone else comes to find me, please help me block them." Osmanthus flower nodded. For the next 2 days, Qin Pingon did not practice his fist or sword. He only flipped through the books and bamboo slips and read the contents under the sun. Late at night, Qin Pingon, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. He got up and walked out of the house. He jumped to the roof and took down the blade's strengthening gourd and started drinking. He suddenly turned his head. Very quickly, a figure flew over and sat beside him. The uninvited guest was holding 2 jugs of aged wine. Qin Pingon smiled sincerely. "Old senior looking for a companion to drink?" It was the old boatmaster who fought with the golden-robed old dragon. The old man who had always disguised himself as a boatmaster laughed heartily. "What, you despise this old man for being sloppy?" Qin Pingon waved his hand and said, "Of course not." The old man removed the seal of the wine jug and drank a big mouthful. He was silent for a long time before he said softly, "After this catastrophe, Osmanthus Island is like a pond of water. Originally there were all kinds of fish mixed in with the honest folk. But on the whole it was orderly and did not disturb each other. In the end, after being hit by the bamboo pole, it has become murky. During this period of time, it was right for you to stay in this courtyard. Although most people only know that it was you who stopped that old bastard and made the entire Jiaolong ravine quiet down, I have to say something unpleasant. A favor for a single favor begets enmity." The old man said helplessly, "Moreover, cultivation is bustling. There are many people who can't bear to see others in the limelight." Qin Pingon thought for a while and nodded. "It's like the neighbors who can't bear to see others rich and jealous. It's all the same." The old man sighed and drank a big mouthful of wine. Qin Pingon asked, "What is Osmanthus Island? Can you tell me?" The old man smiled and said, "Why can't I tell you? It's actually Madame Gui's real body." Qin Pingon was suddenly enlightened. The old man smiled and asked, "Then have you ever thought about what kind of people are on Osmanthus Island?" Qin Pingon probed, "The people on the mountain Qi refinement warriors?" The old man shook his head and said, "Osmanthus Island is a ferry. Who can the passengers on the ferry be? They are businessmen." Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Indeed." The old man asked again, "What do businessmen want when they travel the world?" This time Qin Pingon answered very quickly, "To earn money." The old man drank a mouthful of wine leisurely. "What do you want after earning money?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "To spend money." The old man sighed and said, "That's right. Working hard to earn money is to spend money and enjoy life. Therefore one must be alive to spend money. Qi refinement warriors, There are so many schools of thought in the world. Qin Pingon scratched his head and smiled. He began to drink. This time he drank a little too much and quickly. He simply leaned back and lay comfortably on the roof. Old senior, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Can you not spread it? Moreover, if I say it and you hear it, it might be a little troublesome. It's not a good thing. The old man sat cross-legged with his body leaning forward. He shook the wine jar with both hands, and the wine in the jar that was still half full made a splashing sound. The old man smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say. If you don't say something drunk after drinking, it'll be inappropriate. Then why drink? Lad, don't think that I'm much older than you. I'm actually stupid and bold. Moreover, I've lived for so long. If not for the fact that I wanted to see Master, I wouldn't have persevered until today. Besides, there's not much difference whether you say it or not. I was beside you at that time and heard everything clearly. Isn't that why I'm here to cheat you of your drunken words?" Qin Pingon pointed to the sky. "I met a young Taoist master in my hometown in the past. Back then we were quite close. It's that Lu Qian. In the previous battle he schemed against me twice. Could also be 3 times. I'll only say that I'm sure of the 2 times. The first time was when I was blessed with good fortune. I couldn't write the words Master of Rain, so I decided to write Lu Qian. The second time was when I was facing the golden-robed old dragon alone. Back then Qin Pingon placed the sword-nurturing gourd on his stomach and placed his hands under his head as a pillow. That feeling was very strange. It was as if I could see and hear everyone's state of mind, heart lake, and inner thoughts. Just like what you said, old senior, I'm indebted to you. Back then I realized that 90% of the passengers on Osmanthus Island were apathetic or gloating. They even wanted me to die on the spot. Of course, there was also a lot of jealousy. I couldn't understand why it was like this until you said that this is Osmanthus Island. Everyone here is businessmen. Furthermore, everyone wants to live. When I thought about it, I realized that that's right. I've been living my whole life. That's how I got to where I am today." Qin Pingon grinned. "I have a friend who is a swordsman. He's very impressive. Lu Qian schemed against me, so I tricked him. I purposely asked him to help me pass on my last words. Lu Qian would either ignore his pride and pretend that he didn't hear it. Otherwise, he could only hold his nose and pass on my last words to that friend of mine. Then he would be beaten up by my friend. When I thought of this scene, I wasn't so afraid of death anymore. There were some things that Qin Pingon didn't dare to say out loud. That was because it involved Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi wanted him to not lose hope in this world no matter what. However, at that time Qin Pingon was only disappointed in this world. That was probably Lu Qian's real plan. As for what it involved, Qin Pingon only had a vague intuition. At that moment, lying on the roof, Qin Pingon only said in the end, "It's very difficult not to be disappointed in this world." The old man drank his wine and said slowly, "You called the Taoist sect leader by his name and your friend who beat him up? I won't tell you about the shock in my heart. After all, I was a land immortal back then. I still have some dignity. But since you've said those drunken words, then this old man also has some things in his heart that I must tell you." Just as Qin Pingon was about to sit up, the old man turned his head and said with a smile, "Just lie down. No one has listened to your complaints for hundreds of years. You don't have to be so serious." Qin Pingon still sat up and explained, "It's not good to drink while lying down." The old man smiled, hugged the wine jar, and looked at the night view of the sea in the distance. The bright moon was beautiful. The old man said slowly, "Back then I was also a proud son of God in the eyes of the world. I had a bad temper. If I had met you back then, I might have been one of the few people who disappointed you. Now my temperament is not the same as before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking with you. Qin Pingon, the guests on Osmanthus Island, let's not talk about good or bad. To be able to reach this step, as you said, each of them must have their own merits. Besides, it doesn't mean that if you do something right and others don't do it, they are wrong. It doesn't mean that if you do something wrong and others do it, they are also wrong. It's a little complicated." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I understand." The old man gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Of course, you were right in the previous fight. I can't find any fault with it. It's this." Qin Pingon smiled happily. Being recognized by someone he recognized was really something worth drinking wine for. Therefore Qin Pingon took a big gulp of wine and then said with a smile, "Senior, you are right. I shouldn't judge everyone with my principles. My principles may be right but they may be wrong. They may be right but not quite right. There's also a possibility that they are too small. It's a little complicated. Right, senior? The old man joked. It's very complicated. Qin Pingon pointed to a young man in the distance who reeked of alcohol and shook his head. It seemed that he had really drunk too much. His face was full of undisguised joy and pride. He said with a smile, Senior, I know a lot of amazing people. For example, that extremely powerful sword Immortal. I could have called him Senior Brother. I'm also quite powerful, right? The old man nodded and said with a smile, Yes, 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 you are all powerful. Qin Pingon's eyes were hazy. He turned his head and asked in a daze, Senior, you don't seem to be sincere. The old man laughed. No wonder he got along well with this kid. Birds of a feather flock together. The young man fell back drunk and muttered to himself. The old man helped the young man put away the wine jug and inadvertently heard Qin Pingon's drunken words. The old man nodded and stayed by the young man's side for the whole night. At that time the young man's drunken words were, Mr. Qi, I've thought it through. Don't lose hope in the world. Other than living well, there's actually another layer of meaning. When we show kindness to this world, if we don't receive kindness in return and only receive malice, then being able to not be disappointed is true hope. Mr. Qi, I've thought it through now, but I can't do it for the time being. I've drunk wine, so I'll work hard tomorrow. The old man was actually nearly 500 years old. He had seen countless people, experienced countless things, and heard countless words. He still felt that the young man's words were very chewy. It was just right to drink with wine. 2 jugs were not enough. Inside the blade strengthening gourd, inside the flying sword 15. There was an introductory Confucian classic that the old drunkard gave to Qin Pingon. The coarse words began to move on their own. Finally, on the title page, rows of brand new words appeared. In order. The first chapter in order. The second chapter in order. The third chapter in order to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter in combination of knowledge and action. On the bank of a large river in the South Hazuo continent, 2 old men in Confucian robes stood side by side on a large rock cliff. One of them held a bright moon on his shoulder, and the other held a round sun in his hand. The poor old Confucian with a small round sun on his palm smiled and said, Qin Pingon, do you think my last disciple is kind or not? The elegant scholar with a pocket-sized full moon on his shoulder nodded, but didn't open his mouth to agree. The shabby old Confucian could only answer his own question. Kind, I think he's very kind. The old man next to him said indifferently, Anyway, you're thick-skinned. You can say whatever you want. Now you're always saying kind, kind, kind. Is it appropriate? Have you already admitted defeat? Do you think you're wrong and my master is right? The shabby old Confucian shook his head and smiled. Qin Pingon, why are you like this? Didn't Qin Pingon already answer you? You're both surname Qin. Naturally, your ability is a little higher for the time being. But in terms of comprehension, forget it. I won't say it. If I say it, I won't have any friends. The elegant old man sneered. I, Qin Pingon, have never been friends with you, the sage of literature. The old Confucian nodded and said, Yes, not to mention the difference in seniority, the gap in knowledge is huge. Just as the old man said, I still need to be a little thick-skinned. It was the old man who was the head of the Qin family in Yingyin. If you have something to say, say it. The old Confucian stretched out his hand and handed over the round sun. He stopped joking and said in a heavy tone, I hope I can see you make a move later. The later the better. Qin Pingon put away the round sun and hung it on his shoulder. Then the sun and the moon shone together. The old man said calmly, It's all the same. The old Confucian sighed, Scholars are all the same. Under the heavens, on the top floor of the Bekokekyung building, which was the center of the world, a young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head had one hand behind his back and the other palm facing up. He lowered his head and stared at his palm as he slowly walked on the white jade railing. In the corridor under the railing stood 2 Ascendant Realm Taoist immortals. They held their breath and were very respectful. They didn't dare to open their mouth and disturb the headmaster's mind. The young Taoist priest withdrew his hand and sighed. His body tilted outwards and fell straight into the sea of clouds outside the Bekokekyung building. The two Ascendant Realm Immortals didn't move at all. They looked at each other and smiled. "267. When Qin Pingon woke up on the roof, he found that he was covered with a piece of clothing and the sword-nurturing gourd was beside him. If it was in the past, Qin Pingon would have jumped off the roof to check the locust wood sword case that was placed on the table last night. But today Qin Pingon only slowly put away the clothing and folded it carefully. He was not in a hurry because he believed that the wooden case was there. Qin Pingon believed in the old boat. Qin Pingon fastened the sword-nurturing gourd to his waist and sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look to the east. The morning glow was bright like silk. Compared to Qin Pingon's state of mind when he left Jiao Long Gully to chase after Osmanthus Island, the difference was like heaven and earth. One was restless and erratic, while the other had a horse-hitching post in his heart. Qin Pingon stood up and covered his eyes with his hands, admiring the scene of the morning glow. He had once read in a travel book about mountains and rivers that the morning glow would scatter and shame the clothes rack. He really didn't know how scholars could come up with such a beautiful image. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head to look outside the small courtyard. There was a young girl dressed in osmanthus flower attire. She was standing under an osmanthus tree with sparse shade. She was bored to death. She raised her head to look at an osmanthus leaf and pointed at it. She was probably guessing the number of leaves. Qin Pingon followed her line of sight and looked carefully. He grinned and said loudly, "Miss, there are 32 leaves." The young girl blankly turned her head. When she saw the little sword celestial on the roof carrying a case, her cheeks turned red. It seemed that the morning glow in the sky would also favor some beauties. Osmanthus flower celestial, who was discovered to be lazy, held back her shyness and asked, "Does young master want to eat breakfast now?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have to trouble miss to bring more. I'm hungry." Osmanthus flower celestial blinked her eyes. The figure floated down to the small courtyard and disappeared without a trace. The young girl's mood suddenly became better. A few days ago, although this little sword celestial was polite, she was still very afraid. She always felt that if she did something wrong or made a mistake, even if he would definitely not complain to Aunt Gui, she would definitely be remembered by him. So she was a little afraid of him. He had told her not to see anyone, so she obediently blocked many visitors. She braced herself to reject group after group of immortals on the mountain. She did not know how many supercilious and disdainful looks she received. After eating breakfast, Qin Pingon began to practice his fist in the courtyard. He spent the morning practicing the mountain-quaking fist. In the afternoon he practiced the sword alone. It was still an illusion that he was holding the sword. His main attack was the avalanche style. This was because Qin Pingon felt that this sword technique was very carefree. After reaching the fourth realm, his spiritual qi began to be restrained. The 6 steps of the mountain-quaking stance looked light as a feather, like a swan stepping on snow and mud. However, every subtle and hurried pause, the fist intent and gang qi poured out especially quickly. When he turned to sword practice, Qin Pingon realized that the qi flow of both sides was completely different. However, the meaning was similar. This made Qin Pingon feel more at ease. This was because he realized that diligent practice of the fist was cultivation. Moreover, one could cultivate many paths. When Li Shixing was drawing talismans in front of the bamboo house in Luapa Mountain, he said that drawing talismans was cultivation. Alliance was beaten down to the mortal world with one punch. On the Kun boat, he also said that the extreme of fist practice was sword practice. In that case, Qin Pingon would continue walking down the path of the fourth realm of the martial Dao. Previously, Qin Pingon felt as though he was walking in the void, unable to make sense of it. Now he was much more determined. At night, Qin Pingon practiced the sword furnace stance. When it was time for supper, Lady Gui did not let the young Lady Gui Hua come out. The woman personally brought the food box. This Aunt Gui seemed to have a lot on her mind and did not know how to open her mouth. Qin Pingon was the first to speak. "Aunt Gui, this time I helped Fan Xian protect Osmanthus Island. Can you help me send a message to him by flying sword? Tell him that I like this Gui family courtyard very much and that it will belong to me in the future? Aunt Gui, I feel that Fan Xian will not be too stingy, but the elders of the Fan family will most likely not agree." When the time comes, can you help me talk to them? Aunt Gui was full of suspicion. She looked at the young man carefully. His expression did not seem to be fake. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. She smiled and said, if the Fan family ancestral hall dares to not agree, then Aunt Gui will drag Fan Xian along to cry out for justice. One of them will curse in the streets and the other will roll around on the ground. Aunt Gui sat beside Qin Pingon and watched him wolf down his food. She seemed to be amused by herself. She covered her mouth and laughed. A small courtyard on Osmanthus Island is something that has never happened before. Aunt Gui will personally draw up a land deed. According to the rules of the Yamen, there will be 2 copies. We will first sign it and act first and report later. When the time comes, let Fan Xian throw it into the ancestral hall and run away. Who cares if those old men are willing or not? Qin Pingon smiled. Aunt Gui, there is no need for a land deed. I do not need it with you. Aunt Gui stared into the young man's eyes. You really do not need it? Qin Pingon looked at her and nodded. Yes. The woman sighed softly. Suddenly she pulled the young man into her embrace. This Madame Gui, who had an ordinary appearance but a graceful bearing, laughed softly. Although you are about the same age as Fan Xian, that time when you picked up the bamboo and went boating you were heroic. Today you are like this. Sigh, the hearts of all the women in the world are about to melt. Qin Pingon was still holding his chopsticks. His body was crooked and he looked a little like the old willow tree with a crooked neck by the Ironfu River. He did not think too much about it. He only felt that Madame Gui was praising him, but what was so good about him? Qin Pingon really did not understand. Especially when it came to whether a woman's heart would melt or not, what was so particular about it? Was it another example of a scholar? Moreover, Aunt Gui's way of expressing her friendliness and kindness was indeed a little inappropriate. Fortunately, the age gap between the two of them was too big. He believed that even if outsiders saw it, they would not think too much about it. The woman had already let go of Qin Pingon and was smiling faintly. She looked at the young man's unblushing face and his blank eyes. Aunt Gui narrowed her eyes. The woman, who had always been dignified, revealed a charming expression for the first time. She joked, "Aya, so you're just like little Fan. A child." From the beginning to the end, Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. He could only lower his head and eat, occasionally drinking wine. Aunt Gui smiled and stood up to leave. In the end, she saw an old man carrying wine at the door with a playful smile. He was full of the smell of alcohol. He swayed the wine pot and strode into the courtyard. He was shouting something about wine for Uncle Juan, getting rid of worries and happiness, toads and rabbits moving, and the osmanthus tree swaying in the shade. Madame Gui smiled helplessly. She did not take it to heart and slowly walked away. The shade of the osmanthus tree followed her all the way. The old man Zhou Xi's drunken state was suddenly swept clean. With a stern countenance he said, "Qin Pingon, my Shifu suddenly came to Osmanthus Island. He specifically asked for your name and surname, saying that he wanted to pass on a message to you. Are you going to meet him? I can only be sure that my master is not a bad person. He has always been merciful. However, I cannot be sure that such a good person would not do something bad. The reason why he did not want to climb the mountain and come to this small courtyard." The old man suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, as a disciple I should be a revered one. However, this kind of thing, forget it, I will tell you. My master was once the first boatman of Osmanthus Island's ferry. Whether it was the dragon pole or those folding paper carriages and tall buildings, they were all rules that he passed down. However, after that my master disappeared very quickly. He only appeared once 500 years ago and took me in as his disciple. I can see that my master has some feelings for Madame Gui. Unfortunately, I do not know how he angered Madame Gui. She did not allow my master to step foot on Osmanthus Island in this lifetime. The old man suddenly said, "I guess that my master is the boatman recorded in the Daoist ancient books. He goes out to sea for hundreds of years. He is the person you are talking about. Therefore, when he came to find you this time, I will only help to pass the message. Qin Pingon, you should think about whether you want to go or not." Qin Pingon thought for a while and nodded. "I will go. That Lu." The old man quickly winked and stopped Qin Pingon from speaking. He lowered his voice and said, "If someone calls you by your name, A saint with great Taoist power will be able to sense it. Think about it. Why are ordinary people often warned not to call the names of the deceased elders? Is it just out of etiquette? It's not that simple. Qin Pingon nodded and went down the mountain with the old man. The old man joked, "Aren't you afraid that I have bad intentions?" Qin Pingon pretended to be mysterious and said softly, "I can sense whether others want to harm me or not. Senior, does this mean that I have the potential to be a saint?" The old man could not help but laugh. Saints and qi cultivators of the upper 5 realms were actually 2 different kinds of people. If one wanted to become a saint, especially the saints of the 3 sects of the 100 schools of thought, even if it was only a 10th realm saint, it was probably more difficult than other qi cultivators to reach the jade pure state. After going down the mountain and approaching the familiar ferry, Qin Pingon and the old man were a little surprised but felt that it was reasonable. Madame Gui stood at the ferry, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. She seemed to be detached from the world, as if she was stopping a middle-aged man from docking. Madame Gray was the owner of this small world on Osmanthus Island. Naturally, she knew that the 2 of them were close and did not want to be entangled with them. She spoke sternly and said angrily to the middle-aged man with a dull expression, "Hurry up and leave. If you want to chat, go to the sea. Don't even think about setting foot on Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death." The middle-aged man with a simple appearance was the boatman who was rowing the boat beside the swordsman. He should also be the teacher of the old man beside Qin Pingon. The middle-aged man was a taciturn man, but this Madame Gui at the ferry port was his Achilles' heel. Seeing this woman was so unreasonable, and it was the first time she was so fierce to him, the simple and honest man felt that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, and that life was so boring. Therefore he was also anxious. Throwing away the bamboo pole, he repeatedly stamped his feet and howled, "Ma. Wasn't it because I was deeply hurt after being rejected by you that time? After getting drunk, I secretly went to hug the osmanthus tree a few times. That's also because I couldn't control myself. It's pardonable. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Even my husband says that I'm honest." Madame Gui was so angry that she sneered, Yo, your plan is linked. First you use emotions, then reason, and finally you use your backer. You're so good. Who taught you this set of words?" The courage that the man had gathered with great difficulty was all gone. He said in a low voice, "Shao Qi from the Xingui zone." Madame Gui stretched out her hand and scolded angrily, "You are a man. Do you have any sense of responsibility and loyalty? Qi Zhen helped you to come up with a plan and you betrayed him like this? You did not even hesitate. Get lost." The middle-aged man looked as if he had been punished by the heavens. He sat down on the boat and shook his hands and feet. He shouted, "How can I live? Life is meaningless." Old boatman stopped in his tracks, unwilling to take another step forward. He covered his face with his hands and refused to look at his master. His master was so deranged that it was a great humiliation for him to be a disciple. The old boat suddenly turned around. Let's go. If I continue to look, my broken heart, even if I was lucky and was not broken by Lao Jiao, I will have to return it to my master." The man shouted at the old boat, "Little bucket, why didn't you greet your master when you saw him?" Old boat Z, whose childhood nickname had been exposed, stopped in his tracks and sighed. But after turning around, he resolutely refused to look at his master. With lightning speed he bowed and said, "Long live master. This disciple bids farewell." Then he hurriedly ran up the mountain. Qin Pingon walked all the way to Madame Gui's side. Both of them nodded and smiled. Qin Pingon squatted on the shore of the ferry and looked at the man who looked at him and Madame Gui. Qin Pingon felt a chill down his spine. He thought that there was something wrong with the man's eyes. Why did it seem like the eyes of the women in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley who looked at their man and Gukan's mother? Qin Pingon suddenly understood. He looked like an honest person. How could he be so petty? No wonder Madame Gui did not like him. Qin Pingon asked, "Is there anything you need from me?" The middle-aged man then roughly repeated what he had said to the sword cultivators left and right side. Before he spoke, the man lightly stomped his feet and the bamboo pole jumped up. He held it in his hand and slammed it on the deck of the boat. In an instant, the man used his shocking supernatural powers to create 2 small worlds. The small one was between him and Qin Pingon. The larger one encompassed the entire Osmanthus Island. With this, even the Daoist priests of the Inverted Mountain and the sages of the South Saw continent would not be able to find this place. After all, he was the eldest disciple in name of the chief Lu Qin. He was unwilling to take on the sword cultivators left and right. He was similar to a scoundrel in front of Madame Gui. In this vast world he only had the title of Boat in the rare books. However, this did not mean that his abilities were not strong and his skills were not high. Madame Gui knew the background of this person, so she did not find it strange. In the small world beside them, the two figures were blurry and their voices did not leak anything. After Qin Pingon heard this, he nodded and said, "All right." The middle-aged man said slowly, "You are not willing to become the last disciple of my master? If you agree, I will thank you and owe you a big favor." Qin Pingon looked at the man and sat at the edge of the dock. He took down the sword's strengthening gourd and drank without saying anything. The man held the bamboo pole in one hand and leaned on the ground. He looked up and said softly, "Master has never treated me as his disciple. I am just a servant who helped him row the boat in the early years. Although his direct disciples would take the initiative to look for me when they came to this world and were willing to call me senior apprentice brother, I know that Master has always despised me for being slow and lacking in talent. I can't even give up the word love. Hence, I have searched the sea for countless years, wanting to follow Master's footsteps to that world and formally become his disciple. However, Master is not willing to see me. But if you are willing to agree with Master today, as long as Master is in a good mood, he will see me." Qin Pingon languid smiled and said, "Then do you know that the disciple your master wants is the current me, not the me after I become his disciple?" The man reached out and patted his head. He still did not understand and said angrily, "I am confused by your words. What's wrong? Why do all of you Mr.'s disciples speak so strangely? So irritating. Even Xianxia from the North Continent speaks in a genteel manner. He hides his scolding words in his praise. It took me more than 100 years to realize that he was scolding me for not being enlightened. That was why Madame Gui disliked him." The man then sighed. "It is still my fault. I am too stupid. No wonder others are too smart." Qin Pingon stopped drinking and smiled. "How can you not blame this world?" The man stood on the small boat while the youth sat at the edge of the dock. The two of them looked at each other. The man grinned. Qin Pingon had already changed the topic. "Your disciple is so badly injured. Are you not going to do anything about it? I think he was in the nascent soul realm before, but then he fell back to the golden core realm." The man said angrily, "I am his master, not his father." The man nodded. Qin Pingon still lowered his voice and said, "Madame Gui's temperament is naturally very good. But her appearance shouldn't be considered too outstanding, right? Tell me the story between the two of you. Why did you like her in the beginning? Why did she dislike you? How does it count as liking someone? How do you break up and get back together? How did you offend Madame Gui? I want to take this as a warning. Oh no, I want to say that I will help you come up with a plan. You don't know, but I know many ladies. I am very knowledgeable about love between a man and a woman." The man rolled his eyes and said, "Liking someone, if you can talk about so many things, how can it count as liking someone? It is so boring to talk to a vulgar person like you. Xiao Shui Bao must be blind to be willing to drink with you." Qin Pingon clenched his teeth. The man suddenly stretched out his hand and pounded his chest as he vowed, "Also in my heart Madame Gui is a devastatingly beautiful woman. No one in the world can compare to her. You better be careful when you speak next time. If you dare to speak ill of her again, I will beat you until you become an idiot with a bamboo pole." The man spat at Qin Pingon and said, "What kind of taste is that? You can't see anything beautiful or ugly." The middle-aged boatman used the bamboo pole to turn the boat around and left by himself. In an instant he was thousands of feet away. Qin Pingon patted his chest and happily called out to Aunt Gui, "Sco. I asked for a secret manual from the old senior's master." Qin Pingon did not forget to put in a good word for the middle-aged man. He is a generous man. Just that he is a little too honest. Madame Gui nodded and smiled, and just that his appearance is not too outstanding. Qin Pingon swallowed his saliva and stiffly turned his head to look at the man and the boat that had already disappeared. That man was really not kind. Madame Gui patted the young man's head lightly. Obviously she was not really angry. She said gently, "What are you looking at? Let's go." The two of them walked side by side along the mountain path. Madame Gui casually asked, "We will reach our destination in another month. Qin Pingon, do you know anyone in Inverted Hanging Mountain? If not, it will be troublesome to go to the Great Wall of Sorchi. Our Fan family and Osmanthus Island's reputation is not very useful there. Also, in Inverted Hanging Mountain, there are some things that cannot be done even if you have money." At this point Madame Gui paused and said helplessly, "That Daoist number 2 has set some strange rules. For thousands of years, no one has been able to cross the line." Qin Pingon did not believe her. "Never? Not a single person?" Madame Gui sighed and said, "Many people have tried it in history. After that, their corpses and divine souls were thrown into a small thunder lake in the inverted mountain by a Daoist great heavenly lord. Among those people almost all of them were the best cultivation geniuses. They were the descendants of the 9 continents' rich families, the sect's immortal families, and the masters of the 100 schools of thought. None of them had a good ending. No one could change the Daoist's decision. It seemed that when the golden body Dharma form appeared at Flood Dragon Gully, the Daoist's real body in Inverted Hanging Mountain also used a special ability to isolate heaven and earth so that Osmanthus Island would not be able to see the truth. Qin Pingon was very worried. He roughly described that Daoist's appearance. Madame Gui was shocked. "How do you know this great heavenly lord of Inverted Hanging Mountain?" Qin Pingon grimaced and smiled bitterly. At this moment, a white rainbow cut across the night sky and flew over Osmanthus Island. He said, "Everyone on Osmanthus Island who climbs Inverted Hanging Mountain will not have to pay a toll. If anyone wants to go through Inverted Hanging Mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sorchi, they will also not have to pay a toll." Qin Pingon suddenly raised his arm and clenched his fist. He laughed heartily. He won. A month later, the passengers on Osmanthus Island could already see the majestic outline of Inverted Hanging Mountain from afar. Above the sea there were all kinds of cross-continent ferries at intervals. It was a spectacular sight. As time passed, Inverted Hanging Mountain became more and more majestic. With Lady Gui's agreement, Qin Pingon sneaked out of the Gui Mai courtyard before the sun rose. He sat on the branches of the osmanthus tree at the peak of the mountain, swinging his legs as he tried his best to look up. He heard that Inverted Hanging Mountain was the border between 2 worlds. Qin Pingon was a pure martial artist. He was not a long-travel grandmaster who could control the wind. He could only walk step by step or take a ferry. From the northernmost dolly of Aquarius continent to the southernmost Old Dragon City, it was already so far. If he walked from one world to another, it would sound very, very far away. Qin Pingon sat on the branch and laughed as he casually punched out. His body was swaying left and right. Under the tree there was a young lady who came to the peak of the mountain early in the morning. She sighed and muttered, "I still feel that this fellow is stupid." "268. There were mountains hanging upside down between heaven and earth. The mountains pointed to the water of the South Sea. Qin Pingon sat on the branch of the ancestral osmanthus tree and looked at the shocking scene in a daze. Miss Ning set off from here to travel the vast world. He heard that the Hassa continent was the closest continent. He wondered if Lu Xianyang would come here to have a look in the future. Osmanthus Island was about half a day's journey away from the real inverted mountain range. There were all kinds of strange fairies around. There was a big turtle carrying a tablet, a crystal-clear clam shell floating on the sea, and a Kuan boat larger than Desai Mountain slowly lowering its height. There was a colorful cloud sea under which countless magpies were clustered. Rows of red-crowned cranes and bluebirds were dragging a tall building. Osmanthus Island was among them, and it was not surprising at all. Qin Pingon suddenly turned around and looked down. He saw the young woman again. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. She was wearing a pearl hairpin, a dress, and a ribbon around her waist. But Qin Pingon felt a little numb in his scalp and uncomfortable all over. This feeling was more straightforward than when he saw Lu Qiqing wearing a pink Taoist robe in the dilapidated temple. Because Qin Pingon saw the Adam's apple of the beauty. He didn't hate her, but he just couldn't get used to it. Qin Pingon suddenly scratched his head and looked straight at the man who liked to wear red makeup. The knot in his heart was swept away and he felt a little nostalgic. When he was an apprentice in the dragon kiln, Qin Pingon knew a man who was ridiculed as a sissy. He was timid and shy when he walked. When he talked, he liked to throw flirtatious glances and pinch his fingers. In the dragon kiln where the old man Yao was the head of the kiln, this man was the most discriminated against. He finally saved up money to buy new shoes, but he was sure that they would be stepped on by other kiln workers on the same day. In the dragon kiln, it was reasonable to say that he and Qin Pingon, who was not well liked, were in the same boat. However, it was very strange that when the man who liked to cry came to Qin Pingon's side, he immediately became bold. All day long he used sarcastic words to stab Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon never paid him any attention. The man couldn't control his mouth several times and accidentally bumped into Lu Xianyang's official disciple, Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang directly slapped him in the face and he immediately became obedient. Later he would also secretly stuff some snacks and pastries into Lu Xianyang's room. The packages of oil paper were even more exquisite than the shop assistants. That man probably apologized to Lu Xianyang, who was definitely going to be the head of the dragon kiln, and also flattered him. The festive paper cuts that were pasted on the windows of the dragon kiln were all made by him overnight. Even if the women on the street saw them, they would feel inferior. If the man was really a woman, how good would his needlework be? At that time, Qin Pingon naturally hated the sissy who spoke ill of his virtue. He was just afraid that if he couldn't hold back, he would beat him half to death with one punch. At that time, Qin Pingon had already followed the old man to the mountains and rivers around the town. Chopping firewood and burning charcoal was a common occurrence. In addition, he practiced old Yang's breathing method very early in the morning, so his strength was not inferior to that of a strong young man. In the end, the sissy who was in charge of keeping watch at night made a big mistake. The fire of the dragon kiln was actually broken. Then, in the middle of the night, he was so scared that he directly ran away. He was a little smart and didn't dare to run towards the town. He ran deep into the mountains and old forests. If this happened in the marketplace, it would be a capital offense that would end one's family line. The ashen-faced old man Yao didn't say anything and sent dozens of strong young men to chase after that bastard. Qin Pingon, who was familiar with the mountain roads, was naturally among them. 2 days later, the sissy was tied up and brought back to the dragon kiln. Old man Yao broke his arms and legs on the spot. He was beaten until his skin and flesh were lacerated and his bones were exposed. The people who found him were the men he usually flattered the most. No one sympathized with this man who made a big mistake. Even if they did, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. After all, old man Yao was almost never this angry. Before his arms and legs were broken, the sissy was so scared that he peed his pants. After being pressed to the ground, his whole body trembled. Then he was hit with a stick. His heart was torn and his lungs were torn. His face was covered with snot and tears. After that, he was hit with a stick. The sissy was like a living fish on a chopping board. The sissy was a sissy. He fainted in the end. From beginning to end, he didn't have the least bit of a man's backbone. In the end, the sissy wasn't beaten to death. After lying in bed for half a year, he stubbornly survived. During this time, many of the kiln's apprentices took care of him. Qin Pingon was no exception. Many people weren't happy with this hard work and looked for Qin Pingon to do it. Qin Pingon was the easiest to talk to in the dragon kiln. In the end, it was Qin Pingon who the sissy disliked the most, who took care of him the most. However, the two didn't talk all day long. In the end, they didn't like each other. Qin Pingon just picked herbs and boiled them every day. The sissy would occasionally be lost in thought. He would stare blankly at the old window paper that had turned white after being exposed to the wind and rain. Perhaps he was thinking about the day when he could work in the fields. He must take advantage of the time between work to replace the new and beautiful window paper, bright red. However, the sissy, who had clearly survived a great disaster, gritted his teeth and walked back to the world of the living from the gates of hell. In the end, he still died. He died with a single sentence. It was an unintentional remark from a kiln worker. At that time, Qin Pingon was boiling medicine at the door with his back to the kiln worker and the sissy. The former laughed and said, "Sissy, your clothes were tattered that day, revealing your white buttocks. You really look like a girl." At that time, Qin Pingon didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The words that the men of the dragon kiln used to scold the sissy were much more vicious and ruthless. Sissy almost never quarreled with others because he didn't dare to. Most likely he would only grumble behind someone's back. "You dare to scold me?" "Believe it or not, I'll blow up the graves of your ancestors." In the end, after such a casual remark, the sissy, who could already sit up on his own, chatted a lot with Qin Pingon for the first time that day. Most of the time it was him talking. The taciturn Qin Pingon patiently listened. When they talked about window paper, Qin Pingon sincerely praised him for cutting the window paper well. He laughed. Then that night, a sissy whose courage was smaller than a needle's eye, actually used a pair of scissors to pierce his own throat. He didn't forget to cover himself with a blanket so that people wouldn't enter the room and see his dead state. No one even dared to carry the corpse out. It was too horrifying and unlucky. Fortunately, Qin Pingon was used to seeing life and death around him. He didn't pay attention to these things. He dragged Zhou Xian along and busied himself. During this time he didn't feel too sad, nor did he have any enlightenment. Only when he was guarding the coffin, Qin Pingon sat alone in the empty and gloomy morning hall. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He sat beside the stove and muttered, "Since I don't like being a man in this life, then I'll reincarnate as a woman in my next life." Actually, when they were chatting that day, the sissy asked Qin Pingon why he was the first to find him but still let him go. He pointed out a small path that led deeper into the mountain. Qin Pingon said, "I'm afraid you'll be captured and beaten to death by Old Man Yao. At that time, with your little courage, you'll become a malicious spirit. No one will dare to take revenge on you. You'll only dare to take revenge on me." At that time the sissy laughed very happily. Actually, even now that Qin Pingon thought about it, when the sissy laughed he still looked quite ugly. But he really couldn't bring himself to hate him. Under the osmanthus tree, the beautiful young woman was already fuming with anger. Being stared at by this guy, she, or more accurately he, if not for the fear of hurting the osmanthus tree and causing unnecessary trouble, he would have already taken out his 2 life source flying swords and stabbed this guy with a pair of dog eyes to death. After Qin Pingon regained his senses, he also realized his rudeness. He cupped his hands and apologized, "Sorry, I was a little distracted." That person narrowed his peach blossom eyes that seemed to be hanging in the spring light. He stretched out 2 fingers and poked at Qin Pingon, then slightly bent them. The provocation was extremely strong. Qin Pingon no longer just turned his head. He simply turned around and patted the empty spot beside him. He smiled and said, "As an apology, I can promise you on behalf of Madame Gui that you can enjoy the scenery of the inverted mountain here." He put his hands behind his back and raised his charming face. He smiled and said, "You like men? Or as long as it's good-looking, both men and women will like it?" Qin Pingon felt a headache. He shook his head vigorously to show his innocence. Of course he only liked girls. And he only liked one girl. Near the hands of the person under the osmanthus tree, a golden and a snow-white sword chi appeared. They were extremely fine and almost invisible. Obviously, if there was a disagreement he would kill with his flying sword. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and smiled, "You might be even angrier if I say it, but you look very good wearing it like this." Qin Pingon placed his hands on the tree branch. His eyes were clear. "These are my heartfelt words." It was a man, but the one dressed as a woman frowned. He silently left. He did not leave the mountain peak. Instead he stood near the railing of the observation platform and looked into the distance. Qin Pingon jumped down from the branch and shouted to his back, "I'm leaving. If you want to go to the osmanthus tree to enjoy the scenery, it's best that there are fewer people now." Otherwise Madame Gui might not be happy. That person was indifferent. When Qin Pingon was far away he turned back to look at the osmanthus tree. After hesitating for a long time he still did not go up to look at the inverted mountain. As for the 2 sword chi, they had already been kept in the ribbon at his waist. They were actually not sword chi. They just looked inconspicuous. However, they were 2 extremely high-quality natal flying swords. They were called Needle Point and Wheat On. They were born with them. They were called innate sword embryos. Moreover, those who were born with 2 natal flying swords were 1 in a million among sword cultivators. The key was not the one but the one in the world. The key was that the quality of the natal flying swords was shockingly good. Therefore his master said that he must have the potential to become a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms. Otherwise he would not have taken him in as a disciple. However, his master did not say how many years it would take for him to reach the Jade Pure realm. He did not ask because he was not interested at all. He was more obsessed with the great Tao deduction technique. Unfortunately, his master said that he would not go far on this path and would not be able to inherit his master's mantle. Including his master, all his senior and junior brothers encouraged him to practice the sword Tao. He actually knew that it was not that they really hoped that his sword Tao would reach the peak and be the champion, but that they harbored ill intentions and wanted to see him make a fool of himself. The reason was simple. He was afraid of heights. How could a sword cultivator who was afraid of heights be like this? Now he would occasionally ride the flying sword and travel with the wind. He would never be higher than 2 feet above the ground. He glanced at the osmanthus tree branch that the fellow was sitting on and felt that he was actually stupid. Qin Pingon returned to the small courtyard of the Gui lineage. The golden core sword cultivator Ma Ji was already standing in the courtyard, welcoming him with a smile. It turned out that Qin Pingon took the initiative to find the courtyard where Ma Ji was recuperating and asked when he could continue to test the sword. 3 days later, the small courtyard of the Gui lineage returned to its original state. Ma Ji helped Qin Pingon test the sword while Jin Su was in charge of 3 meals a day. Occasionally, Madame Gui would come to the small courtyard, but she did not disturb the 2 of them. She would just sit quietly for a while and at most boil a pot of tea for the 2 of them before leaving. During this period, Qin Pingon took out the talisman paper that was used to hide the ghost. Madame Gui held it in her hand and quickly shook the ghost in white out of the talisman paper. Then the ghost in white, who was aggressive in the city god temple of Colorful Clothes Nation, saw Madame Gui of the nascent soul realm, old Josie who had fallen from the earth immortal realm to the golden core realm, Ma Ji who was a sword cultivator of the golden core realm, and an enemy, Qin Pingon. If the ghost was not already dead, her soul would have been scattered again. In the end, with the help of the fake saint Madame Gui of the small world of Osmanthus Island, the ghost swore a soul oath to be loyal to Qin Pingon for 60 years. As a reward, she could walk out of the talisman paper that would lose its soul bit by bit without spiritual energy and live in the scholar tree sword case. This was because ancient scholar trees had always been known as the scholar tree house. Not only did the spirits of plants prefer scholar trees that were more than 1,000 years old, otherworldly items and ghosts were also like this. Previously, when they were close to the inverted mountain, old Josie suddenly found Qin Pingon and brought him to the ferry at the foot of Osmanthus Island. When Qin Pingon arrived there, he found a young flood dragon climbing on the ferry. Its head was on the shore and most of its body was submerged in the sea. It looked at Qin Pingon with eyes full of curiosity and gratitude. Old Josie squatted on the shore and said in amazement, "This poor little guy, if it were us, it would only be 6 or 7 years old." Madame Gui did not want to make things difficult for this innocent little guy, so she only left the Dragon King's basket and set it free. Unexpectedly, it seemed to have no home and soon caught up with Osmanthus Island. However, it did not dare to get too close. It whimpered all night and wandered around Osmanthus Island. Now that we are getting closer and closer to the inverted mountain, the little guy probably knows that it will definitely die if it goes any further. Even during the day it is howling very loudly. If not for Madame Gui who took pity on it and helped it conceal its chi activity, I am afraid that it would have been skinned alive by those chi refinement warriors on the mountain. In the end, old Josie smiled and said, "Qin Pingon, it seems to have made a special trip to find you, but I don't know if it is to repay your kindness or to take revenge. Although it is still very young, the flood dragon is cold-blooded and cunning by nature. It is hard to say." Qin Pingon did not say anything. He took out an ordinary snake gall stone and threw it to the young flood dragon. After it swallowed it instinctively, its eyes seemed to be in a daze. Qin Pingon waved his hand and motioned for it to go back. The young flood dragon twisted its body and returned to the sea. It whimpered softly and was still unwilling to leave the sea area of Osmanthus Island. Qin Pingon thought for a while and threw a large handful of ordinary snake gall stones into the sea. The young flood dragon rolled crazily and splashed huge waves. It swallowed the gallstones that were delicious to it. Qin Pingon finally stood at the ferry and said to it, "Cultivate well in the future. You have received my kindness today. If you like to harm people like that old flood dragon, I will kill you with one punch." The young flood dragon swam back to the side of the ferry. Its head was above the shore of the ferry. It opened its eyes wide as if it wanted to remember Qin Pingon's face. After a while it leaned back and returned to the sea. Old Josie was used to seeing storms and said with emotion, "You are kind and have good karma. But things in the world are unpredictable. Good karma may not have good results." Qin Pingon's eyes were indifferent. He looked at the surface of the sea where the starlight was like gold and silver. He said softly, "If it is a bad karma, then I will kill it with my sword." At that time old Josie was thinking about his teacher who would disappear for hundreds of years and the golden book that Qin Pingon gave him. He did not pay much attention to Qin Pingon's expression and words. Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Those schoolmates and fellow disciples who came out of Dali were destined to not have the chance to spend time with each other after coming to Dongshan. Li Huai made 2 new friends. One was a very timid disciple of a prestigious family in the capital, and the other was a daring, mischievous boy from a humble family. They were both slightly older than Li Huai. The 3 of them played together all day long and had a lot of fun. Lin Shui was now obsessed with cultivation. He read books extensively and came and went between the library, the school and the school. He stood out among the crowd. Yu Lu and Zhou Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, were very close and became good friends. Zhou Xian liked to come to the academy to fish with Yu Lu more and more. Apart from listening to the teacher's lectures, she lived in seclusion every day and was willing to be Cui Dongshan's maid. After Li Baoping read the letter from youngest uncle last time, the little girl seemed to be lost for a long time. Today she skipped class again. Like a little wild cat, she was agile and nimble. She quickly climbed to the big tree at the top of Dongshan Mountain and sat on the branch with her back against the trunk. She still had the self-made wooden plate engraved with the words of the chief of the Wulin Alliance. Later she felt that it was not impressive enough, so she engraved it with the words commanding the heroes. After that it was out of control. The small wooden plate was engraved with the words of Jianghu. They were all taken from novels such as, "I only regret being invincible in this life," and so on. A handsome young man in white stood on the branch next to her. His body swayed slightly with the branch. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" After summer, the little girl changed her red cotton-padded jacket into a thin red shirt. She said sullenly, "I'm not angry." Cui Dongshan asked, "Do you feel that Li Huai, Lin Shui and the others are getting farther and farther away from you?" The little girl said unhappily, "It's okay to be farther away from me. When I was in the school in the small town I didn't like to talk to them." Cui Dongshan smiled knowingly, "Then you're fighting for justice for my teacher?" The little girl had a straightforward personality. She nodded generously and admitted, "Yes." Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and sighed, "People will grow up. When they grow up they will pick up some new things and throw away some old things. Just like this, they will be old in an instant." The little girl said angrily, "Youngest uncle and the others are willing to throw it away?" Cui Dongshan turned his head to look at the angry little girl and smiled, "What's there to be willing to do? Besides, even if my teacher knows about this, he won't be angry." "Why are you angry? There's no need." The little girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, panting with anger. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. "In the future, you may make a very good friend and grow up with her. Then one day when she gets married she will like her husband more. You may meet a Mr. Qi better than Qi Jingchun, and then one day, you will feel that Mr. Qi's knowledge is not the greatest. You may meet a good young man in the future even better than your youngest uncle. Then you will find that the sadness and sadness now are just like this. When the time comes, you will drink 1 or 2 mouthfuls of wine and it will be gone." Cui Dongshan suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "Little Baoping, you didn't refute me. If you don't speak I won't have any words to say." The little girl wrinkled her beautiful little face. "I'm busy being sad." Cui Dongshan laughed and fell backward, lying on his side on a slender branch. He supported his head with one hand and stared at the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. Perhaps one day the little girl would grow taller and taller. Her round little face would become thinner and her chin would become sharper. Her eyes would still be so moist, clean and lively. She would still wear red clothes and she would still be able to ride her horse by the lakeside, and she would still be able to drink wine in the mountains and rivers. She would probably also encounter happy events and sad people, right? Cui Dongshan sighed. He was a little worried. Such a good girl really fell in love with his teacher one day, it would be very worrying. But if one day she didn't like his teacher the most, it seemed that it would be even more regretful. Cui Dongshan turned sideways, closed his eyes and began to sleep, crossing his legs. As for those people who met by chance and lost their hearts, even if Cui Dongshan was just a young man now, those frustrations and experiences were accumulated in his heart, no less than those of the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. There was something he didn't tell the little girl. He Cui Dong, old Cui Dongs was Wu Mao Xiaodong and even Qi Jingchun, grew up little by little under the shelter of the old scholar. But in the end, everyone hoped to walk out of that incomparably big shelter. Those who walked out were better, but those who couldn't, their hearts would slowly change. Not far away, the little girl in red put away the wooden tablet and carefully took out a picture scroll from her arms. On the scroll, there was a young man standing under the osmanthus tree, smiling at her. The little girl was no longer worried and her face was full of smiles. She said cheerfully, "Young martial uncle who learned how to drink is so handsome. When I grow up, I must let young martial uncle take me to Jianghu." The more the little girl thought, the more excited she became. She turned her head and asked loudly, "Cui Dongshan, is it difficult to drink?" Cui Dongshan decisively refused. "You can't drink." Li Baoping said angrily, "Why?" Cui Dongshan said bitterly, "Teacher can't bear to scold you but will directly kill me." Li Baoping sighed, shook her head and said with pity, "So pitiful." Cui Dongshan glanced at the smiling little girl. "Little Baoping, when you comfort people in the future, please put away the gloating smile on your face." Li Baoping made a gesture of holding a seal. Cui Dongshan sighed and muttered, "Good intentions don't pay off." Between the inverted mountain and the sea, there was a river that looked like water and clouds hanging in the air, so that all the fairies could climb the mountain. Many fairies that could ride the wind needed to descend to the sea first, and couldn't directly approach the inverted mountain. Osmanthus Island stopped for a moment at the ferry at the bottom of a river. They just symbolically handed over the elixir letter, which was similar to a customs clearance certificate, and did not pay the exorbitant toll. They began to walk along the upward sloping river to the inverted mountain. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. As a lonely peak in the human world, it could be said to have a vast territory. There was a tall Daoist with a face like a middle-aged man standing on the edge of a cliff. Behind him stood a thin old Daoist with a sage-like demeanor. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and the golden and silver threads were full of the whiskers of flood dragons. The old Daoist asked softly, "Master, do you need me to destroy Osmanthus Island?" The tall Daoist smiled and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? I'm not your grandmaster who has never lost in his life." While the great Lord of Heaven was talking Qing Ming Tian, there was once a Daoist priest who was punched from the heavens beyond the heavens into the mortal world under the heavens. (269) 10,000 words to make up for yesterday's leave. P.S. The title of this chapter is borrowed from a reader. Standing at the ferry at the foot of Osmanthus Island, Qin Pingon took a light step and stepped onto the inverted mountain. Aunt Gui had told Qin Pingon in advance that the moment the Osmanthus Island docked was the busiest time for the ferry. The goods from the Aquarius continent, Jilu continent and Tongyi continent could not be unloaded without the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the old Dragon City's fan family's reputation would be ruined. So she, old Boat Zi and Ma Ji had to personally watch over every transaction and could not bring him to the inn. Originally, Aunt Gui wanted Jin Su to bring Qin Pingon to the inn that had a good relationship with Osmanthus Island for generations. But she was rejected by Qin Pingon, causing Jin Su to grumble in her heart. This inverted mountain was full of strange things, and no matter how many times people traveled, they would still find it fresh. As a result, the depressed osmanthus flower lady saw the young man with the sword on his back grinning at her, as if he had seen through her thoughts. Jinsu glared at him fiercely. The young man waved goodbye to Madame Gui, Old Boat Z and the other two old immortals. As if he did not dare to confront Jinsu's gaze, he had already turned and ran towards the ferry. Looking at the back of the young man running away, Jinsu could not help but laugh. Qin Pingon walked in the crowd and took a deep breath. He had finally arrived. Going through the inverted mountain to the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not something that could be done anytime and anywhere. Other than the green wooden pass token to enter the inverted mountain, the hundreds of people from Osmanthus Island who needed to pass another level received an additional jade token. At the same time, they were informed that they would pass the level 3 days later. After an incense stick of time, it would be the next group of people's turn. Qin Pingon walked down the boat, the white jade token engraved with the word, "Ya," hanging from his waist. Aunt Gui told him that the inverted mountain had different scenery and shops. He could take advantage of these 3 days to walk around more. If he liked a magic weapon and did not have enough money, he could borrow it from the inn's shopkeeper. The shopkeeper would agree to it if it was less than 10 grains of grain rain money, and according to the old rules, it would be credited to Osmanthus Island. This ferry by the cliff was called the Catch and Release Ferry. The name originated from an ancient pavilion with a long history near the ferry. The plaque hanging from it read, "Catch and Release Pavilion." It was written by the previous sect master of a certain orthodoxy. There were 9 buildings on the inverted mountain which belonged to the Daoist sect of this world. The other high-rise buildings, courtyards, shops and other land had been sold to guests from all over the world. 8 of them were the Zhuofang Pavilion, Jingjian Pavilion, Xianxia Pavilion, Leizhe Terrace, Lingjizhai, Dharma-Yin Hall, Saber Room and Elk Cliff. They stood in the 8 directions of the inverted mountain, including the lone peak in the center which was a total of 9 territories. Compared to the inverted mountain with a radius of more than 100 miles, the Taoist sect of the second disciple of Daoist ancestor, whether it was the size of the territory or the number of disciples, was not too exaggerated in the inverted mountain. Child Qin, Child Qin. Someone shouted behind Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon looked back and saw that it was the young man in green who called himself Lu Yuzhou. The latter ran all the way to Qin Pingon and asked a series of questions. "Child Qin, where do you live on the inverted mountain? Do you have a place to meet? If not, why don't you go to my place? My family has a house here near a place called Jingjian Pavilion. It is said that the house is quite big. I have always wanted to thank you, why don't you give me a chance?" Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. "No need, Osmanthus Island has already arranged for me. Stay at the Stork Inn." The young man from the northern snowy mountain continent was disappointed, but he was still unwilling to give up. "If that's the case, can I look for you to play later? This is my first time here, I want to walk around. Let's go together?" Qin Pingon was stunned. The old woman said helplessly, "Young master, we just met by chance. It is unreasonable for you to be so intimate. Not to mention that Child Qin doesn't dare to agree. Even if it was me, I wouldn't agree." Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. The young man's expression dimmed. "All right, Child Qin, I live in the Yuan Ruan residence. If you are free, you can look for me. Just say that you are looking for Lu Yuzhou, he is my friend." Qin Pingon nodded. "That's not a problem." Qin Pingon, Lu Yuzhou and the old woman turned their heads at the same time. A beautiful woman was standing near the 3 of them. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. The old woman's face was full of smiles, like a withered tree in spring. She asked with a pleasant expression, "Little immortal master, do you have any difficulties?" However, he ignored the old woman and stared at Qin Pingon. He said, "Hey, can you lend me a grain of money? I will return you 3 to 5 in the future." Qin Pingon handed over a grain of money. That person took it and left with a smile. The young man Lu Yuzhou said softly, "Child Qin, is he your friend?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I don't know him." Lu Yuzhou was surprised. "Then why did you lend him money? Do you know that the beautiful ladies in the world are the best at deceiving people? Child Qin, allow me to say one more thing. A grain of money, no matter how little it is, you can't roam the Jianghu like this." Qin Pingon grimaced and left. "A grain of money is little? A beautiful lady?" The old woman couldn't help but laugh. "Young master, Didn't you see that the beautiful lady was actually a man? Wuxia was dumbstruck. He said softly, I was just peeking at the lady's face and figure. I didn't dare to look too much. The old woman could only refute, young master, he is not a lady. Wuxia waved his sleeves and strode forward. He looks so good, I will treat him as a lady. Qin Pingon didn't rush to the Stork Tavern. Instead he followed a group of people to the nearby pavilion. When Qin Pingon approached the overcrowded pavilion, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He felt that the pavilion didn't live up to its name. The pavilion was extremely small, not even as big as the Mountain River Pavilion of Sword Saint Song's home in Colorful Robes Nation. There were already more than 100 people inside and outside the pavilion. Qin Pingon stood on his tiptoes and looked at the small pavilion. He planned to go to the Stork Tavern. Qin Pingon was just about to leave when a familiar voice rang out behind him. It was as feminine as his appearance. Not going to the pavilion for a while? He stood side by side with Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon turned around and smiled. It's too crowded. I don't dare to go in. I'm afraid I won't be able to come out. He pointed at the three women not far in front of him, as if they were also hesitating whether to enter the pavilion or not. He smiled and said, You just need to follow me. Just treat it as the interest I paid you for the grain rain money. Qin Pingon was confused. He pointed at his Adam's apple with a strange smile. Qin Pingon probed, Camouflage? Lend me your wine flask. Don't worry, I don't care about such a small broken gourd. My blade strengthening gourd is your ancestor. I just didn't dare to take it out. He nodded at Qin Pingon and took the flask of ginger from Qin Pingon's waist without saying a word. He walked quickly to the three beautiful young ladies and drank with his head raised. Then the lady's beautiful face and the man's bold and unrestrained spirit appeared on him at the same time. After a while the man stood among the flowers and waved at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had to walk over. The man introduced them in a language that Qin Pingon did not understand. Then he explained to Qin Pingon in the language of the Aquarius continent. It turned out that the three ladies were disciples of a sect from the Hassa continent. They were traveling overseas together. They needed to kill a giant sea monster in the Dragon Gate realm to complete their training. The destination was this inverted mountain. After that, they would return to their sect in the South Hassa continent. After that, he grabbed Qin Pingon's arm without any explanation and led the three Hassa continent fairies to the Catch-Release Pavilion. The Catch-Release Pavilion was said to be the orthodox Taoist sect in the Qingming world. It was one of the three sect masters, Invincible Zhen, the second disciple of the Taoist ancestor. After leaving the largest mountain seal, he came here in person. A big demon at the peak of the 12th realm somehow sneaked through the many restrictions of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and came to the inverted mountain. The first person he met happened to be the sect master. At that time, the area around the inverted mountain was a barbarian place. The big demon thought that he could fly freely in the sky. When he saw the Taoist, he naturally spoke rudely and wanted to eat him. As for the ending, there was no suspense. The Taoist sect master slapped the big demon half to death. But in the end, no one knew what happened. The old Taoist, who was known as the best fighter in the four worlds, threw the big demon back to the south of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Later, the inverted mountain Taoist built this pavilion to show that the sect master's Taoist power was very high. During this trip to the Catch-Release Pavilion, Qin Pingon was so tired that he was sweating. Because of the three fairies and the girl who was more beautiful than them, everyone inside and outside the pavilion brushed against each other. Some of them bumped into each other unintentionally, and some of them took advantage of each other intentionally. Qin Pingon had to try his best to protect them. He also had to make sure that he did not steal what he was guarding. Naturally, he was mentally and physically exhausted, and there were subtle schemes everywhere. Fortunately, the first rule of the inverted mountain was that those who hurt others would die. So, Qin Pingon, who was at the fourth realm of martial arts, managed to deal with it successfully. After successfully getting out of the pavilion, Qin Pingon and the girl parted ways with the three fairies. They still had to go to the nearest scenic spot, the Alp Cliff. Qin Pingon took back the blade's strengthening gourd and pinned it to his waist. He said helplessly, "Don't do this kind of thing again in the future." He rolled his eyes at Qin Pingon. "Boring. I'll go play with the fairies." Qin Pingon felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bid farewell and left. That person glanced at Qin Pingon's receding figure and muttered, "He's too serious. He's actually not pretending. Could it be that he's a little teacher taught by some family's old master?" A handsome man nearby struck up a conversation. "Miss, are you enjoying the scenery alone?" He chuckled and said, "Ah, your uncle, I went to a brothel with your mother." The man with the dignified appearance quickly waved his hand, indicating that the retainer beside him should not act rashly. Finally, he smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. "I like this girl's personality." He left the catch-release pavilion directly, hesitating on whether to go to the Jingjian pavilion or the Xianxia pavilion first. The man looked at the beauty with the ribbon around her waist and sighed. "Only on the mountain can there be such a beautiful girl. Cultivation is good. No matter how beautiful a girl at the foot of the mountain is, she only has a short 10 to 20 years. Your Majesty, we can head to the Lei Zhe Tower now. Don't let the imperial advisor wait for too long," one of his personal retainers reminded him softly in the language of the Central Plains. The man nodded and smiled. "Go quickly." The man who was addressed as Your Majesty, and the retainer didn't seem to think that it was right for an emperor to let the imperial tutor wait. The group hurried to the Lei Zhe Tower. The Lei Zhe Tower was a platform with 99 steps. It looked like a giant bowl of dew, and the lightning within it was thick and viscous. Rumor had it that the second brother of the Daoist sect had used his supreme divine power to scoop up a handful of water from the ancient thunder lake that had only been recorded in written records and then placed it on the inverted mountain. Every time the great heavenly lord, a direct disciple of the Daoist sect, killed various immortals and demons who did not abide by the rules, he would imprison their souls here. The Lei Zhe Tower was sealed today and no one was allowed to come close. At this moment there was only one person who was tall. He bent his knees and half-squatted beside the Lei Zhe at the highest point. His elbows were on his knees and his chin was on his arms. A sheathless longsword was suspended in the Lei Zhe and half of it was exposed. When the longsword entered the Lei Zhe, the entire Lei Zhe Tower boiled. This person was probably refining the sword. An old Daoist holding a horsetail whisk stood at the bottom of the platform. He smiled warmly and his face was full of pride. As the third in command of the inverted mountain, the old Daoist was the natural enemy of all the dragons in the southern sea. In the past 1,000 years he had killed countless dragons, and the Daoist had forged a half-immortal weapon into a horsetail whisk. In the recent 500 years, the old Daoist had fought with 2 Confucian sages of the Qin clan in the southern sea, and his reputation spread far and wide. But today, even when facing an outsider, the old Daoist didn't feel that he was degrading himself. Instead he looked proud. Qin Pingon encountered an awkward situation. In the inverted mountain, out of 10 people, no one could understand the language of the Eastern Aquarius continent. And Qin Pingon didn't know the language of the Central Divine continent, so Qin Pingon, who was asking for directions, couldn't speak the same language as the kind-hearted person who was being asked for directions. In the end, Qin Pingon bit the bullet and asked more than 30 people tirelessly. Finally, he found a passerby who understood the language of the Aquarius continent, but he didn't know where the Storkin was. Qin Pingon stood on the bustling street and looked around. He took down the blade's strengthening gourd and stood there to drown his sorrows. If he couldn't, he could only go back the way he came and ask Lady Gui for Jin Su, and ask this Lady Gui to lead the way. Qin Pingon didn't care if he would be mocked by Jin Su, who had taken her revenge. It was fine if it was between acquaintances, but how many times could he meet someone like Jin Su in his life? Therefore it didn't matter if he was thick-skinned. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. Qin Pingon found another passerby who knew the language of the Aquarius continent. Although the latter didn't know the location of the inn, he knew about the Jingjian Pavilion and the Yuan Swan residence. And when he mentioned these 2 places, Qin Pingon asked, "Mister, do you know where the Jingjian Pavilion is?" That person replied, "Oh, you mean the Jingjian Pavilion beside the Yuan Swan residence? It's not too far from here." Lu Yuzhou from the Snow-White continent was not simple. So Qin Pingon turned around and went to the ferry. The passerby looked at the young man's back view and was filled with regret. If only he could make use of this opportunity to form a relationship with the Yuan Swan residents, even if it was just a familiar face, it would be good. In the end, Jinsu happily walked down the Osmanthus Island and led the dejected Qin Pingon to the Stork Inn. Before she went down the mountain, Lady Gui gave her 3 pieces of money and asked her to spend it sparingly. After walking down the ferry, Jinsu asked Qin Pingon if he wanted to go to the Jingjian Pavilion. Qin Pingon said that he had already been there. Jinsu nodded and said that the Jingjian Pavilion was the most boring place and was far less interesting than other scenic spots, such as the Lingjizhai Elk Cliff, and especially the Jingjian Pavilion. They had to go there to make the trip worthwhile. The two of them walked for about an hour. Along the way, Jinsu explained to Qin Pingon about the Lingjizhai and some of the important scenic spots in the inverted hanging mountain. For example, the Jingjian Pavilion, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and all the sword cultivators who had killed the Upper 5-Realm Demon Clan would have their swords forged by the inverted hanging mountain. Their swords would be enshrined in the pavilion for future generations to admire. When Jinsu arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, she was obviously not as cold as she was on the Osmanthus Island. Her temperament had changed greatly. Although she was not as talkative, she was no different from an ordinary woman. She said that the Lingjizhai had a Lingjirui that was left behind by the Daoist ancestor. The Lingjizhai was filled with spiritual energy, and the entire Lingjizhai was like a paradise. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the Lingjizhai was the most expensive inn in the inverted hanging mountain. However, the disciples of the Immortal sects who came here for training, as well as the 1,000-year-old tycoon Gongsun who came here for sightseeing, were still unable to enter the Lingjizhai even if they were rich. They had to book a room a few months in advance. When they approached the Stork Inn, Jinsu whispered, "There are also rumors that the Daoist ancestor personally planted 7 sword cultivating gourds of the highest grade were forged from the gourd vine. There are 7 of them hidden in the secret chamber of the Lingjizhai. Moreover, it is the first mature seed of the gourd. Now it is secretly nourishing the flying swords of more than 10 great sword immortals in the world." These rumors were often told by the bystanders in a lively manner, as if they had seen the sword cultivating gourd with their own eyes. Jinsu, who came here from hearsay, was no exception. In fact, the second Daoist who was in charge of the inverted hanging mountain's golden rule and jade law, never divulged any secrets about the sword cultivating gourd and the sword immortals in the world. They only said that the Lingjizhai did not have such a miraculous thing, so people should not think too much about it and not spread false rumors. Qin Pingon thought of the silver sword cultivating gourd that Alliance gave to Xiao Baoping. Of course, there was also the purple gold sword cultivating gourd that Fairy Su Jia of the Xingyang mountain once hung as a pendant, and the guy who called himself the ancestor of the sword cultivating gourd, not long ago. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Miss Jinsu, is the Yuan Ezui mansion very famous in the inverted hanging mountain?" Jinsu nodded and said, "Of course, the Yuan Ezui mansion under the name of the Lu family of the White Jade Continent is one of the 4 private mansions in the inverted hanging mountain. It occupies a large area and is even more famous. The Lu family is the first family name in the White Jade Continent, and they have a good reputation. Almost all the monarchs and emperors of the White Jade Continent and the Earth Immortals cultivators of the White Jade Continent want to have a good relationship with the Lu family. Moreover, the snow money that we Qi cultivators use the most is made according to the money model made by the Lu family." Qin Pingon was a little shocked. No wonder a grain of grain rain money was called, no matter how little the money is. Liu Zhou was really not boasting. Jinsu's eyes were a little absent-minded. The descendants of the Lu family are really the lucky ones who are sitting on mountains of gold and silver when they are born. They can buy whatever they want with money. There is no treasure in the world that the Lu family can't afford. These words were personally told to her by Old Dragon City's Sun Jiashu. At that time, Jinsu saw a trace of longing in the eyes of the little god of wealth, Sun Jiashu. Therefore it left a deep impression on her. Qin Pingon was more and more determined not to deliberately get acquainted with Liu Yuzhou. That young man was like a fairy on Osmanthus Island. No matter what kind of storm he raised, it was not something that the current him could contend against. When Qin Pingon thought of this, his heart was a little gloomy, as if there was wind and snow beating on his heart. How many mountain water seals could he squander? Now there was only one water seal left. No matter how many reasons he had to do so, no matter if he met with the same situation, Qin Pingon would still step forward bravely. Losing a mountain seal, Qin Pingon still could not let go of it. It was just that Qin Pingon could now completely put away these negative emotions. He would no longer be like that time when they parted at the temple in the mountains, where he was so silent that the bearded man and the young Daoist sensed his abnormality and worried them all the way. The stork inn was at the end of an alley. The innkeeper was a young man who did not smile. Even when facing Jin Su, who he had seen several times, he did not smile. After arranging 2 rooms for the 2 of them, he did not pay any attention to them. Jin Su explained in a small voice, "The innkeeper is a son who inherited his father's business. In the past, the stork inn was very big. Half of the alley belonged to the inn. In the area of catching and releasing people, it had some fame. Later on, there was an accident. At that time, our Osmanthus Island seemed to have helped, but the innkeeper's father still passed away. It can be said that the family has fallen and only the current situation is left." Qin Pingon silently remembered this in his heart. Compared to the owner of the dusty medicine shop, Xing Dafeng, the innkeeper in the world could actually be considered a good innkeeper. The innkeeper's house in the inverted mountain was no different from the town inns Qin Pingon had visited when he was traveling the mountains and rivers. It was just plain and clean. Jin Su knocked on the door and entered. After sitting down, she began to plan the itinerary for the next 2 days with Qin Pingon. She already had a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow she would first go to the Dharma Glabella Hall, Jingjian Pavilion, Lingjizhai and Sherdao Room. The day after tomorrow she would go to Xianxia Lu Elk Cliff and Lei Zhe Terrace. The lonely peak in the center was a forbidden area. Although she would pass by it, she could only take a few glances from afar. Qin Pingon asked if there were any shops that traded rare and exotic items. Jin Su said that Lingjizhai was one. There was also a Baozhai that opened on the opposite side to compete for business. These 2 places were rolling in money every day. They only recognized the goods and not the people. It was very stable. Therefore, the vicious mountain and lake cultivators liked to come to the inverted mountain as long as they had a harvest. Not only could they avoid being hunted by all parties, but they could also openly sell their treasures in exchange for money and a good life. On the several islands near the inverted mountain, there were many decent cultivators stationed all year round. They kept a close eye on the inverted mountain in order to observe some of the bandits hiding in the inverted mountain. These people who took refuge under the rules of the inverted mountain were, without exception, heterodox cultivators whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people. They had made a name for themselves in various continents. Qin Pingon asked about the exact location of the inverted mountain that led to the Great Wall of Sorchi. Although Jin Su was curious about why Qin Pingon would do something superfluous when they were going to set off in 3 days, she still told him that it was just beside the lonely peak in the central area of the inverted mountain. There was a gate that imitated the Immortal Ascension platform in ancient times. If one wore a jade token with the word Horizon, one could visit it nearby. Now, the 13th level of the Ascension realm was like the 10th level of a pure martial artist. It was the limit of the human world. After that, it was the 2nd level that was lost. In the ancient times when the sage of Daoda walked around and helped the common people, it seemed that there were many Immortal Ascension platforms in the world. It was easy for Qi cultivators to ascend. They could ascend in the daytime, raise the clouds, ride dragons or ride cranes. In the sky, there would be fairies scattering flowers, colorful clouds and colorful lights overflowing. It was fascinating. Qin Pingon and Jin Su agreed on the time to set off tomorrow morning. Then he left the inn alone and went to the foot of the lonely peak where the great Lord of Heaven cultivated. Qin Pingon pondered about 9 places along the way. Catch and Release Pavilion, Worship Sword Pavilion, Xianxia House, Thunder Terrace, Lingji House, Dharma Glabella Hall, Saber Room, Elk Cliff and the Lonely Peak. The number was the same as the Xiongtown Tower, 9. Maybe it was also a formation that the sage used to suppress fate. At the foot of the lone peak, there was a divine path that could allow 3 carriages to travel side by side. Not far away there was a square made of white jade. Outside the square there was only an iron chain railing. It was less than 2 feet high and anyone could step over it. In the middle of the square, there were 2 white jade pillars that were more than 100 feet high. In the middle of the pillars, there were ripples on the surface of the water that was as calm as a mirror. There were not many people in the square. There were only 20 to 30 people. Regardless of age, gender, or age, they all had a jade token with the word "ya" on their waists. Many naughty children passed through the square and ran around playing with each other. There was no Daoist in charge of guarding the square. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and carefully stepped over the railing. There was no movement. Then he was slightly relieved and slowly walked to the two pillars. Qin Pingon found that with every step he took, there would be flowing lights under his feet. When he looked up, he found a little Taoist boy in a loose Taoist robe sitting on a futon next to one of the pillars. He was reading a book. If there were children of similar age to him, the little Taoist boy with a fishtail crown on his head would wave his sleeves and the children would float away as if they were riding on clouds. The children were never tired of it, and the little Taoist boy was never annoyed and kept waving his sleeves. Qin Pingon did not dare to imitate the children and break into the mirror without permission. Instead, he walked around the big pillar and found that there was a small pillar next to the big pillar. On the stone pillar that looked like a hitching post, there was a middle-aged swordsman in ragged clothes sitting cross-legged with a sword in his arms. He was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a peerless master. Qin Pingon did not dare to disturb his sleep. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps and was about to turn back to the other side. The swordsman who was sleeping with his sword knocked his head and suddenly woke up. His eyes were a little dull. He looked left and right and then looked up. Finally, he looked at the back of the swordsman and muttered to himself. It seemed to be 3 words, and then he went back to sleep. Qin Pingon stood near the mirror on the other side and stared blankly for a long time. He could not imagine that behind the mirror was the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Was it another world? On top of the lone peak that reached the clouds, there was another inverted mountain. The tallest building was shrouded in clouds for most of the year. Under the roof of the building there were 3 bells. It was said that only when the 3 Daoist sect masters came to the inverted mountain would the bells ring. A Taoist sect master of heaven was on the roof, looking down at the square through the clouds. The swordsman was as small as a mustard seed. Qin Pingon returned to the Stork Inn and continued to practice the 6-step boxing stance and the sword furnace stance. In the middle of the night he took off his clothes and lay down with a smile. The next day at dawn, Jinsu knocked on the door 15 minutes earlier. Qin Pingon stopped his silent practice and opened the door. He left the inn with Jinsu and went to the Dharma Glabala Hall. This hall was also known as the Hall of Missing One. It was said that it had collected all kinds of Dharma seals in the world except for the Shan seal. There was an unwritten rule that the mountain cannot be seen. After all, the inverted mountain was a Shan seal. Qin Pingon sighed and followed the excited Jinsu into the Dharma Glabala Hall. There were 3 floors and each floor was extremely spacious. There were rooms of various sizes and each floor stored thousands of Dharma seals. They were suspended in the rows of glass cabinets. Some of the Dharma seals were full of spirituality, and they were constantly moving and hitting the glass cabinets, making banging sounds. There were even spirits that were born from the condensation of the Dharma seal's spiritual energy, and they would boldly look at people behind the transparent glass cabinets. Qin Pingon stayed in a water seal room on the 2nd floor for a long time and was unwilling to leave. Jinsu went elsewhere and agreed to meet him at the entrance of the Dharma Glabala Hall in 2 hours. Qin Pingon was looking at a water seal room. The spiritual qi was as light as mist and turned into a stream, lingering around the seal. The bottom of the seal was engraved with the words "Falling of the Milky Way." Qin Pingon already knew a lot of ancient seal words because he had the authentic alchemy works with Li Shixing's detailed annotations. According to Jinsu, the seals of the Dharma Glabala Hall would only be received and not sold to anyone. In the early years, the only exception was when the current head of the Lu clan of the Snow White continent announced that he wanted to buy the seals of an entire floor. In the end, the hall master had no choice but to report to the great heavenly lord Gufeng. The latter's reply was simple. He smashed down a ray of sword aura from the Gufeng Tower and destroyed the back garden of the Yuan Raven residence. In the end, the Lu clan's legitimate son who had yet to inherit the position of the head of the clan cursed old Immortal Gufeng with his hands on his hips. Then the great heavenly lord Daoist unleashed a rain of sword aura. The huge Immortal Yuan Raven residence that had been built for generations was badly damaged. He directly destroyed the formation of the Yuan Raven residence that was said to be able to block 100 swords of sword immortals. Fortunately, no one was injured. Then there was a popular question and answer. The young man's expression didn't change. He just turned around and asked the old manager if the Heavenly Lord's domineering behavior was in accordance with the rules. The old manager smiled and replied that the Heavenly Lord was in the inverted hanging mountain and that was the rule. After this battle, the Heavenly Lord of the inverted hanging mountain's tyrannical martial prowess and the wealth of the snow-white continent's Lu clan were spread all over the world. Qin Pingon didn't go up to the third floor. Instead, he went downstairs and waited for Jin Su outside the Loglabella Hall. Jin Su arrived 15 minutes late. When he saw the young man with a sword sitting on the stairs in a daze, he said apologetically, "I'm late. There's a seal on the third floor that gave birth to an extremely mysterious spirit. It can transform into the person it looks at. It's very fun. There's a lot of people queuing over there. Qin Pingon, I'm sorry." Qin Pingon stood up and patted his butt. He smiled and said, "We're not in a hurry." Almost at the same time when Jin Su called out Qin Pingon's name for the first time in the inverted hanging mountain, the two gatekeepers at the foot of the lone peak, the little Daoist boy who was reading a book and the middle-aged man with a sword, opened their eyes at the same time. Then one of them stood up from the praying mat and walked out of the plaza towards the Xianxia Inn. The man with a sword turned around, bent his finger and flicked the mirror once. However, the man suddenly smiled and twisted his wrist as if he was fishing for something. He took back the flick of his finger. He continued to doze off. There were no restrictive spells or spells on the inverted mountain. With just a single step, the little Daoist boy was able to travel a few miles. Eventually, he came before a pavilion that was shrouded in purple smoke and walked into it. When the Daoist priests saw the little Daoist boy, they bowed and greeted him respectfully. Some even addressed him as Grand Uncle Master or even Grand Uncle Master. The little Daoist boy's face was cold and he ignored everyone. After he stepped through the door, he waved his sleeves and sent several Daoists with different hats and robes flying. They instantly floated to the walls on both sides. These Daoists of the middle five realms were so scared that they almost lost their minds. The little Daoist boy strode forward and occupied the spot where the incense was burning. He took out an incense stick from the incense holder beside him. On the incense table there were 4 scrolls enshrined. The Daoist ancestor was the tallest. His position was so high that if the pilgrims didn't pay attention, they would ignore his existence. The scrolls of the 3 Daoist statues were hung side by side. The Daoist in the middle hung a peach talisman. The Daoist on the left held a magic sword and wore a feather robe. The Daoist on the right wore a lotus crown. On the huge incense table, there was only one big incense burner for the pilgrims to place their incense. Legend had it that if Daoist priests and kind-hearted men and women offered incense in this incense brothel, they would have the opportunity to let the Dao ancestors and the 3 pure ones know about it. Almost all Daoist priests would come to the incense brothel to light 3 incense sticks after entering the inverted mountain. Of course, the Daoists of the Daoist master residence of Longhu Mountain would never step into the incense burner. The little Daoist boy with the fishtail hat bowed 3 times to the Daoist ancestor with the lotus crown. He placed the incense stick in his hand into the burner and closed his eyes to chant. In the end, the little Daoist boy was stunned. He opened his eyes and felt a little bored, so he turned around and saw a beautiful young man. He frowned and asked, "As a disciple of the Lu clan of the Central Plains, why did you go to the sword pavilion first and not come here to burn incense?" The young woman was not afraid at all. She said with a smile, "We have acknowledged this high and mighty leader as our ancestor wholeheartedly, but our ancestor has never acknowledged us as his descendants. Thousands of years have passed. How many incense has the Lu family burned? Haven't we received even half a word of reply? Will it work if I burn an incense stick?" The little Daoist boy's tender face was a little angry. "How dare you be so impudent here?" The guy who came to burn incense said with a smile, "Heavenly Lord, you're not a Daoist of the Lu clan's ancestor. Why do you insist on such etiquette?" The little Daoist boy snorted and said, "Ungrateful thing, get out." With a wave of his sleeve, the young man, who was even more beautiful than a beauty, was sent flying and fell on the street outside the incense burner. He coughed up blood and struggled to sit up. He looked up at the portrait on the right, which had remained unmoved for thousands of years, and laughed. Today was just as heartless. Throughout history, the Liu clan had been in dire straits and in danger of collapse, but the person in the portrait had never cared. After the little Daoist boy stepped out of the door, he glanced at the battered young man for a moment. Under Jin Su's lead, Qin Pingon arrived at Lingji shop at noon and saw the legendary Lingji Rui. Qin Pingon saw the exorbitant prices of Lingji shop's Dharma treasures and spiritual weapons. He neither bought them nor sold them. He went to the last attraction of the day, the Saber Master's room. The attraction of the Saber Master's room was not the scenery, but the list on the wall. There were different bounties recorded on it, and the targets were all strange. It could be a demon on an island in the South Sea, a ruler of a continent, an immortal elder of a land immortal, or some evil demon that wreaked havoc everywhere. Even the scholarly sage of the Qin clan from the South Sa continent was on the list. This was a rule that the Saber Master's room of the inverted hanging mountain had inherited. He could put up a post, and so could anyone else. However, the person who put up the post had to put the bounty on the Saber Master's room. Otherwise, if they dared to put up a post without money, they would have to experience the power of the Saber Master's room. The Saber Master's room. The second Daoist Taoism had a branch, and all their weapons were sabers. The Taoists of this branch had made a name for themselves in the central divine continent. They were on par with the Saber Master of the school of Moism. One was tyrannical and the other was mysterious. In the vast world, the only thing that was more troublesome than messing with a sword cultivator was to have a dispute with the Taoists of the Saber Master's room. This was because the Taoist Saber Master had always been decisive, and could even be said to be ruthless. He killed demons and killed chi cultivators without hesitation. The Daoist Saber Master had a bad temper. There was once a saying that when the Daoist Saber Master and a noble from the Taoist Master's residence of the Dragon Tiger Mountain met, they both wanted to kill a powerful demon. Normally they would fight side by side, fight on their own, or avoid one of them. However, the Daoist Saber Master did not agree with them, so he pulled out his saber and fought with the Taoist master of the Zhang family. After severely injuring the Taoist master, he went to kill the demon alone. This incident caused a great disturbance in the Jinjia continent. A Grand Master of the Taoist master's residence came all the way from the central divine continent to the inverted hanging mountain to denounce the Daoist master. In the end, another great battle broke out. The great Lord of Heaven, who was guarding the lonely peak, fought with the Taoist master of the Zhang family thousands of miles away from the inverted hanging mountain. However, no one knew the result of the battle. In the dusty medicine shop, one of the beautiful women and young girls who worked as shop assistants was missing. She was the little girl who still owed the shopkeeper Jing Dafeng money for a book. Jing Dafeng was a bit annoyed. He slapped the table and said that the girl was really rebelling. She dared to act so lawlessly just because she was beautiful. The shopkeeper threatened that if she didn't ask for leave and didn't say anything, she wouldn't come to work in the shop. She simply didn't put him, the handsome shopkeeper, in her eyes. He wanted to deduct 30 to 40 copper coins from her book. The nagging man was angry, but unfortunately the women and girls in the shop didn't take him seriously. Those who were eating melon seeds continued to chat. In any case, no one believed that the shopkeeper's man would really deduct their wages. Then a trembling old ancestor of the Fan family came to the door of the medicine shop in person. He looked apologetic and fearful. Jing Dafeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away his grumbling that was even more wordy than a woman's. He walked around the counter and to the door. He said softly, "Let's talk here." The real person in charge of the Fan family ancestral hall felt helpless. Today, for a little girl from the marketplace who had nothing to do with the Fan family clearly did not do anything wrong. Yet they had to come here to apologize. Moreover, the entire family had a stomach full of uneasiness. They were afraid of being implicated by the anger. The old man sighed. "Mr. Zheng, the little girl who did not come to the medicine shop today is dead." Jing Dafeng made an "oh" sound, his face expressionless. The old man mistakenly thought that this martial arts grandmaster of the 10 realms did not take it to heart. He let out a sigh of relief. Jing Dafeng waved his hand, indicating that the old man could leave. The man sat on the threshold and did not say anything else. The women and young girls in the medicine shop had sharp intuition. They all sensed that the atmosphere at the door was strange. For a moment no one dared to make a ruckus. They even dared not to jest with the shopkeeper. The man said, "Haha, this time I really don't have to pay back the money." But in reality, there was not a hint of a smile on his face. He looked at a shadow in the alley. "I don't trust the Fan family. I don't trust their character or ability. Old Zhao, you personally go and investigate. I'll wait for your news." Xing Dafeng stood up and waited patiently. In Old Dragon City, the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. In the night of the inverted mountain. In the square, other than the little Daoist boy who continued to flip through the book and the man holding the sword who was no longer sleepy at night, there was no one else. From the mirror behind the two large pillars, a valiant and formidable-looking young girl suddenly walked out. She had a long sword at her waist. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.